Yo, what's going on, guys? Just Dwayne The Rock Johnson here, and I'm currently eating Mentos Chewy Fresh Mints. I am now almost done with the Mentos Chewy Fresh Mints. Yeah, I just ate half an entire package of those in like 1 minute because my brother just walked in and gave them to me for some reason. I don't know why. So I naturally just ate them all. And I probably just consumed like a pound of sugar, but that's besides the point. Alright, so today I participated in a fantasy football tank bowl, as you probably already know. So it is week 17 of the NFL season, which means it is the week 18... What? That made no sense. Hold on. Yeah, okay, so it's week 17 of the NFL season, which means it's the final week of the season for fantasy football leagues. And in my fantasy football league, there is an 8-man league, and 4 of them made the playoffs, right? Me and my brother were both 2 out of the 8 teams that made the playoffs. We both lost our games, so now we're playing each other in the last week of the season in the, I don't know what it's called, consolation bracket or whatever, for the 3rd place spot. And we decided we're going to do a tank bowl. Why we decided this, I don't know, but pretty much the premise of this is get the worst players possible that might actually get points, just get like the meme players, the players that, you know, have the stupidest names, just anything. Tank bowl in fantasy football. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. Alright, so my brother has already made his team, right? So just as an example, let's take a look at his roster for this week. Alright, so here are the starters. Alright, so at quarterback, you've got the GOAT Trevor Lawrence, 1 touchdown pass in the last 8 games. Running back 1, you've got Kyle Juicy Juice. Coming in at the running back 2 spot, you've got the GOAT Le'Veon Bell. Wide receiver 1, Josh Gordon. Wide receiver 2, Lil Jordan Humphrey, who's also questionable to play. Tight end, you've got the Kansas City's Blake Bell. Flex spot, you've got Washington's running back Jarrett Patterson. He's got the Jaguars defense. And at the kicker spot, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. So yeah, that is the team that I'm going to be going for, except just worse. Alright boys, here we are at my fantasy team. Time to drop everyone on my roster. Dak Prescott, don't need him. Why can't I not drop Alvin Kamara? Okay, whatever. Joe Mixon, DK Metcalf, Mike Evans, all these people, Tom Brady. Why am I benching Tom Brady? He's playing the Jets. He has 23. Okay, I don't know why I'm dropping Tom Brady. But, I mean benching him. I mean, I'm dropping him anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Okay, why isn't this working? There we go. Continue. I'm gonna drop everyone. Ready for this? Dropping all these people to waivers. Confirm. And once this loads, I now no longer have a fantasy team. Wow, this is just a beautiful... Why can I not drop him? Okay, hold on. Wait. Bruh, the drop option isn't even highlighted. Oh my god. Well, I guess I can just move him to my bench. So that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know why I can't drop him. But yeah, time to assemble my tank bowl fantasy team. Bro, I just entered waivers. Look at all these people I just dropped. All the yellow ones I just dropped to waivers. Oh my god. Alright, so here we are at the quarterback section of the free agents. Joe Burrow's on waivers for some reason. I don't know why, because he passed for 525 yards last week. But I'm just gonna scroll all the way to the bottom and see what I find. I could pick up Mitch Trubisky. Oh, Eli Manning. I could pick up Eli Manning. Oh, I want to do that. We got so many good options here, but I want someone to actually get points. Not a lot of them. Like, the least amount of points possible. So, you've got a lot of candidates for that. You've got Jake Fromm, Mike Glennon. But I think the one I'm going to go with is Sam Darnold. The GOAT himself, the best player in NFL history, Carolina's quarterback, Sam Darnold, is going to be my starting quarterback for the fantasy football tank bowl. Alright, so now we're on the running backs portion, and I've already scrolled all the way down. Running backs are different from quarterbacks because, you know, they're probably actually going to get some points. They're probably only going to get like 3 points though. So this is tough. Alright, so I sorted it by projected points, and I think the way to go in running back number 1, because this is just about the range that I want for projected points, like 5 to 2. The way that I want to go is Royce Freeman. Houston's, I think, like 3rd string running back of one of the worst teams in the league. So yeah, Royce Freeman is going to be my running back. Alright, so now we need a running back 2. Alright, so for a running back 2 spot, I have surveyed several options, and I think the way to go on this one is Benny Snell Jr. I think this is Pittsburgh's 3rd string running back because Najee Harris is the 1st, and I don't know who's the 2nd, but it seems like Benny Snell would be a good 3rd string running back. So he's going to be my other starting running back in the fantasy football tank bowl. Alright, so here are the receivers. We are now in the receivers section, and I'm going to pick a receiver 1. There are so many good receiver candidates for this, but I think the way to go is Olamide Zacchaeus, just because he has a funny name. I don't know why. So yeah, he's on my team now. And I was just looking through these candidates, and I think I gotta do another funny name one. We're taking Byron Pringle. Now, he actually got 25 points last week, so this might kind of be cheating. But I could just add Eli Manning to my roster, and then it would even out because, you know. Alright, so here are the tight ends, and I saw a contender right when I saw it. I do not know what that says, but this is the third funny name one in a row. So Denver's Albert Bomb is going to be my starting tight end. Alright, so now we got a flex spot, which can be a tight end, running back, or receiver. And I'm going to scroll through this for a while because I just want to get like the most irrelevant person possible. I don't know why, I just feel like it. Alright, so I'm on page 5. I scrolled through 5 pages and I finally found who I'm going to start in my flex spot. The greatest draft pick of all time, JJ Arcega-Whiteside, is going to be in my fantasy team this week. And now we're done with the actual team. All we have to do is a defense and a kicker now. So this is going to be the easy part. For some reason, the Patriots defense is available on waivers in an 8-man league with the position rank 2. But scrolling all the oh, perfect! They're last in position rank. They're playing the first offense. No way, that's so dude. Jets defense. This is the greatest draft pick of all time. I really want them to get like -7 points. Worst defense, playing the #1 offense. What could possibly go wrong, right? Bro, I accidentally just clicked on the NHL schedule and then I went back and this has been loading for like a full minute now. It's just great. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to get the person that has the lowest projected points that isn't 0 because they're going to be started. Oh, that's so good because that's who I wanted to get. The Jacksonville kicker. Why is Younghoe Koo only projected to get 6 points? Okay, but yeah, Jacksonville's Matthew Wright is going to be my starting kicker. And there, we just finished the team. Still can't drop this guy. I don't know why. You know, this team is missing something. So it's just missing something, you know? And that something was Eli Manning. Until, right? I looked in the QB things, and apparently there's a lot of people on here that are retired. I saw Drew Brees, I saw Phillip Rivers, and I also saw Eli Manning. But the one that tops them all out, that man right there. Oh, Alex Smith was there too. Nice. But that man is going to be my starting quarterback, and he's probably going to be announcing one of the games. Alright, boys, my fantasy football tank bowl team is now complete. Let's just have one more look at my roster. Alright, starting it off with probably the best player on the team. Starter number 1, quarterback Robert Griffin III. He's going to chop up 40 bomb, I swear to God. The free agents are going to, like, blow out their opponent this week, trust. Anyway, moving on to the running backs. Running back 1, Royce Freeman, the Houston 3rd string, I think. Running back 2, Benny Snell Jr., the Pittsburgh 3rd string, I think. Alright, here we got the receivers. Number 1, Olamide Zacchaeus, the best name in all of sports. Number 2 receiver, Byron Pringle, the only person who got more than like 6 points last week, and he got 25. Hopefully he won't drop 20, because the goal of this was to get people who drop 0 points. So, you know, that'd be kind of unfortunate, but you know, tight end, you got, whatever that says, Albert Bomb. And then flex spot, you've got the greatest receiver of all time, JJ Arcega-Whiteside, projected at exactly 0.0 points. That's nice. Then you got the best defense in the league at giving up yards. You got the Jets defense playing the best offense in the league. And finally, Matthew Wright, the kicker for the worst offense in the league. So, who will win this fantasy football tank bowl? So today is Saturday. All the games happen tomorrow, except for one. All the games happen tomorrow because for some reason there wasn't a Thursday night game. So, yeah, it might come down to Monday night. Who knows? But you know, yeah. Let's just warp through time real quick. Let's go to the results. Wait, we're not there yet because I have an update since yesterday. Because today is Sunday. I recorded the rest yesterday, which was Saturday, and just a quick update, my brother saw that I put in RG3, and since he's retired, he decided to put in a retired quarterback as well, so that they both get 0 points. So now his quarterback is Eli Manning. So now the quarterback duel is RG3 versus Eli Manning. And also, I don't know why, but he replaced Jarrett Patterson with Khalil Herbert as well. So just 2 small team changes on his part. The games start in, well, it's 12:36, and all the games start at 1, so they start in like 24 minutes. So yeah, just, you know, a quick team update. And I'll be back for actually the results this time.
All our food keeps blowing up!
Alright, it's 2 days later, all the NFL games have been done, and the Tank Bowl results have been finalized. And it was a good matchup too. It came down to the Monday Night Football game to decide who the victor was. The what? No, I don't know what I just said. You know what I mean. Also, a quick thing, because I forgot to say it in whenever I recorded the last one. It's a tank bowl. The goal of the tank bowl is to get less points, you know? That's why we drafted the worst teams possible. So, I'm just clearing that up now. And I don't see any reason to say anything else, so let's take a look at the result. Alright, so my team's on the left, and my brother's team is on the right, and here are the results. Starting it off with the quarterback spot, I mean, we obviously both drafted retired quarterbacks, so they both got 0 points. Let's go. Alright, my running back one, Royce Freeman, dropped 2.5 points. That's nice. His running back one, Kyle Juicy Juice of the 49ers, 2.9. So the running back one spots were actually very evenly matched. Then you got Benny Snell in my running back 2 spot, dropped 0.2 points. His running back 2 kind of popped off. Le'Veon Bell, the GOAT himself, 8.5 points. What a legend. Then, moving on to the receivers, my wide receiver 1, Olamide Zacchaeus, 2.8. Nice, let's go. Here's wide receiver 1, Josh Gordon, 1.5. Nice. Wide receiver 2, Byron Pringle, kind of popped off, 6.5 points. Let's go. Lil Jordan Humphreys, his wide receiver 2, got 4.6. No way. Alright, tight ends, Albert got 2.5 and also got blown out by the Chargers. And then in his tight end spot, Blake Bell, 6.7. Alright, flex spot it is. JJ Arcega-Whiteside, exactly 0 points. Nice. Khalil Herbert, 0.9. Alright, defenses. The best 2 defenses in the league. Jets defense dropped -3, and the Jaguars dropped -8. Nice. Kickers, finally, kickers. Jacksonville's Matthew Wright dropped 4, and Carolina's, I don't even know, Liram Hadadu dropped 3. So that is the result, and let's take a look at the final scores. My final score, 15.5. His, 20.1. I won the Fantasy Football Tank Bowl. I emerged victorious. I got less points, therefore I won. It's a tank bowl. I got less points. My team delivered. I drafted the worst team I possibly could, and I won. Let's go. So I am now the 2022 Fantasy Football Tank Bowl champion. Let's go. Also, it's technically a 2-week matchup because it's week 17 and 18. But I don't feel like waiting another week. I'm just going to go by this week's stats. So, yeah, therefore, I'm the champion. And there you have it, the GOAT himself walking off with a victory. Actually, you know, well, it's going to count as a loss on my account, but don't be fooled. It's a victory, trust. Alright, I've just said the same thing for the past, 40 seconds now. That's it. That's all I had for this video. This video, I took it over the course of, 4 days, so it took a probably unholy amount of effort for something that's going to get 15 views, but you know. So in conclusion, I hope you did not enjoy this video. Don't subscribe. I'm the Tank Bowl champion of fantasy football, and that's about it. See ya. Luca, it is snowing out. It's actually not snowing. There's just snow. But we have off school, so that's pretty cool. But anyway, yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here, and today I'm going to be talking about something that makes literally 0 sense in any context whatsoever. Alright, so, let's get right into it. Wow, that was bad. Ignore that. Alright, so the start of this, we have to go back to the ye olde days of November. November 23rd, to be exact. So, that day, you might be asking, what is November 23rd, huh? Well, that day was the due date for the analysis essay rough draft. And that's the day that I turned it in, because I always have to wait until the last day to do it, you know? So that's when I turned it in. And then, December 3rd was the due date for the final draft. Now, these are both just assignments for my English class, right? The rough draft is 30 points, and the final draft is 50. And, you know, so you might be thinking, alright, so what did you get on the rough draft? Well, for now, that's not important, because I have something to say. I really, really, really hate it when, your English teacher does not return the rough draft grade before the final draft is due. And that's exactly what happened here, and I'll tell you why I hate it. Because your final draft grade is pretty much just based off your rough draft grade, right? Like, when your rough draft is returned, the whole point of rough draft even exists is so that you can see what comments are on it, see what to improve, see what your grade is, and then improve it, and do it, and turn in the improved thing on the final draft. Well, in this case, that didn't happen. So that's great. Like, she didn't return the rough draft before her final draft, so we didn't know what to improve. So what I did, I just copy-pasted my rough draft. I didn't submit the exact same thing, right? I changed, like, somewhere, I added and subtracted a few sentences, but it was pretty much the same, like, essay. It was definitely just the same, like, general idea. I did, like, 2 things to it, and then I just turned it in. And then, after they're both turned in, then the waiting game begins. Alright, so get this. It took my English teacher 1/8 of a year to grade those essays. So I turned them in November 23rd and December 3rd. They were both returned to me, like both on the same day, were returned to me January 6th. Or, wait, what's the date? Yeah, 7. Okay, so right now it's the 7th, so they were done yesterday. So yes, that's January 6th. That's not even the worst part, but I'm still just going to talk about it for a moment. It does not take a month and a half to grade an essay. That's all I have, thank you. Although I can't really blame her too much because she did kind of like give birth or whatever, but she does have a long-term sub. She could have just told the long-term sub to do it. I don't know, man. Because the sub had plenty of time too. Like, she was here for a month before those essays were graded. But it's not really her responsibility because my main teacher is like the boss or whatever you call it. I don't know. But moral of the story, it took 1/8 of a year to grade the essays. Thank you. And now into the part that's actually somehow worse, which is my grades on those essays. Now, they're not bad grades, but they're also, they make 0 sense. Alright, so especially the rough draft, the 30.1, the one that I turned in on November 23rd, I got that back. My grade on that was a 29 out of 30, which is very good, okay? So normally I'd be like, okay, cool, I can just see what things I need to fix and just fix them on my rough draft. Oh wait, no, I forgot, I already turned in my final draft a month ago, right? And then, you know how I said the rough draft and the final draft are pretty much the same thing? Not the exact same thing, but I changed like a few things, but they were the exact same thing, pretty much. Not, but you know what I mean, right? Close enough. So, rough draft 29 out of, wow, seizure. Rough draft 29 out of 30, final draft 40 out of 50. Like, what the fuck? How does that even make any logic? I don't know. It's just really annoying that I couldn't fix the thing, even though there wasn't anything to fix, because I got a 29 out of 30. She took off 10 points for no reason, and I hate it. Oh, but wait, there's more. So on the bottom of the final draft, she pasted the rubric to it, right? And how the rubric worked, there were 3 categories. Each category was like, went up to 5 points, okay? And so on those 3 categories, I got a 5, I got a 4.25, and I got another 4.25. And so what you do is you add those 3 together and divide by 15. And that is the percentage out of 50 you get on the final essay. So if you add my totals together, that is 13.5 out of 50, which if you add it, which if you do the math, 90%. 40 out of 50 is not 90%! Sorry, I just had a major mental breakdown more than once. Ignore all of that. So either my English teacher is a completely incompetent math person, or there's, what else could there be, or she just made a typo, I don't know. But seriously, how does that work? If I get a 90% on the rubric, why do I get an 80% on the essay? 98, that's a big difference too, because that's the difference between an A and a B. Like, if you get a 90%, it's an A, if you get an 80%, it's a B. I got a 29 out of 30 in the rough draft! Yeah, so if you know my video Pain that I made at the end of the first marking period, I'm looking to repeat exactly what happened in that video this year, because right now I have, what I just say? I'm looking to repeat exactly what happened last marking period, this marking period, because you need you need a 90% or above to get an A, 80% to 90 to get a B, and right now I have 3 Bs, which are 87, 88, and 89, so that's great. And the 87 is in English, which makes no sense, because I should have an A in that class if my English teacher didn't do, I don't even know what she did, but didn't do whatever she did while grading my final draft essay. It literally said on the rubric that I scored a 90%. That's a 45, I got a 40, that's not the same thing. So yeah, that's it. The purpose of this video was literally to just rant about my essay grade, and also 40 out of 50 isn't terrible, but it's certainly not good either. That's like the lowest B you can possibly get. If I got a 39, that would have been a C. Meanwhile, 45 is an A. And I really did score a 45, technically. But you know that already, because my Chromebook is shaking. What's happening? But yeah, you know that already. So, hopefully I said everything. I don't even know. Alright, so that's about it I had for this video. The only thing I was doing was just ranting about what happened on my final draft and rough draft test. Wow, I just had a seizure. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me in more ways than one. So, that's about it. Bro, look at this empty cup of mac and cheese that I just had. Anyways, that's about it. Oh, wow, I just tripped over my own foot. Hold up, wait. That's about it. See ya. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here, and I'm running out of video ideas. So basically, March 13th, 2020 was the last day that we got to actually do things. Today, it is exactly 666 days since that day. So that's why I'm making this video, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, so I have my little video ideas looking weird thing, and it says quarantine thing on it. I don't know what I was supposed to do with that, but I've had that on my thing for like months. Actually, years, probably. And I just Googled how many days it was since March 13th, and I saw it was like 661. So I was like, okay, cool. So I just waited 5 days, and now I'm making this. But yeah, I really don't have any idea what I'm going to do for this video. It's just like a sort of milestone-looking thing. I could have done day like 69 or 420, but I don't know why I didn't do either one of those. Probably because I just forgot. Yeah, no, I definitely just forgot. So let's just go through a little timeline real quick. It's going to take like a minute. March 13th, 2020, I was in my 8th grade year. We thought we were getting 2 weeks off. We ended up getting a year and a half off, but that's not the point. The rest of that year was like we never did anything. We didn't even do Zoom in that year. We just had online assignments for the next 4 months until the school year ended. So that's how I ended my middle school career and my 8th grade career. And then we had summer 2020, which was terrible. And then my entire 9th grade year was online, so that took 9 months. And then we had summer 2021, which was still terrible, but not as bad, because we actually did go to some places, like Bethany Beach, which I hadn't gone to in 2 years, so... And we usually go there annually, so that's pretty spicy. And then we had the 2021 school year, which was my sophomore year, which is what I'm in now. It's January, and I'm still in my sophomore year. So that's the timeline from then to now. But we're actually in person this year. We're not full online, even though that's probably going to change soon. And yes... I guess since it's day 666 of quarantine, but I've actually gone somewhere, so I guess it's not quarantine anymore. I just have to put that in the title to make it get views, even though this still isn't going to get any views. I mean, we do still have to wear masks in in-person school, which, you know, I get, but it's also annoying. But, you know, I don't know. But that's literally the summary of this video. It has been 666 days, which is a cursed, I'm just making because it's a cursed number. Since the last day that we were able to actually do stuff in the world. Yep, that's it. So now that I really have everything over with, look, this is my, you know how, you probably don't, but like a few days ago I went over my, not days, like videos, which was probably like 6 videos ago or something. I went over the thing that had all my YouTube video ideas. Yeah, that thing was terrible, and I've been holding on to it for 2 years for some reason, so I made it a new one, and I made it a lot more neater and more organized and easier to understand, because my old one was a lot smaller. It was like this big on this side of the thing. I don't know why, so I just redid it, so now I have everything organized, so I'll be able to do it more. So that's how I did this one, because I just looked, and I saw quarantine thing was on this list, so I just said, oh, sure, I'll do that. Yeah, so on this thing, there's 3 categories. Series that I'm continuing, single videos that are just one-off random things, and videos that I have to edit to do. Like, single videos are just like this, where I'm talking to a camera, but editing, I actually put in an editor, and it's, I don't know. And then the back is just ideas of things for, like, series. Like, ideas for videos in series, like there's a whole category for top 10, like, you know. So yeah, I think I'm actually going to be doing stuff more frequently now, because I have a more organized thing, and I can do it better, and I can do, yeah, okay. You know, I'm just now realizing this is a really bad video. I don't know why I'm making this. Also, now I feel like I want to make a video pretty much every day I'm off school, because when I'm on school, I either don't have time or laziness, which is completely understandable. But when I have off school, like today, because it's a Saturday, and also yesterday because it was a Friday, because it's a snow day, because look, there's snow, but that's not the point. I did make a video yesterday, but because it's a Saturday today, so I'm making this now. Whenever we get a piece of music in band that has bongos on it, Bongo Brothers will return, I promise. We just haven't got any bongo music yet for some reason, which is really annoying. I know that seemed out of nowhere, but it has to be said. Yeah, that's really all I wanted. It's day 666 of not being able to do anything in the world, and I can finally cross this off my list of videos to do. So, that's all I had for my video, I guess, and I hope you didn't enjoy. I probably forgot something. I have a bunch of things that I'm going to say in videos, but I never write them down, so I probably forgot something like I do in every video, but that's unfortunate, so I hope you didn't enjoy. That's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here, and it moved my webcam again, BRB. Anyway, I'm back with another hair dye tutorial, and today I'm going to be counting down both the top 10 most viewed and least viewed videos on my channel. So that's what I meant by best and worst. So yeah, I'm just going by views. Oh. Anyway, I see no reason to delay. These are the ones below it. These are the not top 10 ones. These are all the honorable mentions. But if we scroll up, we get number 10, which is this one. This is the most viewed. 119 views at number 10. We've got rating all the Big Nate books from worst to best. I don't even know why that got so popular. Also, this one missed it by 1 view, and it's also a lot better video than that, in my opinion. But this one's not public because, yeah, I'll say it later. Don't worry about it. But yeah, all right. Anyway, next up, number 9, 128 views. You got 8th grade year review. I recorded that at Brian's house over the summer. So yeah, apparently that just kind of blew up for some reason, and also it has a terrible dislike ratio, so that's nice. At number, what was it, 8, 130 views, Gymnastics Lesson 1.0. That's not even public on my channel, because the one that is public on my channel is Gymnastics Lessons the Trilogy, which has 1, 2, and 3 on it, so that's why this one's not even public. But yeah, that technically comes in at number 8 because it has 130 views. Number 7, 133 views, you got this one. This is the oldest remaining school video on my channel that isn't like a gaming in school, okay? Because I don't know why this didn't get deleted by my parents, because they always delete them, but for some reason they didn't delete this one. So that's why that one's unlisted. But yeah, this, how many licks to the center of a Tootsie Pop? I recorded that in early 7th grade science class. So that's number 10, 9, 8, 7. Number 6. Man urinates on fellow path. Alright, anyway. Number 6, 140 views. You got another English project, which is unlisted also for the same reason why this one is unlisted up here, and that is because I have a school projects complete collection up on my channel that has all my school projects in it, so that's why these ones aren't public to the public. That made no sense, but you get the point. That's number 6. So number 5, you got Yes, which is exactly 4 seconds long and has 168 views, so that's pretty nice. Number 4, you've got this one that's definitely great. It's Mr. Heller saying, "I'm gonna raw" for 3 minutes and 17 seconds. I don't know why I made it, but I'm glad I did. And it has 178 views. I don't even know what number that was. Hold on, wait. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. So that was number 4. Number 3 with 207 views, our first 200 plus. You've got Spanish Project. That again is not public. Why are so many of these not public? Oh my god. You can see pretty much, you can see all of these except for this one and this one. Actually, no, you can see all of them from the exclusive playlist. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, this is just, another school project that went viral for literally no reason whatsoever. Is this 2? Yeah, this is 2. Number 2. Wow, you're jumping up 90. You've got from 207 to 297, jumping into the pool with my towel. That is a great video, and it's absolutely beautiful, and I completely understand why it has 297 views. Anyway, number 1. Before I show you that, I need to do a little backstory real quick. So, before the first, deleting spree that my parents went and deleted a bunch of my school videos, there was this one video called Lunch Detention that I had on my channel, which I recorded myself in lunch detention in 7th grade, and that had 400 views when it was deleted, and that was like 2 years ago. And that was still the most viewed video on my channel. Even though it was permanently deleted, it had the most views of any video on my channel until a few weeks ago, when this video kind of just randomly went viral for no reason. And that video, with 957 views, that's why I love Nestle Crunch. My calendar just fell down. Bro, this video sucks. I have no idea why I'm making it. Oh, God. Anyway, yeah, that's about it for the most viewed ones, most of which are actually unlisted, so you can only see them from the playlist, which, by the way, I have a playlist full of exclusive videos. It's literally called Exclusive Videos, that you can see every video on my channel that is unlisted. So if you want to, then you can go do that. Anyway, that's the most viewed. Time to move on to the least viewed. Yeah, as you can probably tell by this screen right now, the least viewed is literally all just weekly football updates. This was a series that I did last year, and during football season, they never got any views. And by the way, these are just the honorable mentions again. These aren't even the ones that are on the list. They all have 5 views. Like, just look at this, except for this one. But yeah, this one's understandable because no one's gonna click on the future of my channel and stuff. So, there's like a bunch of ties in the top 10 here. So yeah, number God knows what. It's more than 10 videos, but it's like you'll see. Which ones have 3 views? Oh wow, there's a bunch with 4 views. So all the ones on my screen right now make up 4 views. So it's weekly football updates 9, 14, 16, 15, and 19. And also this one that I don't think I've ever actually posted. Probably all 4 of the views are from me on this one. So yeah, that happened. So that's the, I guess, number 3, but also numbers 13 to, I don't even know what they are, but you'll understand at the end, okay? And then with 3 views, you've got all of these that have 3 views. Does that one? Wait, I moved my webcam. Yeah, okay. So it's 2018 and 11 on weekly football updates that have 3, and Bongo Brothers Part 4, which I've also never made public because I had to like combine 2 things together to make that. So I had to delete the original one, and then yeah. So that happened. That's why that one has 3 views. And at number one is the only one that isn't a tie, with a whopping grand total of 2 views. Weekly football updates 17.0. Just this entire list is so bad because it's all just the same series. Just look at this. It's sorted by the amount of views that it has. Like every single one of these is weekly football updates. Like no one. I don't even know why I made these videos. No one watched them. I didn't even watch my own videos. I just posted them. Like, wow, this sucks. But this undisputed weekly football update 17.0 is the grand total of the champion of the worst video on my channel. Let's actually count this. So you got 2. You have 1 video. 1, 2, 3, 4 with 3 views. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if I can count, with 4 views. So that's technically top 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. So technically this was top 11. But, you know, it was like a 5-way tie. Actually, a 6-way tie. And I'm not going to, like, exclude one of them. So, yeah, that's about it. That's it for the top 10 worst and best videos on my channel. I hope you did not enjoy this video. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here, and I absolutely hate honors pre-calculus. Why that is, I'll get to later. Except one of the reasons is probably obvious now. Because it's math, in case you're wondering. But today I'm pretty much just going to be exposing yet another, incompetence MCPS moment and explaining why the grading policy is absolutely garbage. So the way colleges accept your grades or whatever, they take your semester grades, not your, year or marking period or whatever grades. I don't know how, but I only ended up with 1 B on the semester total grades. All the rest were A's and I only had 1 B, so I'm happy about that. However, I just as easily could have gotten probably 4 to 5, not 5, because 3 classes are free A's, but 4 B's from that. So how about we start it off with something good? And there was the thing I just said, and there's also the one thing I actually do like about the MCPS grading policy, like, for your semester grades, the way they determine it is, like, if you get an A, 1 marking period, let's say marking period 1, and then marking period 2 you get a B, it submits your semester grade as an A. So it submits it as, like, what's in the middle, like, if it's an A and a C, it submits a B. If it's, like, an A and a B, it submits an A. So it does, like, the majority, or what that mean, majority? What? It does, like, the one that's better. So that's actually, like, the one and only thing I actually do like about the grading system. Like, it gives you the benefit of the doubt, so that's nice. However, the way the seizure, wow. The way the grading policy is, like, set up, you can get a B semester grade with an 89% average, and you can get an A semester grade with an 85% average. And here's how. So the way MCPS does it, have I even said what MCPS is? I probably did at the beginning, but if I didn't, MCPS, I definitely did. So, like, a B is anywhere from 79.5 to 89.5. Why it isn't 80 to 90? Honestly, I don't know, but I'm not complaining because it gives you a free 0.5% if you only stick it below. But 79.5 to 89.5 is a B, and then A is anything above 89.5. So, if you were to get 1 marking period, an A that's like an 89.6, so you barely made an A, and then the next marking period, you get a 79.6, so you barely made a B, that average is right around 85%, if I can do math correctly, which I probably can't, but you get what I'm trying to say, right around like the mid 80s, and since you got 1A and 1B, that would transfer to an A semester grade. However, if you get 2 really high A's, like, let's say, an 89.4 and another 89.4, that gets sent as a B semester grade because that's a B. Both of them are B's, and so it averages out to a B. That's exactly what happened to me in honors pre-calculus. No, before, like, I will say, like, that was my only semester B, somehow, but, you know, I shouldn't be too mad about it, but, yeah, come on, I needed 1%, like, less than 1% on both marking periods to get an A for the semester. 1 percentage point! Like, really? Oh, but there's more. It wasn't once, it was twice. Twice, I was within 1 percentage point of getting a semester A. And there were 3 classes that I got an A once and a B once. They were English and computer science, and you got his AP US history. Yeah, so that happened. I got both of those. I got the first marking period. I got 3 B's. Right, that was math and history and English. But the second marking period, I clutched up. I got an A in English and I got an A in A push. So I'm happy. Also, the first marking period, I got an A in computer science, but I got a B in that second marking period. So, it's good, they're all A's. But in honors pre-calculus, marking period 1, I got 88.6. Marking period 2, I got 89.3. That was a lie. I don't know why I lied there. I got 88.3. I don't know why I said that, but yeah. 88.6, 88.3, that's still really close. Because, like, if I can live with an 88.3, it sucks, but I can live with it. 89.3 would absolutely destroy me psychologically, and I would not be able to sleep at night. So yeah, like also 89.4. Speaking of 89.4, that's what I had in English. Like that, I had an 89.4. I needed 0.1. Like there are 100 points. You can get like 100 percentage points. I needed 0.1 of them to get a semester A in English for the second marking period. I had an 89.4. So I emailed my teacher. I was like, hey, can you just like regrade like one of my assignments to give me 1, you know, point or whatever. And for some reason, she regraded like 9 of my assignments, even though I only needed 1 point. She gave me like 20 for some reason. So it brought me from an 89.4 to a 94%. She could have just brought me to an 89.5, because I would have been fine with that, but okay, I mean, it works for me, so. Also, earlier I said 3 of my classes were free A's. That's a lie. 2 of them are. Band and PE, first semester, were both free 100%. The only non-free A class that we actually have quizzes and tests in or whatever, that actually I got an A in both marking periods in the first semester was chemistry. I got an A in both of them. They were both low A's. It was like a 91 and a 92, I think. But that was the only non-free A class that I got an A in on both ones. And somehow, math was the only one that I got a B in both ones. By the way, I don't know if you know this, I take 7 classes, so that's just 2 APs. Well, yeah, 2 APs, and like, first, I switched from PE to health from the first and second semester, so first semester 6 were honors out of 7, because PE wasn't honors, but health is honors. So now, all of my classes are honors in the second semester. Why does that matter? Well, because it differentiates normal GPA and weighted GPA. I don't feel like explaining what that is. It's probably somewhere on the internet. You can look it up. Also, you probably already know. So. But yeah, I've just been rambling about my experience. I just had a mental breakdown. I've been rambling about my experiences with it for the past, things, which I got very fortunate to only get 1 semester B. However, if I just mess up like 1 assignment in any of those why is my hair so stupid? If I had got like 1 misassignment if I had gotten 1 misassignment in computer science, or English, or whatever the other one was, A push, then I would have had a B for the semester. And okay, so like, so yeah, it was a little close, but I managed to pull it out in the end. So as it stands right now, first marking period I got 3 B's out of 7, rest A's. Second marking period I got 2 B's out of 7, rest A's. However, that could change. Apparently, it's a thing that you can a teacher can fill out paperwork to change a student's letter grade from a past marking period, and that I might do that for A push because, I got an, an A, not A, B. I had one thing to do and I missed it. I got a B for first marking period A push, and it was a close B. It was an 88.1, so it was close, but not too close. And he said he's he's a really good teacher, so he rounds up B's. If someone has an 89.2 or something, he's gonna round it up to an A because that's just he says he will, and he does. So mine was close, but not close enough apparently. So he said at the end of the first marking period that if I got an A at the end of the second marking period, that he would somehow change my grade in the first marking period to an A. How? I don't know, but that's what he said. And long story short, I somehow managed to pull out an A in the second semester, even though I got a 53% on the first unit test, but that's besides the point. I clutched up the second unit test, though. I got a low C, which was by far my best test grade so far. So, in my defense, those tests are hard as very, very difficult, okay? Like, they're questions from College Board, which is the AP exam. And he grades them on accuracy. Like, it's pretty much just a 30-question practice AP exam, except the AP exam is like 55 or whatever. But yeah, so he might change that to an A. Well, I'm gonna email him about it because, I mean, I'll take the A. And so once that happens, if that happens, I'll have 2 B's in marking period 1 and 2 in marking period 2, which would bring my overall GPA to 3.7, which I'm very happy with. Also, I think my overall GPA right now is like a 6 something anyway, which I'm also happy with, but I'll take all the A's I can get. So remember like a few minutes ago when I said I don't want to talk about my personal experiences for any longer, and then I proceeded to talk about my personal experiences for longer? Never mind that now. I'm actually going to go to the overall spectrum viewing whatever thing now. Long story short, someone can get a semester A with an 89% and a semester B with an 85%, which in my opinion is really stupid and needs to be changed. Also, this isn't just for no reason, because MCPS has been known to be incompetent for virtually no reason. Like earlier this week, not this week, but the week before that, it might have been the week before that, I don't know, some point in the past month, we had an off day on Monday where there was pretty much nothing that happened because I thought it was going to snow, but it didn't. And then Tuesday it snowed and we had on school for some reason. So yeah, that's an MCPS moment right there. So yeah, that's about it. That's all I have for this video, I think. I probably forgot something because I forget of something in all my videos, and then like right when I finish it, I'm like, oh no, I forgot to say that. Oh, well, I can't fix that now and just post it anyway. But that's besides the point. Anyway, that's about it for this video. Yeah, you just heard me ramble about my grades and also absolutely, destroy the MCPS grading system for 9+ minutes. So I hope you did not enjoy this video. Have a nice life, and the MCPS grading system sucks. Goodbye. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. So here I have a handy-dandy index card of all my YouTube video ideas for some reason. What I'm going to do for the runtime is this. What is this, you ask? Well, over the past few months or so, I've compiled a list of, things that I can either like tell a story about or just rant about for a YouTube video, and I've done that quite a lot. I've done a bunch of single videos on that. However, there are a bunch of other ones that I haven't done in a single video so far that are just like, I don't feel like they deserve a whole video. It would be like a 2-minute long video. And there are also some that are just like not really that great of a story. So what I'm going to do for runtime, I'm going to tell all of those in this video. And as you can see, there's a lot of them. So yeah, I'm just going to be telling stories or ranting about something for about 95% of this video. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I was going to make like a stories or a rant like series, but then decided, screw that, it doesn't have to be a series because the titles don't really match. Like Weekly Life Updates 1.0 and 2.0 and 3.0, that's a series. But like rants and story times, like the titles wouldn't match, and I can't just name it like story time number 1, story time number 2, because then no one will click on it. I mean, no one clicks on it anyway, but Also, if you're wondering why I haven't started the video yet, it's because, runtime. It's simple. I want this video to be very long, so I'm just stalling it out as long as I possibly can, even though I do talk really fast for some reason. So yeah, my goal of this video is not to get people to watch it. Like, no one's gonna watch this video, so I'm gonna make it, like, very uneventful or whatever. I'm not gonna, like, try to make it, like, eventful. Like I am right now, I guess, kind of, but, like, in 20 minutes, when I'm talking about one of the most irrelevant stories of all time, I'm going to be like, okay, so one time this happened, and yeah, that's just going to happen. Anyway, I probably forgot to mention something in the intro, but if I didn't, I guess we can start. I have a lot of things to get through here. Let's get right into the first. Wow, I just paused at a very weird time. I think you know what I said. Let's just get into the first one or whatever. Alright, first one. The story of my brother's editor and, like, my editing story, right? So, I started editing. That was the worst voice crack of all time. Wow. I started editing videos, right? Probably in like 6th grade. And I didn't have a Chromebook until the summer before freshman year of my own. Like, I started editing on my brother's Chromebook, right? Like, okay, middle school me would just take my brother's Chromebook at night a bunch of times and just edit videos. I don't know why, because I sucked at editing, and but that happened. Was I allowed to? No. Did I get caught? Yes. How many times? A lot. Did I keep doing it anyway? Yes. Do I still do it to this day? Yes, but not as frequently, and also I don't stay up as late. No, because what I used to do, I would set an alarm for like 3 in the morning, and then wake up at 3 in the morning and stay up until the school day. Now what I do is like, I get it and then put it back like at 11 at night and then sleep until the school day. So like I get it at the end of the day now. I used to get it at the start of the day. But anyway, in the old days when I would do this, I would just edit videos, and the editor I used on my brother's Chromebook for like 2 years, because my first like 3 years of editing were on my brother's Chromebook. And I was never good at it because the program was trash. It was Video Guru was the title of the program that I used for editing for like 2 years for some reason. Here's the story of, you know, files, what you're gonna get late. So basically, on video editors, right? First of all, it didn't resize. Like, it was built for a phone because I got it from the Google Play Store. So it just like on a Chromebook, like I edited on this size screen on a Chromebook. So it was like a phone screen, but on a Chromebook. So that was painful. My new editor doesn't do that. It resizes for a Chromebook, which is very good. And I've also had this editor for well over a year now, probably like 2. So that was the first thing that sucked about it. Also, just the features were just worse. But they were just worse. However, video editing apps on Chromebooks are absolutely horrible, okay? They suck. Like, I downloaded like 15 apps over the course of like 3 years until I had to find a good one. Like, a few of them were just really bad, and like 5 of them had like stupid watermarks or whatever, like in the bottom right, like Power Director, or at the end, like CapCut, like those. By the way, shout out to Velo. That's my current video editor, in case you're wondering. Velo, what's that? How do you spell it? VLLO. That's how you spell it. If you want a good Chromebook editor, download VLLO. But then there were also just some editing apps that just didn't get to the editing screen. Like, it just didn't physically work. Like, there were the ones that had watermarks, and there were the ones that just made, I don't even know, something else. But there were also the ones that, first of all, you know, there were a few that just crashed before you open them, so you couldn't even open the app. There were a few that you can open them, but your files didn't show up, so you couldn't actually edit videos. There were a few where your files showed up, but you clicked on them, but it did like a corrupted or whatever thing, so you couldn't actually get to the editing screen. There were probably a few others that did a bunch of other things that are stupid, but I'm not going to get into them now because I don't remember where they are, and I'm also talking extremely fast right now and I want to die. But yeah, moral of the story, that sucks. My videos, okay, so what I wrote down here was Video Guru files, right? The files. So basically, for a video to show up in an editor, it needs to be in your files, right? Which I didn't know for like 3 years for some reason. So, because my videos that I made always showed up, but I didn't find them in the downloads. And I don't know if you know this, but I don't know why, but like videos from a video editor take up tons of storage. Like, if I were to make a 10-minute video in 1080p, that takes up like a gigabyte of storage, and that I can't keep that for a long time. Oh my god. So, as I was using it on my brother's Chromebook, the storage started to just slowly fill up, but I couldn't do anything about it because I didn't know where the things were. And, like, rightfully so, because it wasn't in the downloads folder, it wasn't in anything else. And the weird thing, like, on the videos section, right, you could see the videos, you could click on them, but when you clicked on show file location, it was, like, nothing there. There was just nothing there. So, so that piled up. I used, like, probably half of my brother's Chromebook storage. Like, literally, like, probably 10 plus gigabytes on things. Until I got my new Chromebook. Now, all the videos on this program go into a folder that I can actually see, right? So then, like, probably, like, a year after, because, like, okay, so, like, okay, this is gonna be weird to explain. Like, a year after I got this Chromebook, right? Like, all the, like, my brother's Chromebook storage was still, like, all used up, right? And my parents like restrict my Chromebook so I can't have internet access after 9 o'clock. So I go downstairs and like track football games from my brother's computer because I can't do it from mine. And like while they're going on, I just do some other things like check them on my YouTube channel. And one time I noticed a notification: your storage is critically low, and it said like 12 gigabytes were being used by files. And I'm like, I know my videos are in there, but I don't know where they are. And it's been like years since I tried to search for them. Let's try again. And this freaking thing, okay? You had to click on the top 3 dots in like the right corner or whatever. There's a thing that says show hidden files. Apparently 14 gigabytes of videos were hidden files. I don't know how that happened. Also, whoever designed the app is stupid for putting their video folders in hidden files. Like, why would you do that? There were like 200 videos there, taking up so much storage. I just deleted them all. I didn't need any of them anymore. Like, I hadn't used the app in so long, okay? Like, and finally, my brother's storage Chromebook thing was solved after, like, 2 years of the storage being completely empty. And now it has, like, 10 gigabytes free of storage. Because of the freaking show hidden files button, it didn't let me see the things for, like, 2 years until I finally discovered it. Why would you design your app like that? It doesn't make any sense. But that's about it. And there's one story done, and we are now 15 minutes into this video. We have like 10 stories to do. I'm gonna cross it out. Wait, so like what I actually wrote for that one was Video Guru Files. I'm a sneaky man though. There was another one that wrote editing apps that I was just gonna rant about how terrible the editing apps were. I just fitted a 2 and 1 in. I'm smart, so I actually did 2, and then all the rest are not even doing. The thing is, that wasn't even on purpose. That just kind of happened. I was like, oh, I can do this. Anyway, well, yeah, there's my rant about my editing apps and the rant about how stupid the Video Guru file system is. And also, apparently, you can't even download it on the Chromebook anymore for some reason, which is a good cause because it was a horrible app. It was actually better than like 90% of the apps, but it was still terrible for some reason. But yeah, there's everything about video editors, I guess. Okay, now. Next story time, I'm going to tell you about how I got sent to the counselor's office for a YouTube video. I was lying. No, I'm not. At least not yet. So what I just did, I looked at my thing, and there are a few that I want to save for, individual videos, because there are a few on this list still that are good enough to have individual videos on. However, most of them aren't, so I'm still going to tell a bunch of stuff after this. And also, wait, I forgot what I was going to say there. Hold up. So I just kind of circled some that I might want to save for videos. There are some that I definitely do, but I'm just going to go through everyone that I'm definitely going to do in this video. And then after I'm done with that, I'm going to just go through them all and see if I want to do any more in this video, just to extend the runtime any more that already is. So right now there are 6 things still that I have to do that I'm 100% going to do in this video. So I'm not going to talk about how I got sent to the counselor's office, at least not yet, and I might not at all. I might do that in its own video, but my first thing I'm going to talk about is how I accidentally power washed my Chromebook. Now, I told 2 people I did this, and they both said, why would you put your Chromebook in a washing machine? And I said, you're stupid. That's not what power wash means. Well, technically it is, but not with the Chromebook. Like, power washing a Chromebook means basically restarting, like your Chromebook. Like, it's a brand new Chromebook now. Everything is gone, all your data's gone, all your stuff is gone. And now you have to restart your Chromebook. I'm going to tell you about how I accidentally did that. So our destination is last summer, right? And my idiot self was searching for a hacked version of Asphalt 8 because I'm stupid. I don't know. I mean, for a good reason too, because Asphalt 8 ruined their own game. But so like I wanted to because you can't do anything anymore. Like they broke that. They made it so pay to win. Like it's more pay to win than EA. Like I'm not even. That's not an exaggeration. It's actually more pay to win than EA. I promise. So I don't know why, but I was kind of just like searching for a hacked version, and I found one that said it would work if I had on developer mode. So I looked up how to turn on developer mode, and it told me how to do it. So I did it, and apparently I didn't know, but turning on developer mode would power wash my Chromebook. And I'm just like, bruh, why did I not know that? Like, nothing mentioned it. Not the version that said it was hacked, not Google, and Google knows everything. Like, what? What was I supposed... I mean, it was a really stupid decision for me to go that far to download a hacked version of Asphalt 8. But, it should have at least somewhere so that it would power wash my Chromebook, and it never did. So yeah, it happened, right? I did the things that I had to do, and a screen showed up. Hold up, wait. Wanna know something I hate? Game Pigeon Mini Golf. It sucks. Watch this. I'm insane. So it's been like, I don't know, 5 minutes. So basically what just happened, my brother just started coughing for no reason and went to the bathroom. Like, he just went in the bathroom because he started coughing for no reason, which is really annoying. But, anyway, well, for him, not for me. But, so what I did, I just kind of just responded to people on Game Pigeon and Snapchat or whatever. So now I'm back, and I completely lost my train of thought. I know I was talking about, it was really stupid of me to, oh yeah, it was really stupid of me to, try to download a hacked version of Asphalt 8. So, no, I know where I was. So, a screen showed up, right? Like, I did all the things, the screen showed up. It was like, but there was nothing else on the screen except this. Like, there were no tabs, there was no X button, I couldn't close it out, and there were only 2 options. There was an option to do nothing, like, I guessed, or not, because it said, like, if you want to turn on developer mode, press, like, I don't even know what it said, but press, like, Control, Search, Shift, Alt, plus Q, or something, I don't know. But it was written in, like, a monospace font. How do you pronounce that? Monospace? I don't even know. I don't care either, but it was in that font, and it looked like really threatening. It looked like if you don't do this, your computer is going to shut down forever. So my instincts kick in, and I was like, okay, a hacked game of Asphalt 8 is not worth this. I'm going to not do anything and hope it works. And it worked, so that's good. But everything was gone. I had, so, like, there were a few videos for YouTube that I had made and never posted. Like, I specifically remember I made a video that was like 6 minutes long that was like subtitling things that I hadn't subtitled before, and it was like things that related to music that I did, like the Spanish project that was terribly subtitled. I redid those subtitles. There was a thing in a science project that I did, like it was a song kind of, but that was also terribly subtitled. I redid it. I never posted it because I was gonna like wait, and then my Chromebook got power washed, and that was gone. And there were some other things that were also gone because like they were only in my files, and they, like, I had no reason to expect that they would just be gone one day, so I never backed them up anywhere else, because why would I? And it wasn't just that, like, all my files that I had downloaded over the course of, like, the past year, gone. Like, pictures, audio, video, everything gone. All my data was gone. I had to, like, re-sign into my account. It was like, hi, welcome to Chromebook, what's your email? And I'm like, bro, what the... So that happened, but that was last summer, and now I've recovered. I immediately started to just, like, download everything I remembered I had. I probably downloaded, like, 100 things that day. Like, all my files are gone. Like, really? So, yeah, there are a few videos that I made, but couldn't post because they got permanently deleted, so that's great. Oh, also, side effect. Now, whenever I restart my Chromebook for a new update, for some reason, it does these two really long, like, beep, beep sound effects that are, like, 900 decibels loud for some reason. I don't know why it happens, but it doesn't do anything. And the first time I restarted my Chromebook after, I was like, no, it's going to power off my Chromebook again. Oh my god. Because it was the exact same screen. Like, it showed the exact same screen. That was the power wash. But it doesn't power wash, so that's good. I guess just because I kind of maybe attempted to turn on developer mode, that's just a permanent... How in the world did I catch that? That's like a permanent thing now. That was so weird. Like, that was in this hand. I did this. It rolled, like, down my shirt, and I caught it with this hand, like, on my right leg. That was very weird. Anyway, so that's it for the power washing my Chromebook on accident story. We've recovered now, we're good. And this, in case you didn't know, I'm recording this video on that same Chromebook, so that's nice. Next up, we got another depressing one on how I permanently lost a bunch of data, except this time it's still somewhere on the internet. I just don't know where. I got locked out of my old Spotify account. So that's great. Like, so I had a Spotify playlist that had like 300 songs on it, right? And it was on an account that I had been using since like 6th grade. This was May something last year. And then one day, like, whenever I clicked on Spotify for like ever, it just brought me to my home screen and playlists or whatever. But one day, for some reason, it just decided to bring me to the login screen. So I'm just like, okay, whatever, I'll log in. And I had my username and password saved. Like, it automatically filled in what it knew was right. It wasn't right. And I had never changed my password for that account. And to this day, I am stubborn that password is the right password. I promise you I didn't change it. So I tried so many things that I thought were right. Like, even, like, look, okay. So there's a passwords page on Google, right? You can, like, enter your device password or whatever, and you can see all your passwords for all your websites. That's the password it showed. The saved password was the one that it showed for Spotify, and it didn't work. To this day, I still don't know what happened, and I still don't know what my password for that account was. But, like, that's the 300 song playlist just gone. Like, if you look at my Spotify playlist now, the first, like, 70 songs are all added on May 23rd, 2021, because that's when I made my new account, because that's when my old account got locked for literally no reason whatsoever. I even at one point, like, contacted Spotify. Like, I had one of those little agent weird looking things that are definitely real on my thing, and I was like, hi, I got locked out of my account, what can I do? She was like, nothing. So I'm just like, great, I'll make a new account. Dude, that was my password. Like, I got locked out of my account for no reason. I mean, we've recovered, but, like, I know. Like, every month or so now, I just rediscover a song that I had on my playlist because it just shows up in my YouTube recommended randomly after, like, a month. And I'm like, oh my god, I remember this song from, like, 3 years ago. But I know there are still some that I completely forgot about, and I can't look up because they're on my old playlist and not my new one. There are some that I rediscovered, but there are still some that are, like, probably never going to be rediscovered because Spotify is stupid and didn't register my password as correct. We've recovered, I have a new account, but it just sucks that there's still some things that I can't find. So, that's nice. That's it for how I got permanently locked out of my Spotify account. Next story. Alright, this one's really short. So, like, a few years ago, my neighbor told me that she saw my brother taking a dump in the backyard in the woods. That's it. Cool. Next one. So I said something about this earlier. This is the next one, by the way. I said something about this earlier, but I didn't really go into it that much because it's its own topic. And unlike editing apps and Video Guru files, Asphalt 8, and whatever other one it was mentioned, actually deserves its own thing, because I actually do need to explain this. Yeah, I don't know where I said it before. No. It was the Power Wash Chromebook one, because the whole reason I was doing that was to get a hacked version of Asphalt 8. Why did I do that? Because the game was dead, which I already explained, but I didn't really explain how at all. And there's a whole thing on my thing called Asphalt 8, and I'm going to today explain the entire timeline and how it died, why it died, which honestly I don't even know why it died, so I'm not going to explain how it died because I don't know how it died. I mean, why? Okay, I just butchered that entire sentence. Anyway, Asphalt 8 Airborne was still is technically a mobile game that was released in 2013, and back then it was great. It wasn't at its peak yet, but it was still a very good game. Like, it's not like Real Racing 3. Like, Real Racing 3 tries to simulate real racing. Asphalt 8 is just like, okay, screw you, we're drifting and we have nitro that boosts you 700 miles an hour. Also, you can jump off of ramps and wreck and respawn, so that's nice. And don't think this was just like a little phase for me. Like, Asphalt 8 was to me like what Clash of Clans is to most people. Like, I'm not even joking. That was probably one of, if not the most common game in my childhood. Like, I'm not even joking. That and Minecraft were 100% the top two, and it was probably Asphalt 8 that got the most time because it was so fun to play. Like, it was so, like, the gameplay was just great, and still to this day, the gameplay is great. But everything else now is horrible, and back then, it was amazing. So basically how it worked, you get credits from, like, races, right? And you use the credits to do stuff. Back in 2013, there was only one type of currency, and there was like 4 cars in the game. Now there's like 300. That's a lie. There wasn't 4. Actually, I don't know why I know this, but the game originally launched with 47 cars. I don't know why I know that, but yeah. So, but like 2013 was at its peak. I'd probably say its peak was about 2015, maybe early 2016. But that's like usually when I played it. Like I played it like ever since like 4 or 5 months after its release, and back when it was released, I had a Kindle Fire HD7 as my main device, and it could barely even run Asphalt 8 because I didn't have anything else. Like, I didn't have a phone until 7th grade, so then, like, every time that I, like, had to clear up storage, I would delete the app and then realize how much I missed it, and then re-download it, like, 2 months later, and all my progress would be gone. I'm not exaggerating with this part. That probably happened at least a dozen times on my Kindle Fire HD7, because that thing has no storage. It is not designed for games. I think it has, like, 3 gigabytes of storage that you can actually use, because the other half is used by the system, because all of that's how phones and tablets are. So over the first 2 years, it was nothing but upward. There was like career mode you could do, there was multiplayer there was mastery you could do, there was Moto Blitz you could do, there was a bunch of stuff that you could do. Actually, that's a lie. Moto Blitz wasn't introduced until like 2017, I think, but there was still a bunch of stuff you could do. Like, multiplayer was, like, the main thing, like, and there were so many cars that were just, like, get this car. There were also so many things that were, like, bad. Also, the game was massively popular, so there were so many advice guides on the internet that you could do stuff with. And, like, if you were good at the game, which, yeah, I was pretty good at the game, but, you know, that doesn't matter now. Sorry, I don't know what that was. That was very weird. But, like, I was actually good at the game, right? So, it was really, 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 really fun to play, until it wasn't. So, like, they started adding things like, I don't know, they just started making things more expensive. Like, every update was like, oh, this car is worth like 3 times as much now, and you're like, okay, not really sure why I had to do that. The real killer, though, was when they added tokens. Tokens is like, it's like, in 90% of the game, there's 2 forms of currencies. Like, there's coins, and there's gems. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the credits was coins and tokens was gems in Asphalt 8. Like gems are harder to come by, and you can, like, everything uses gems, and also gems are harder to get, so they're gonna have to, like, you pay money to buy them, so that's just nice. But yeah, tokens is, like, the gems of Asphalt 8. I dropped a football again. Yeah, you can see my shoulder on the side of the screen there. It didn't have the right effect. Short, intermission. This video is now half an hour long. That's nice. Cool, bye. Anyway, so just, like, every update just added things that are like, oh, we added things, right? So, like, that kept the players there, but it also made things more expensive and made things cost tokens. And it's just like, and then when they added fusion coins, the game was officially dead. But, like, it's still, the gameplay is still really fun. Also, earlier you could get, like, 10,000 coins when you played 1 career race. Now you only get that for the first time you play it because there's like a first reward that gives you like 8,000 coins and then the rest gives you like nothing whatsoever. So you can't like farm credits to spend on things because a lot of things still costed credits even though a lot of things didn't cost credits anymore. And then they started adding really stupid things like festivals and fusion coins and half the other stuff that's in the game now, and you're like, why? No, just bring it back to how it was. Stop making your game pay to win. Stop pulling a Fortnite. Asphalt 8 was the Fortnite before Fortnite. Actually, I'm gonna take that back, actually, because I don't honestly think Fortnite died from being pay to win. I think it died from tryhards. So I'm gonna take that back, actually. You know, it did die. Wow. Okay, you know what did die because it was pay to win, though? Madden Mobile. That game was so fun in 2016. They release like a new one every year, but that game was so fun in 2016. 2017 was a little step down, but it was still fun. 2018 was bad. 2019 was horrible. 2020 was an abomination of a game that should not have been developed. 2021 was not as bad as 2020, but it was worse than 2019. It hasn't gone up since 2016. I think the only time a game's actually gotten better every year, like the first one was Madden 15. Madden Mobile 15 was the first Madden Mobile. 16 was better, and then every year has been worse, except for 21, because nothing could be worse than 20, but 21 was still horrible. Anyway, back to Asphalt 8. It's just your classic story of a game. It was a great game. Everyone had it. It was really fun to play. And then it killed itself with updates. It made itself too pay to win. It tried too hard. People knew it too, and so did Gameloft. And they were just like, oh cool, we added one car. In compensation for that, we're going to make everything cost 14 times as much, and we're also turning everything to tokens, and we're also making it so that when you open the game, it actually gives a virus on your computer, so you can't, open it anymore, so that's great. That's what I was saying. So yeah, Asphalt 8, it was the game of my childhood, dude. It was insane. And then it just killed itself with updates. Dude, if Asphalt, and I had a world, when I first got a phone, for a year, I had Asphalt 8 on my phone, and I played it regularly. There are extremely few games that I can play for a year regularly without getting bored. To this day, by the way, for Asphalt 8, aficionados, the best D-class car, not the best in performance, but the best, overall, for its rank, most fun to drive, Alfa Romeo 4C. It is so underrated. It got me into Elite League so many times in a row. Everyone focuses on the Donkerboard. Everyone focuses on the Mazda RX-8. Everyone focuses on, I don't even know what other D-Class cars there are, but the Alfa Romeo 4C, massively underrated. It is a beast, triple boosted, and if driven right, which I did drive it right for over a year, right? I got into Elite League countless seasons in a row with the Alfa Romeo 4C. The thing is so good, I swear. Dude, its handling and drifting, its top speed was average, and its nitro was average, right? No, nitro duration was very good, but its top speed was average. It just had really good acceleration. It had really good handling. It had really good, what's the other thing? Drifting. It had really good nitro duration. All that made up for a average top speed and more, because if driven right, it was a beast in multiplayer, and I regularly beat Donkerboards and RX-8s in multiplayer with that car. It was so good. I loved it. Also, I won it in its R&D. I remember in World Studies class in 7th grade. I won that car, so that's pretty nice. If you're not an Asphalt 8 aficionado, you didn't get anything I just said, but that car is massively underrated, and it still is to this day. But yeah, there was that car, and then there was also a bunch of random other ones, like the Buick Riviera. That, for some reason, was good for multiplayer because it had a good top speed. It also had horrible acceleration. It also had horrible handling. It had good nitro duration, though. Dude, but the SLK55 SE, though, that thing was so overpowered until it wasn't. They nerfed it for some reason. Now it's in D-class. But anyway, I've just been rambling about it, but still, see, from that, you could tell how much I was into the game. It was such a good game. And then it just killed itself with updates. I still get sad thinking about it. It's like the same, it's like, I didn't play Fortnite as much as I played Asphalt 8, so I didn't feel as bad about Fortnite, even though that still was a fun game. I played it for probably a year, but that was the dawn age of it. But then it died, and I just stopped playing, like everyone else in the world. But it was the same thing for Asphalt 8, except Asphalt 8 actually impacted me more, because that was more of a game of my childhood, and it was insane. And until it wasn't. It was just your classic story of a game that went release, first few years after release, and then just... And it's so sad for me to think about, but nothing I can do about it. It killed itself. It killed its own game, okay? So that's great. So that's it for the Asphalt 8 segment. It just was a game that died from its own company, cursing it with updates that made it too pay to win. So that's it for the Asphalt 8 segment. Next up, we've got why I don't understand that teams running up the middle on 4th and 1 every time. They never get it. It makes no sense, and I'm going to rant about it for the next 5 minutes. I need to put down everything for this. The sheer amount of times I've seen a team miss because they ran it up the middle on 4th and 1 is unholy and makes me want to become a head coach because the coaches are morons if they call that. If I theoretically, right now, were to be the coach of an NFL team, okay, so right now, the championship games haven't happened yet, so if I was like, if Andy Reid just, for some reason, just left his job, and they hired me as the Chiefs head coach, the first thing I would gather, I'd be like, yo, everyone, gather around, alright, I'm your new coach, and, right, the one thing I will never do as a coach is run it up the middle on 4th and 1. That would be the first thing I say to my team because it's valid, it sucks, I hate it with a passion. The only run plays that work on 4th and 1 are jet sweeps, which are either a boom or bust, because on that one you're either going to get like a touchdown or a 10-yard loss, or QB sneaks. QB sneaks I can respect because they still don't really have a good conversion rate, but it sure does better than when you hand it off to a running back on the left or right side on 4th and 1. That's exactly what teams are expecting you to do. And because it's not a QB sneak, because QB sneaks are just right up the middle immediately after the ball snapped. Running back is like, oh, I'm going to go backwards for 5 seconds, hand it off. Oh, look, the defensive line predicted it. Who would have guessed? I never would have guessed. My head coach is the greatest play caller of all time. That's a Matt Nagy moment right there. Like, whenever I see it, even if it's like a team that I hate, I'm still just like, why would you do that? Like, it doesn't... What? Like, okay, like the Chargers did it inside their own 20, and that's probably the only reason they lost the game, because the Oakland got a field goal from that drive, and they went to overtime, and the Chargers lost to Oakland. So, it's not Oakland, what am I saying? It's Las Vegas, I'm still used to that. But, like, that's just one example. That's, like, that's the first one that popped into my mind. Like, there's so many times that a team hands it off to a running back, and they run straight into 9 defensive linemen that were told by their coach, they're going to run it up the middle. Run up the middle and counter that. And they do, and they run up the middle, and they counter that, because that's exactly what they were expecting, and that's exactly what they knew were going to happen. And guess what happened? The defense knew it, and, like, I'm not just saying it because my team does it a lot, even though they do, but, like, every team in the NFL, like, every time I will have NFL Red Zone, right? The sheer amount of times that I saw this season, Scott Hansen, oh, look, here's a team going in for 4th and 1. They run up the middle and get stuffed at the whatever yard line and get a 4-yard loss because their offensive play caller is stupid and should be fired currently. But yeah, that's clearly a very important issue in society that needs to be resolved. That's all I have. Okay. So yeah, that's about it. Just, I really, like, even if it's a team that I hate and they do it, I'm like, I still feel bad for them because your offensive play caller is stupid, okay? That's just what I have to say. I know they're not because they're your offensive play caller, so they can't be stupid, but why would you call a 4th and 1 run? Like, to a running back. QB sneak is fine, but you're probably not going to get it still, but it's better than a run to a running back unless it's Derrick Henry, who is a literal tank. If there is a defensive lineman up to... Okay, hold up, wait. I need to find something to example this. Alright, so I can't find anything better, so I'm going to... Hold up, wait. This is an American history textbook that I'm reading for AP US History currently. It weighs about 40 pounds. That's a lie, it doesn't. It weighs a bunch, but it doesn't weigh 40 pounds. I'm going to put it here. So let's say I'm Derrick Henry. This is a defensive lineman. This isn't just any defensive lineman. This is Aaron Donald. No, actually, no, not Aaron Donald. This is just some random defensive lineman starting in the league. I'm Derrick Henry. Here's what's going to happen on a 4th and 1 run up the middle. I got a first down, okay? Here's what's going to happen with any other running back in the league when they run out the middle on 4th and 1. Oh no, we lost 3 yards on 4th and 1 because we ran it up the middle. Who would have possibly guessed? It's not like the defense had everything in mind that we were going to do, right? It's not like they knew our play call because there's nothing that anyone else ever calls on 4th and 1, right? Why did I just pick this up? I don't need this. But anyway, yeah, that's about it. That was my demonstration about how stupid play callers are when they do that. I've said that about 50 times now, but this is the wrong side. I'm going to do it. Okay, yep. Wow, that was exhausting. Next one now. 8 ball. Alright, so there's only one more that I haven't circled, which means there's only one more that I'm going to 100% talk about in this video. I might do one more about that. I might do one more after that, but now this might be the last one. It's probably not going to be, but the last one that I don't have circled. So MCPS. I've made several videos on this. That's Montgomery County Public Schools. Just a few days ago, I made an entire video by itself about how stupid the grading policy was, and I made before videos that are just like, wow, MCPS is stupid. They called off days for no reason. like a few weeks ago, we had Monday on school because it was, even though it was like snow. No, actually no, we had Monday off school because it was raining, and then we had Tuesday on school when it was snowing. That's what I meant. That's what happened. That makes zero sense whatsoever. MCPS is a very questionable, system, county, I guess. And this thing is about their blocked websites, right? So, all throughout my middle school career, we would play games, right? Because we're middle schoolers. You're gonna expect us to not play games on our Chromebooks, right? So, you ever heard of a cat and mouse? That is the exact definition of MCPS administration versus MCPS students. So basically, every few weeks, right, the kids would find a game. Everyone in the school would start playing that game, whether they're allowed to at the moment or not allowed to. Everyone would be playing it whenever they possibly could. MCPS would block it a few weeks after it became popular, and then the kids would find a new game, and then it would get blocked, and then they would find a new game, and then it would be blocked, and then, but the one thing that remained unblocked was Cool Math. Until it didn't, but that was only a few months ago, so I'm already in high school by that point, so I don't really care anymore because all I play is, Minesweeper for some reason. So, yeah, after that, ignore that after that, so, yeah, there were so many, I swear, every week there'd be just oh, yeah, we have a game, never mind, no, we don't, because we would find a new game, and then it would just get blocked, and everyone would be so disappointed until 3 days later. Oh, look, another game. That happened with Slope. That happened with YoHoHo.io. That happened with EvoWars.io. That happened with a bunch of Zombie Royale knockoffs. That happened with Build Royale. That happened with Zone Royale. YoHoHo was actually also kind of a knockoff. And then there were just random other things. There was every year the whole school would go through a 3-week-long run-3 phase where everyone would beat the game. So, all right. I'm gonna close my curtains because I need runtime still. It's not really that dark yet, but it's dark enough. But yeah, just MCPS, why? Why? Why would you do kids are doing it when they're supposed to do it. That's a lie. No, they're not. Why did I say that? I'm not gonna get away with that. But the one dagger in the heart of everyone's just gaming career, just one day, everyone walked into school, YouTube was blocked, Spotify was blocked, SoundCloud was blocked. That was just out of nowhere too, because those were things that people had been using for years. Usually things are blocked weeks after they're discovered. We had been using this with a start of 6th grade, and this had happened in 7th grade, the 3rd or 4th marking period. And we're just no. I mean, YouTube we could deal with because YouTube was restricted anyway. We could only watch so many videos on YouTube because a bunch of them are blocked by MCPS. No, I think all of them are default blocked by MCPS. Someone has to unblock them so you can see them. So if you went on Mr. Beast's channel, you and clicked on videos, you would literally only see 3 videos, because that's how many were unblocked. So that one wasn't really annoying to as many people, but it was pretty annoying to me because I was one of the only people that actually did actively use YouTube, even if most of them were blocked. So I was just really, but Spotify and SoundCloud, that killed people. And everyone. It doesn't make sense. And then, but MCPS tried to lie about it. They were okay, so the reason we did this was because people were listening to songs with curse words in them. And we're can you do me a favor and jump into a lake and never come back up? Thank you very much. That was the thing that killed everyone. But they both got deleted on the same day. And that was the time. That was when I was using my old Spotify playlist, and then I had to log in at home, and then it stopped working for some reason. But I already explained that earlier. If you just skipped here from the start, then yeah, I explained that earlier in the video. I don't know when because I'm 47 minutes in, but yeah. Actually, no, right now it says 43 minutes and 54 seconds right now. I know that's not right, but that's what it says because my Chromebook thing is wrong. But just that killed everyone, and just along with every week, blocked game, blocked game. Blocked game, find a new one, oh, guess what, blocked game, because that's just what happened for my entire middle school career. After I left middle school, it had never stopped happening, and then when I entered high school, I mean, I don't really know anymore, but, I do know that Cool Math got blocked. That really sucks, because that was always the one thing in middle school that was there for us. Cool Math games, I might say, because we're not actually going to do math on Cool Math. Oh, no. There were so many Cool Math games. They all just, nope, gone, wrecked, no. But yeah, that's all I have for MCPS blocked websites. And that's all I have for the ones that I actually do want to tell. I need to make some decisions. After careful consideration, there are 2 things on this list that I do want to say in this video more so far. So there are 3 things on this entire thing of things, actually no, 5 that I haven't said so far, and there are 3 that I want to make into their own videos. Everything else I've talked about, and there are 2 that I want to do so far. So, you know, like really long ago, probably like half an hour video ago, I said, I'm going to talk about how I got sent to the counselor's office because of YouTube. I decided that I actually do want to put that in my video. Originally I said no, now I say yes, so that happened. So yeah, this is like the story, how I got sent to the counselor's office from a YouTube video. And this is just like that, what was I going to say? Like, this actually happened, by the way. And the reason I'm not going to put this in my own video is probably just because, like, the title would be good, the title would be that, but there's not much to this story. Like, it's not a very exciting story to tell, and that's the kind of story that I want to put in this video. That's the reason I'm making this video, and that's that's every story that I've said in this video so far. So, what's the story? Right, so, me and my boy Sebastian, right, we're still friends to this day. We have chemistry and health together, like, right now. So, this is back in, like, 7th grade, right? He had a girlfriend for some reason in middle school, it was the very, very rare middle school relationship that was actually like a real relationship. Like, he actually saw people. Like, I was in a relationship in middle school, but it wasn't real, right? Like you know what I mean, right? He actually saw someone, like, in his free time, went to go see someone. I don't even know what happened, but that ended up not working out. Shocking, right? I know, it's shocking that they didn't end up growing up and being married and saying they were middle school besties. Like, middle school relationships always work out 100% of the time. It's so shocking that they ended up breaking up. But anyway, one day he told me about it, told me a whole story. Well, actually, no, he didn't tell me. He just told me something happened, and I'm just like, oh, we can make a video out of this. I think we recorded it in lunch detention. For Mr. I don't know if it was lunch detention, but I remember it was lunch in Mr. McGough's class. Or do I? I don't, no, because that was where 7th grade year review was recorded, and Sebastian was in that. But was it also was the spilling tea also in that room? Honestly, I don't know, but I do know we recorded it in school, and me and Sebastian just made a video talking about his entire experience with her. And, like, I knew her too. Like, I wouldn't say we were friends, but, like, we talked to each other before, so, like, I knew her. This is back in middle school, by the way. Why'd I say that? You already knew that. And it was, like, that weird thing that, like, I was friends with both of them, and they liked each other, but now they hate each other, so I'm kind of, like, the communicator. So, we made a video about him pretty much just talking down on her. Well, not really, no, well, he did, but not for the whole video. He just talked about it for like a minute in the end. She was like, she's a terrible girlfriend, she should die, or whatever. After he said the actual, like, story, which was like, oh yeah, she broke up with me because apparently she had another guy. I don't even know what it was, but I remember it was all about her. She told a story about their relationship, and how they ended up breaking up. And that happened, and we posted it I actually posted it on my channel, and titled the video, Spilling the Tea with 3 dots at the end. I still remember that exactly because I remember telling him 3 dots always gets more views. How I remember that, honestly I don't know, but I do remember that. So we record it one day, I post it at home because I can't post it at school because YouTube's blocked. And then after, oh my god. Yeah, I needed that. Wait. Yeah, I just started coughing for no reason there, but I drank water, and now I'm back. So what I was saying, one day I recorded it, posted it at home because YouTube's blocked. Next day, I come into school, right? It's like a normal school day, until, I don't remember if she came into my room or if it was like an announcement or whatever, but I was sent to the counselor's office, and I actually had no idea why, because the idea that it could be for a YouTube video never even popped into my mind. Like, I had thought I had gotten in trouble. Because, like, I'd be like, oh god, what have I done recently? Because, like, that's what I always did. Because usually there was stuff, like, it's middle school me, I got in trouble a ton. So, yeah. Yo, I'm sorry, but I have to pause this again for more runtime, even though it's gonna not do anything. Right after I paused there, my mom came into my room and asked what I wanted for dinner because we're ordering Chinese. We're getting shrimp fried rice for dinner. Let's go, baby. Anyway, back to your regularly scheduled story. So yeah, I was like, okay, the idea that a YouTube video could get me sent to the counselor never even sent me to my mind. I was like, what, do you think I'm bad with my mental health? Because that's what I thought counselors were for. She told me, what's this YouTube video you posted yesterday? I'm like, oh, yeah, that was when Sebastian was absolutely crapping all over his former girlfriend, and I did it for views, and it actually did do pretty well. I got like 40 views in one day, which even this, like, even if I had this channel now, which has like 100 more subscribers than it did back then, That's still a lot of views in one day. Unbeknownst to me, I wonder if you can try to guess what happened. Try to see what you can think what happened. Oh, yeah. She found the video. I don't know how we expected that not to happen. Like, what did we think? What, we're stupid? But, that happened, and it was, you know, expected that happened. Like, it was reasonable that happened, because it was, like, it was on the internet that everyone would see, and my YouTube channel was, like, it wasn't well known, but everyone, like, knew I had one, but no one actually watched my videos. But story of my life, because it actually still happens today. You should subscribe. That was very weird. But anyway, that happened, and I had to, like, she just was like, I remember she said, like, I watched all the minutes of this video, you're gonna have to delete this. And, you know, there was really nothing I could do, so I actually did have to delete it. And it was really sad, because if I was a smart boy, like, for some reason, she gave me a Chromebook to do it, but she didn't actually look at my screen. I could have privated it, but I guess either guilt or stupidity, like, just went me into permanently deleting it. Now it's gone forever. I didn't have it backed up anywhere else. Like, once I uploaded it, I deleted the file, because that's what I always used to do. That's also why all my videos from my parents' deleting spree are gone forever now. Football. So yeah, it's like 5 minutes later again now. But anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, so I guess just, like, guilt. That was the main factor that just, yeah, I just permanently deleted it. And I didn't have it backed up anywhere, so it's permanently gone. I could have privated it, which I already said, but I had to, like, prove it, so I, like, reloaded it. And if I would have privated it, it wouldn't have shown up still, but, like, I deleted it, and it also didn't show up, which kind of sucked. I don't know why I didn't private it. I guess I was just stupid. But that happened, and that is how my counselor made me delete a YouTube video. Which I'm not blaming her at all for, because, you know, we kind of did talk down on one of our classmates for the whole video. And honestly, I still, like, she still goes to her, whoa. I wish you guys could have seen that. That was so cool. Hold up. Wait, I'm gonna, like, reenact that. I kicked this, and it, like, bounced off the dresser, off my foot, and then I juggled it, like, 3 times. Why am I so good? Why am I insane? Oh my goodness. Okay, that was insane. But that's the story of how my counselor deleted one of my YouTube videos. So, I'm gonna do something. Did I say all my YouTube videos? That was a lie. It wasn't all my YouTube videos. It was, like, one of them. It wasn't one of them. I love how I'm just looking through this whole list of just things that I've said in this video, and there was just that one. There's all these that I spent, like, 10 plus minutes explaining, and then there's just that one that was, like, my brother, you know, took a dump in the woods behind the house. And that's it. That's the second time I've told that, because that's literally the entire story. That's the whole story. Like, my neighbor told me she saw it, and that's the whole story. I didn't see it, but she told me she saw it. There. I just said the story for a second time, just to remind you guys, in case you didn't see it before. Alright, so, there's one more thing that I'm going to say in this video. One more story that I'm going to tell you guys about in this video, until, maybe I just might just run this past an hour runtime, just to make people laugh, because 1+ hour of content is clearly a lot, even though this video is titled My Issue with Women, but I only spent like 5 minutes talking about that, and now we're at 53, so that happened. But out of everything I had down, there is now 4 remaining. I've said everything other, what did I just say? I can't English right now. I've said all the other stories, and now there's 4 left that I haven't said, and 3 of them I'm leaving for their own videos. The one I'm going to talk about right now, just to finish the final topic in this video, well, main topic at least, copyright. Give me a second to explain that. This is going to sound really stupid, but when I explain it, it might sound cool. Not cool, really, but it might actually make sense. But the entire concept of copyright really doesn't make any sense. Why should you take away my money from me? Well, I don't make money, but like big creators. If I were a big creator and I use a copyrighted song in a video, why would they take my money from me just because I used their song in a video? I promoted their material and my content, and you take money from me? It doesn't make it, like, that doesn't, just the whole concept of that is just weird. Like, I mean, there's nothing I can do about it because I'm not God himself. I can't fix it, but what? Like, like, I would be so infuriated if I was just like a big creator, spent like 10 years making a video that's like 5 hours, I have the hiccups, 5 hours long, and then it just gets demonetized because I use one copyrighted song in it. Like, no, why? Like, I guess the argument, it might be plagiarism, but then why haven't I gotten arrested? Because the amount of copyright claims I've gotten is insane. It doesn't matter to me, right? Because I'm not monetized, but if I was a big creator, I would be getting pretty much no money for my videos because all of them have gotten copyright claims because I use their music. Usually it's just outro music too. Like, if it's a video that I just record, like on my Chromebook that doesn't happen, but if it's like a video that I edit, 99% of the time, the copyright is just from the outro music, and if I was a big creator, that means the whole video will get demonetized. And like the thing is, not really, but I used to all the time just credit my, credit my outro music, or music just at all, in the description. So I feel like if I credit, so I feel like if I use your content and credit your content, why would you claim me for my... no, why? This is actually a lot less eventful than I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be like a whole rant, but this only lasted like 3 minutes. Just, copyright just doesn't make any sense. Like, because I promoted your music, I credited your music in the description and or title, I've promoted your product and you're taking money from me. Like, it doesn't... like, if nothing should happen with that. Like, if I credited your product, I should be fine. And like, again, if it's plagiarism, why aren't the videos getting taken down? And it's not plagiarism because I'm not claiming it as my own. I clearly didn't sing any of my outro songs, and also I credit them in the description. Actually, that's a lie. I don't really do that anymore, but I used to all the time, which I've already said. That's just the second time I've said that because I'm wondering why I send runtime. So yeah, just that whole thing was just copyright. Just, it's been a thing for me for a while. Just the entire concept of copyright just doesn't really make any sense. I probably did a terrible job explaining that, but no one's gonna watch this video anyway. No one's gonna watch any of it. I'm just doing it so I can say. So I'm just doing it so I can say I've said all these things in the video. That's it. That's all the stories that I wanted to say in this video. Now, yeah, so, wait, no, actually, I'll save that for later. I had two things here, story times and rants. And after I explained the main title of the video, which was my issue with women, I spent like 5 minutes explaining that, but after that, I just said story times and rants for this entire video, and now we are at nearly an hour of runtime. I've crossed out everything under those two categories, story times and rants, which I've already said, except for 3 of them. I'm going to say what those 3 videos are right now, because these 3 videos are eventually going to be made into their own, like, video by itself. They're going to be given their own video. One of them is why the boys are the most important group of people. That sounds like a stupid title, but I actually have, like, a genuine reason for that, and I have my experiences and proof to put behind me, so I can say, like, yeah, I'm right. And then you've got how I got Inspect Element banned for, like, 1 million people. I don't know the exact number. I'll look it up because there's a way to look it up somehow. But I got Inspect Element banned for a lot of people. Like okay, so like if you right click, there's a thing that says Inspect Element. It's blocked for the entire Montgomery County Public Schools now. That's my fault. Sorry about that. If you're in Montgomery County Public Schools, yeah, like yeah, that was me. But anyway, and the third one is the cocoa powder incident. So yeah, that happened. Yeah, it has something to do with cocoa powder and also summer camp. I'll tell you that. That's it though. So that's literally all I had for this video. I've said everything I wanted to say. I'm gonna see if there's. I'll be back. Hold up. That was a really weird outro because I started sounding something. But you know, I'll explain in a minute. So yeah, this whole thing is pretty much just done now. I already said the 3 things that I'm gonna put in my the videos. I have a bunch of ideas for top 10s that I'm going to do them all eventually. I just don't know when they're going to come out. So I'm going to just read them all up now. Top 10 songs from 2021. That one's going to be released soon because if I don't release that soon, it's going to be like well over a month overdue and I don't want that to happen. Top 10 dream manhunts. I might, that actually, no, this is like a top 10 / maybe tier list group. Because a lot of them can be top 10s or tier lists. Like, I could just as easily do a 2021 songs tier list as I could a top 10 2021 songs. Wow. So yeah, I'm probably actually going to do a Dream Manhunts tier list when he finishes the 5 Hunters series. I think he's on like 5 Hunters finale rematch maybe, or maybe grand finale, or finale. Honestly, I don't know. But when he finishes that, there will be 15 of them that I'm going to grade. It's going to be all 3, 4, and 5 Hunters. They're all like an hour long. I'm going to just rewatch all of them, and just because I've only watched all of them once. And then I'm just going to grade them based on how good they are. Top 10 book series, which is actually an educational video that I'm going to make for some reason. Top 10 YouTubers and top 10 singers. Those are both just like your classic top 10 list of just opinions. And then I got this whole thing. Yeah, this thing is double-sided. This was just like the first slide. This is story times, rants, and this is top 10 / maybe tier list. And then there's this series. Olympics. That one's kind of dead. I might do like a few here and there, but if I do, it's going to be like one every like 3 months because I don't have any ideas for that series. I just kind of do whatever pops into my mind. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say this in another video, but I'm also going to say this in now. I have officially decided to stop making videos of Dancing with Ryan. I know, it's very sad. Dancing with Ryan 1 is still one of the most popular videos on my channel. But the last one I posted on that was 14 months ago. So, yeah, also the last one I posted on that was Dancing with Ryan 5. And it's just a thing with me that I have to end on a certain number. Because that's what I did with Weekly Life Updates. I ended it on the 16th episode on Weekly Life Updates 15.0, which if you're wondering how that's happened, like it's 16 15 at the same time, I don't feel like explaining it in depth, but I'm just gonna say like the one that was originally 3 got pushed to 2.5, so now there's a Weekly Life Updates 2.5 because it was recorded at school. You also can't see it on my channel. But there's 16 episodes on my channel, but it only goes up to 15.0, so that's pretty much the whole premise. Alright, quick pause. We are now almost, I don't know, but like right now it says 59, 53, but I'm guessing we're already at an hour of runtime. I don't know when we passed it, but yay, we're at an hour of runtime now, so that's a thing. So, I'm announcing a discontinuation of the Dancing With Me series here, so I'm just gonna cross it out, but that, I'm sad, but I'm gonna announce that in another video because no one's gonna watch this video. Top 10 series, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do all the, because the series, like, okay, so I don't even know if I said this. These are like series that I want to do. That's the category I'm reading off right now. And that's the only one that I actually have a list for ones that I want to do on the series category. So I'm gonna do those. Rants and story times. Oh, but guess what? I just did those. Look, that's this whole video. I just did rants and story times, except for 3 story times that are on this thing that are gonna make into their own videos. But I crossed out rants. I did all the rants here. Speed runs, that's like the Olympics. Like, if I'm going to do that, it's going to be, like, not very commonly because I don't have any ideas for those, and I just do whatever comes to the top of my head. Tier list, that kind of goes to the top 10. Wow, that was very weird. My hair looked very weird there. But tier list is easier to just, like, I could go on tierlist.com and just find one that I want to do just out of nowhere. Like, I can do that. Like if I had an idea I want to make a YouTube video, I could just find a tier list that I want to do in like 2 minutes and just do it. Like I didn't have any plan for it beforehand, but I could do that. Bongo Brothers, that's the big one. I want to record that, but it's kind of like, it's weird because I recorded one video on a school Chromebook and band so far this year, and that video was absolutely horrible because the audio was absolutely destroyed. The title of that video was, this video is 640 days in the making, I think that was what it was called. And that video was, you know, terrible. So I'm not going to record, if I'm going to record it, it's not going to be on a school Chromebook, but it's hard to record something on like a phone because the school Chromebook one, trust me, it was unwatchable. So that happened. It's going to be, oh, someone just started following me, hold up. And now, but there actually are some pieces now that we're playing bongos and or kabasa for. I know Karan's playing bongos for one. I think I'm playing kabasa for one. I think Karan's playing like bongos and kabasa and maracas for another one because there's one thing that has like all of them. But I'm either playing like timpani, which I can't record a video for, or something else. But like I would have to like put my phone on a stand and then get Karan and me in the shot, but then also get his bongos in the shot. I think there's one piece. The one piece that would work is Dance Bohemian, where I play tambourine and he plays. I think he plays the kabasa for that one. I think. So I really want to bring back Bongo Brothers, but I'll do it if I can. No promises, but I'll do it if I can. So that's it for the series category. Onto the single videos category, which is just like me talking into a camera. YouTube milestone, that's not in subscriber count, that's in year count. Like my first video was May 18th, 2018. So on May 18th this year, I'm probably going to post a video that's 4 years of YouTube, except 4 is kind of a weird number, so I might save that for 5, but then that would be saving that video for like 3 years in the future. Actually, no, like 1 year in the future, but you get what I'm trying to say. So, like, that's the only kind of the thing that I can only do, like, once a year. I just kind of have that on here so that when it comes, I can do it. 100 subscriber special, I'm going to record that with the boys, so be ready for that. And then here's, like, that. Those are the 2 that have, like, specific conditions, and then the other 2, because it's only 4 in this category, the other 2 I can just record anytime. My Life game, like, you know the game Life, like the game of life. I made my own version, 2 of them, actually, so I'm just kind of, like, making a video to show that off, because some of the things are pretty funny, apparently, so that's nice. And then there's also my journal stuff. I made a bunch of journals from, like, the ages of, like, 9 to, I don't know, 14, and I just want to look through them to see what my old mind, or young mind, I guess, wait, it's old and young weird now, which is very weird, but what was in my mind, so that happened. So that's it for the single videos category. The final category is edited videos, which is videos that I actually have to put in an editor instead of just talking into a camera like this one and all the ones I just mentioned. There's videos. Like, if I make this, it's just going to be called videos. And it's just going to be like every video that I have on the internet that I have access to that isn't on my channel currently and worth, you know, watch time. Like, that would just be like, I posted like 4 videos like this already, but all of them have different videos in it, so I just want to combine everything, and if there's anything else I haven't done, I'm just going to put that in this video. It's just going to be random videos that I never posted, but it's going to be called videos, I guess. Next up, we got Best of Me. Oh, God, I'm coughing. Never mind, we're good. This would be like Best of Ryan Olsen. I was going to do this at like the end of the year, but we're past that now, so I might just do that at like the end of this year, which is a long way away, but you know, that's still... I was gonna do it at the end of whatever this other year is. That sentence made no sense. I was gonna do it at the end of last year, but laziness overtook me, and also, I don't know why I didn't do it. I just didn't do it. Wait, I just accidentally... So yeah, there's videos, there's Best of Me, and then the one that I've been wanting to do for like 5 years now, medicine ads. You know those drug ads on TV? They're just like, oh, take our product. Side effects may include cancer, death, and you're gonna die if you take it. Yeah, I want to do like a parody of that. I have a whole thing of just side effects that I made in like 6th grade for some reason that I just want to like make into a video. Like, side effects may include, and then just list them all. With like background footage of like really happy people, like, oh, you're gonna die when you take this medicine, but like, look at the people in the background, like that might distract you. Yeah, that's what all the medicine ads are like, so that happened. Remember, I mean, you don't, obviously, but remember like really long ago now in this video when I mentioned Parker Meek? I don't even know when that was, but he makes videos that are just like Muse score, like breaking Muse score. What is Muse score? It's a thing where you can make music, and he does it like he makes music that is meant to make your ears bleed. It's hilarious for some reason. Just search Parker Meek, just watch one of his videos, they're so funny. I would personally recommend the hardest snare solo ever written, except my favorite video, because I'm a marimba player, is Marimba Practice Frustration. But, you know, there's a bunch of other ones. And finally, the final one in the editing category is me and the boys reading reviews of the Monroe Doctrine on Google. Because the Monroe Doctrine is... The what now? The Monroe Doctrine is something we learned about in AP US History. And the reviews of it on Google are hilarious. And I want to read them with the boys. So, this video is, I guess, over. So yeah, I did a bunch of story times. I did a bunch of rants. All the ones that I wanted to do. And I just looked over everything that I'm going to do in my YouTube channel's future. I don't really know what else I have for this video. Like, I actually have no idea. So I might just, like, talk about things for a few minutes to just extend the runtime a little bit more, but, I actually have no idea. I mean, I know we're getting shrimp fried rice for dinner in a while, and not a while, probably, like, really soon, so that's when I'm gonna end this video and just upload it. And it's gonna take so long to upload, but thank God this computer only records in 720p, because if it recorded in 1080, this would take years to upload, because this is like an hour and 10 minutes long, I swear. But if you came here for the title and were disappointed, then that sucks, because I only talked about my issue with women for like 5 minutes at the start of the video, and then I just went on and on about really irrelevant stuff that nobody cares about, and now we're at well over an hour of runtime, and I still haven't ended the video yet, so, you know what, I think it's about time now. I'm gonna do a really extended outro. This video was insane, right? We did... Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can I count? 9. 9 separate things. Story times / rants. Wait. Yeah, no. We did 9 separate things like that I wanted to make into their own video in this video. That's insane, okay? I got so many things done in this video. I've been wanting to make this video for a while also, but I've never had the time, so it's a Friday now, so I'm just like, okay, you know what, screw it. I'm just gonna record it because it's like an hour long, and why not? Everything that I wanted to do in this video is now done. I don't really have to do anything else. I looked through all my YouTube video ideas. I did all the story times and rants that I wanted to do. So, I believe we are now about done with this video. Alright boys, it's been a great journey. I'm sorry that I only talked about the title for like 3 minutes of that video. I've been recording this video for like 2 hours now because of the gaps in between pauses. There were some really long ones that I just didn't even mention, like 15-minute gaps that I just like replied to everyone that, you know, reached out or whatever. But that's about it. That's all I have for this video. This was the longest video I've ever made. I've been speaking into a computer for so long now. Yep, I mean, I'm gonna see if I want to say anything. So, that's really all I had for this video. You know what, though? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna extend the runtime. I'm gonna record myself folding this blanket, just for views. You ready for this? Alright. intensify the dream speedrun music because this is going to be insane. You ready for this? All right, I got the 4 corners connected. You ready for this? I've said you ready for this like 5 times. All right, this has Redskins on it, by the way, which is outdated. This is also my comfort. Oh, goody. Look, there's blood stains because a lot of times I get bloody noses in the middle of the night. You can't see them. Now you kind of can. You can see. Can you see them? Oh, yes, you can now. Those are blood stains because I get blood in bloody noses in the middle of the night for no reason, and a lot of times I don't get out of bed in time. I don't know why I'm folding this comforter, but I just did because I'm gonna have to unfold it like when I go to sleep. But for now, it's folded. I'm gonna do a pillow showcase. Looky here, guys. Look how like soft this pillow is. This is not your normal pillow, right? Like your normal pillow doesn't expand as easily as that one does, you know? Anyways, that's about it. I think that's all I have for this video. Actually, now, this is like the second time I've said that, really, but, you know. This video has taken me an excessively long time to make. I've been recording this over the past, like, 2 hours now. I just came back from having dinner, and I'm finishing recording this video. I hope you did not enjoy this video. This video took an excessive amount of time to make, even though I spent no time editing it. Like, this is by far the longest I've ever been talking into a camera. Like, the longest before this was maybe 15 minutes. I think it was 13, actually. It was the longest talking into a camera video before. That's about it for this video, for real now. This has been a journey in the making. I've wanted to make this video for a while now, but I never really wanted to, but kind of did. But that's about it for real now. I hope you enjoyed this video. This video took so long to make, and I don't know why I made it, but I guess I did, apparently. And now we're 1 hour and 16 minutes later, and we're here. So, for real now. That's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here, and Evan McPherson can marry my daughter. Like, this man is insane. In 3 postseason games, 1, 2, 3, 12 for 12 field goal attempts. In 3 games! He's kicked 4 field goals in each game, and his team is 3-0, and also he hasn't missed an extra point. This man is a god. He can marry my daughter. Anyway, back to your regularly scheduled video. So yesterday were the AFC and the NFC championship games. So with that, I now know that the Super Bowl matchup is going to be Bengals versus Rams. And now 12 out of the 13 NFL playoff games this season have happened, and a victor has been decided. I'm going to make a separate video for the Super Bowl, but now this is pretty much just like me like reviewing every playoff game that's happened so far and what happened and, yeah, everything. Reviewing, I guess. I don't know. This is sort of like the first weekly football updates episode since like over a year ago. I didn't make those this year because like last year they got no views and they sucked, so sue me. Anyway, but that's the seizure. Wow, that's enough for the introduction to this video. Let's get into the first game, which was Bengals versus Raiders in the wildcard round. Alright, yeah, this game had pretty much nothing but field goals. Alright, so in the first quarter, Las Vegas opened the scoring with a field goal on their opening drive to go 3-0, and then the Bengals actually did score a touchdown, and then scored 2 field goals and went up 13-3 early in the second quarter. Las Vegas kicked another field goal, so now it's 13-6, and then both teams passed when there was 2 minutes left in the half. Both teams scored a touchdown to make it 20-13 at halftime. So yeah, a lot of field goals. And yet another field goal happened in the third quarter with Bengals Evan McPherson, the GOAT, to bring the Bengals up 22-13. Fourth quarter, Raiders field goal 23-16, and another Bengals field goal to make it 26-16. Raiders kicked this field goal with 3 minutes left to cut the deficit to 7 to make it 26-19. And then they got a first and goal at the Bengals, I think like 7, and they didn't get in. And so the Bengals won that game 26-19 as the final score, and the Bengals moved on to the divisional round of the playoffs. Yeah. In this game, the Raiders had more total yards than the Bengals by like 80, and they had more first downs than the Bengals. They just had 2 turnovers, and the Bengals had 0. And the Bengals had slight advantage of time of possession, even though it was pretty much nothing. It was 32-28, so that's pretty much no difference. But, yep, that's it for the first game. Next game. Alright, next game, you got the Patriots going into Buffalo in like 1-degree weather to take on the Buffalo Bills and getting absolutely blown out of the water by the Buffalo Bills who performed pretty much a perfect game. Never punted, never kicked a field goal, never turned the ball over. I think they were like the first team to do that in a playoff game since like 1980 or something ridiculous like that. The only mishap the Bills had the whole game was that not 1 but 2 of their extra points got blocked. So like, instead of scoring 49 points, they only scored 47, but they still blew out the Patriots. First of all, the Bills, first quarter, at the end of the first quarter, this game was over. It was 14-0 at the end of the first quarter, and going into this game, people thought these teams were like fairly evenly matched. Bills scored 4 straight touchdowns and had the third extra point blocked, so like late in the second quarter, they had a 27-0 lead, but that was before halftime. And then the Patriots finally decided to do something on offense and scored a field goal before the half to make it 27-3. The Bills scored another touchdown and had an extra point blocked again in the third quarter, 33-3. Then New England finally decided to score the ball into the end zone on a 4th and goal. Kendrick Bourne touchdown reception, 33-10 now. Bills scored again. Bills scored again, so now it's 47-10. They scored twice. And then the Patriots scored a sad garbage time touchdown, an even sadder one than the last one, on another Kendrick Bourne 4th down touchdown reception to make the final score 47-17. The Bills dominated in every single aspect of this game. They outgained the Patriots by 200 yards. Actually, that's actually better than you think it'd be. If you blow out a team by 30 points, you'd expect it to be super lopsided. But the Patriots actually didn't play a horrible game. They played a pretty bad game, but not a horrible game. Or maybe the Bills just played a really good game. But nevertheless, the Bills blew the Patriots out of the water, 47-17 final score. So yeah. Alright, the next game of Wild Card Weekend was the Eagles versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And this game, similar to the last one, was over in the first quarter, except it wasn't as much of a blowout as the other one was. But it still wasn't even close. First quarter, again, at the end of the first quarter, it was 14-0 Buccaneers. Scored a field goal in the second to go 17-0 at halftime. Third quarter, scored 2 more touchdowns to go up 31-0 entering the fourth. And then Philadelphia finally decided to put up points, and they scored a touchdown, and then they scored another touchdown and a 2-point conversion. 31-15 final score, and the Buccaneers scored no points in the fourth quarter. So, if the Eagles had actually scored points not in the fourth quarter, they might have actually had a chance in this game. This game was 31-0, and, the Eagles weren't going to win this game. Everyone knew the Buccaneers were going to win this game. 31-15 was actually closer than a lot of people predicted, but then again, it was 31-0 at one point. Both of Philadelphia's touchdowns were just garbage time. But the interesting thing is, when you look at the offensive yards, it's pretty much equal. It's 339 to 349. It was just the turnovers. Again, they killed it. Philadelphia had 3 turnovers. Tampa Bay had 0. So, everyone knew what was going to happen in this game. But, we just had to play it just so we could. But Buccaneers won 31-15 and moved on to the, divisional round. Cool. Ha, ha, ha. Next up, you got my personal favorite game of Wild Card Weekend. The 49ers going into Dallas to face off, you guessed it, the Dallas Cowboys. See how that happened. 49ers, perfect first drive. They went 75 yards in 7 plays in 4 minutes to take a 7-0 lead early in the first quarter. And then the game was pretty much over. San Francisco did 2 more, well, it wasn't over, but San Francisco after that kicked 2 straight field goals to take a 13-0 lead. Dallas finally decided to score a touchdown on an Amari Cooper 20-yard reception. 13-7 game. San Francisco kicked yet another field goal before halftime to take a 16-7 lead into halftime. Third quarter, like most third quarters, was boring. It was only 1 touchdown from San Francisco to take a 23-7 lead. Dallas did, make a run for it in the fourth quarter. They scored a field goal and then a touchdown to cut the lead to 23-17. And they had the ball in San Francisco's territory with 1 minute left, and then ran a QB scramble up the middle with no timeouts and 14 seconds left. Why? Honestly, I don't know, because they could have had at least one chance if they just heaved it to the end zone or something. But they had no timeouts. They didn't get the spike off in time because Dak Prescott didn't know that the ref had to touch the ball before you spike it. So that happened. Final score 23-17, and the Cowboys have been a terrible franchise overall in the playoffs for the last 25 years. I don't know if you know this, but a fun fact: in the past 25 seasons, Mark Sanchez has more playoff wins than the entire Cowboys franchise. That's not a lot. That's actually, I'm being serious. But yeah, they lost in the first round for the 5th year in a row. 23-17, 49ers in favor of the Dallas Cowboys. Also, that made the 49ers the only team in Wild Card Weekend to be the road team and win their game. So that's pretty nice. Out of the 6 games, that happened only once, and it was the 49ers. Cool. Alright, next game of Wild Card Weekend, you got the Pittsburgh Steelers traveling to Arrowhead to take on the Kansas City Chiefs. There was actually no scoring in the first quarter of this game, and then there was a lot in the second quarter. Pittsburgh actually scored first. TJ Watt returned a fumble for a touchdown to go up 7-0. And that's where the Steelers' highlights end. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes is a thing, apparently, and the Steelers definitely realized that late in this game. They went up 7-0, and then they were down 35-7. Patrick Mahomes threw 5 touchdown passes in a span of like 20 minutes of game time. Actually, less. It was like, yeah, in a span of like 10 to 15 minutes of game time, he threw 5 touchdown passes. That's insane. And that lasted from the, mid-second quarter to mid-third quarter. So then the lead was 35-7. And then Pittsburgh actually did get a drive going. They scored a touchdown to cut the lead to 35-14. And then Travis Kelce threw a touchdown pass and gave Kansas City a 42-14 lead. Pittsburgh scored a garbage time touchdown to cut the lead to 42-21, and that was the last score of the game. They had the ball, they were driving, they had like an 80-yard drive at the end of the game that stalled out the 3-yard line. They didn't take a timeout because they didn't have any. So it could have been 42-28 if he had just like thrown it into the end zone instead of inbounds at the 3-yard line where he knew he would get tackled. But yeah, it wouldn't have mattered because Chiefs still would have won this game. Everyone knew the Chiefs were going to win this game. They actually had like a less than 50% win probability at one point when they were down 7-0 early in the second quarter, and then Patrick Mahomes happened. So yeah, Pittsburgh never really had a chance in this game. Oh, wow, that's kind of weird. Time of possession, exactly 30 minutes for each team. 30-0-0. That's cool. But, yep, Chiefs moving on to the divisional round, blowing out the Pittsburgh Steelers just as they had done in the regular season. All right, cool. All right, final game of Wild Card Weekend. You've got the Arizona Cardinals and Los Angeles Rams facing off at SoFi Stadium. A divisional rivalry, and it was never even close. Rams scored the first 3 touchdowns, and that was the score at halftime, 21-0. OBJ scored a touchdown in the first quarter, and then Matthew Stafford sneaked it for a touchdown, and then Kyler Murray did whatever this is and threw a pick 6 while trying to avoid a safety. So instead of instead of scoring 2 points, his team scored 7. So that's nice. His opponent's team scored 7. What does that say? So yeah, 21-0 at halftime. Rams scored yet again in the third quarter to take a 28-0 lead. And then finally the Cardinals decided to get on the board. James Conner ran in for a touchdown. For some reason they went to 2. For some reason they went for 2 and they got it. So now the score is 28-8. Rams kicked the field goal. Cardinals kicked the field goal. Rams kicked the field goal. So that's their final score, 34-11. It was never close, and these teams have split their season series, just like the Patriots and Bills, and this was a blowout, just like the Patriots and Bills. So that happened. Yeah, I'm really mad this wasn't scoregami because if Kyler Murray had just taken the safety, I'm pretty sure that would have been scoregami. And the Rams were driving again at the end of the game. They could have kicked another field goal to make it 37-11, which would have been scoregami, but they punted at like Arizona's 40 for some reason. So that happened. Final score 34-11. I can't do anything about it. But the Rams moving on to the divisional round, and that is it for Wild Card Weekend. Cool. All right, 6 game done. 6 games to go. First game of divisional weekend was when the Cincinnati Bengals, who came with fresh off a win against the Raiders, came in to take on the number 1 seeded Tennessee Titans in Tennessee. They had never won a road playoff game ever until this game. They scored the first 6 points of the game on 2 Evan McPherson field goals. Shocker, because he can date my daughter. He kicked a ton of field goals in the postseason. Yeah, I don't know what I just said there, but Cincinnati had a 6-0 lead after 1 due to 2 field goals. Then the Titans scored a touchdown on a Derrick Henry run, but then they got a penalty on the the extra point against Cincinnati, and so they had it from the 1 and elected to go for 2, and they missed. So now it's a 6-6 tie. And then Bengals tacked on another field goal before halftime to make it a 6-9 game at halftime, which is pretty nice. All right, then the Bengals came out hot in the third quarter. They scored a touchdown on their opening drive of the half to take a 16-6 lead. Titans kicked a field goal to make it 16-9, and then they Tannehill just yeeted a bomb to A.J. Brown, who got it with one hand in the corner of the end zone. It was a great play. But now the game is tied at 16-16, and it looks like we're up for a great fourth quarter, right? No, not really, because there were no points scored in the fourth quarter until it was zeros in the clock. No points until the Bengals drove at the end of the game. Tannehill threw a terrible interception off of a deflection, and the Bengals got a pass to Jamar Chase to get in the field goal range, and Evan McPherson, Money Mac, he can date my daughter. He hit a game-winning field goal at the end of regulation, 52-yarder, 19-16 victory for the Cincinnati Bengals, and they move on to the AFC Championship game somehow. Now we're going to what is undoubtedly the most boring game of the entire playoffs. You got the 49ers coming fresh off a win, coming into Lambeau Field to take on the number 1 seed Green Bay Packers. This looked like it was going to be a blowout 5 minutes into the game because Green Bay scored a touchdown on the first possession to take a 7-0 lead early in the first, and then decided to do literally absolutely nothing for the entire rest of the game. That was the only score at halftime. They scored a touchdown on the first drive to take it 7-0, and then it was 7-0 at halftime, even though I think, Packers attempted another field goal before halftime, but it was blocked because Packers' special teams moment. Third quarter featured only one field goal from the 49ers, which was their first score of the game, to cut the lead to 7-3. And then the 49ers, no, not the 49ers, the what's it called? Who were they? Packers scored another field goal. Not another field goal, it was the first one because the first one was blocked. What am I saying? So now the lead is again at 7, and it is 10-3 game. And there's 5 minutes left in the game. It doesn't look like San Francisco's going to do anything because they haven't done anything the whole game so far. And then Packers' special teams moment strikes again. They had a blocked punt, and the 49ers returned it for a touchdown. So now it's a 10-10 game with like 3 minutes left. Packers, I don't even know what they did, but somehow the 49ers got the ball back. And then Robbie Gould kicked the field goal at the end of regulation to win the game 13-10. 23 combined points. That's really boring, but at least it was an exciting ending. But yeah, Packers special teams pretty much kept them from entering the NFC Championship game. Big brain moment though. Packers can't lose in the NFC Championship if they don't get to the NFC Championship. Mind blown. But yeah, the Packers led in pretty much every aspect of this game. They had more first downs, they had more total offensive yards, they had more time of possession. They just had that one blocked punt return touchdown. That their punt was blocked and returned for a touchdown. That just killed them. So yeah, 49ers won against Packers in Lambeau, and both number 1 seeds getting knocked out in the first round by 10-7 teams. So I don't know how that happened. These playoffs have been insane, but it happened. So, yep, that's it. Next game. Alright, third divisional round matchup. We got the Los Angeles Rams going into Tampa to take on Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Both of these teams fresh off a win in the last round. And this game looked like it was going to be a blowout, but then Tom Brady happened, and then the team that was blowing them out won anyway. But I'll explain that later. I'll explain that now, actually. Rams took the lead 3-0 on a field goal, and then scored a touchdown to take a 10-0 lead in the first quarter. Buccaneers managed to score a field goal at the end of this first quarter to take a 10-3 lead. Rams had a 10-3 lead after the first quarter. That's it. And then Cooper Kupp had a touchdown on a blown coverage 70-yard bomb on 3rd and 20 to take a 17-3 lead, so that was quite lucky. Rams kicked the field goal to go up 20-3, and they had a chance to score another touchdown or field goal, but then Cam Akers fumbled to the 1-yard line before halftime. So the Rams were only, quote only, up 20-3 at halftime. And then the Rams came right back out and scored yet another touchdown, so now the lead is 27-3, and that's why they decided to stop playing offense. Buccaneers kicked the field goal to make it 27-6, and then not 1, not 2, but 3 straight touchdowns from the Buccaneers. 21 straight points, and now the game is tied at 27. Mike Evans caught a bomb, Leonard Fournette rushed for 2 touchdowns. Now the game is tied. But then, Cooper Kupp, who can also marry my daughter, caught 2 straight very long passes from Matthew Stafford to get them in the field goal range, short field goal range, and the Rams kicker, he made it at the end of regulation, take a 30-27 win. So this game was, again, very exciting in divisional round, just like every game in divisional round, except unlike the other 2 games, this game actually had points. Next game had quite a lot of points as well. In fact, they've had like the 3rd most points of the year. But we'll get to that game eventually. That game can take a while to explain. But Rams taking down Tom Brady, and Tom Brady is not going to win the 2nd straight title. So, yep, and the Rams punched their ticket to the NFC Championship game. Yeah. And now you've got the game of the year. And that's not like a joke. This was genuinely the game of the year. There's one game left to be played in the entire football season, and that's the Super Bowl. So far, I think I can very safely say that Bills versus Chiefs in the divisional round was the game of the year, okay? Both teams scored 1 touchdown in the first and second quarter. Alright, Devin Singletary rushed for it to give a 7-0 lead to the Bills on their opening drive. Patrick Mahomes threw 2 straight touchdown passes to give Chiefs a 14-7 lead. And then the Bills scored another touchdown as time was running low in the second quarter to take a 14-14 tie at halftime. So you look like you had the ingredients for a good game, but not like a great game. It looked like it was going to be close, but it didn't look like it was going to be 78 combined points, because there were only 28 at halftime. So they're not going to score 50 points the rest of the game, are they? Right? Both defenses aren't going to collapse, right? Yeah. Cool. About that, the Chiefs actually had a chance to kick a field goal at the end of the first half, but Harrison Butker's leg betrayed him, and he missed. And then they kicked the field goal anyway at the start of the third quarter to take a 17-14 lead. And then they scored again on a Mecole Hardman touchdown run, but they missed the extra point because Harrison Butker's leg betrayed him again. So their lead is, not instead of 24-14, it's 23-14 in favor of the Chiefs. And then the Bills had a one-play 75-yard bomb to Gabriel Davis, 75 yards, touchdown. So now the lead is only 23-21, and we're entering the fourth quarter. Harrison Butker kicked another field goal to take a 26-21 lead on the Chiefs, and then stuff happened, right? So, now we're at the 2-minute warning. All of this is past the 2-minute warning. Bills drive down, and Gabriel Davis catches his third touchdown of the game, along with an amazing 2-point conversion completion to Stephon Diggs, and the Bills now have a 29-26 lead. So that means the Chiefs are probably going to take down the rest of the clock and kick a field goal at the end of regulation to take a win, right? Well, to bring it into overtime or something. Maybe they first score a touchdown. But, no, that didn't really happen because Tyreek Hill just immediately scored a 64-yard touchdown from Patrick Mahomes to take a 33-29 lead. So now the Chiefs are ahead by 4, and the Bills have 1 minute left to drive down the field and score a touchdown. They can't do it, can they? Right? Oh, they did. Gabriel Davis happened, and he scored his 4th touchdown of the game. Yeah, 4. He's kind of good in this game, I think. He also got over 200 yards, so that's pretty nice. So now the Bills are winning 36-33, and this would already be crazy. Guess how many seconds there are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's the amount of seconds Patrick Mahomes had on the clock just to kick a field goal, just to send it into overtime. They were losing by 3, 36-33 game, and guess what happened? Oh, who would have possibly guessed? Travis Kelce cut a 25-yard pass to somehow get in field goal range because Buffalo's defense, who was apparently number 1 overall in the regular season, decided to die in this game, and they kicked the field goal. Harrison Butker's leg did not betray him this time, and the tie is now 36-36 at the end of regulation. Now, already, this is an absurd amount of points. Very rarely do you see both teams tied at, pretty much any points over, 30. And 36, just wow, okay? 36-36 at the end of regulation. Coin flip decided the game. Coin flip in overtime decided the game. Chiefs won, first drive, scored a touchdown. And that's the end of the game because, you can't, if the first team scores a touchdown, it's sudden death. So, that was the game. Final score, 42-36. Insane game. Kansas City Chiefs somehow knocking off the Buffalo Bills, who somehow knocked off the Kansas City Chiefs, who somehow knocked off the Buffalo Bills. This is, there were 25 points in the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. If you count overtime, there was 31. 78 combined points is tied for the second highest of the year. Well, actually, no, third highest. But one of them was a blowout. It doesn't count. There was a 51-29 game, which is 80 combined points, but that was a blowout, so I'm not counting that one. But this game was absolutely insane. Game of the year. Both quarterbacks played perfect. You had 974 yards of total offense in this game. You know how rare it is, to have almost 1,000 yards of total offense? These quarterbacks combined for a 74% completion percentage, over 700 passing yards, 7 pass touchdowns, no picks, 140 rushing yards, I think, and 1 rush touchdown. Oh my god, this game was absolutely amazing. I honestly wanted the Bills to win this game, but that's unfortunate. Chiefs punching their ticket somehow, some way into the AFC Championship game, taking down the Bills, who put up a great fight. Gabriel Davis had 200 yards in this game. 4 touchdowns, which was a Bills, I don't know if it was NFL or Bills, but one of those postseason all-time record. So, game of the year, but yep, that's it. And that's it for the divisional round. On to the conference championships. Alright, we're all buckled and ready for the AFC Championship game between the Cincinnati Bengals and the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, the Chiefs are favored by 7 in this game, but the Bengals had actually beat them in the regular season. But this time, it's in Arrowhead, and that time, it was in Cincinnati. So, this was prime for a great game, and that's exactly what we got. Alright, first quarter, you had your average first quarter, right? The Chiefs scored a touchdown, and the Bengals scored a field goal. So it's 7-3 at the end of the first quarter, which is pretty average. And then the second quarter is when Patrick Mahomes happened for the 5th time in a row. Tyreek Hill, that's not Tyreek Hill, that's Travis Kelce scored a touchdown, and then Mecole Hardman scored a touchdown. Both passes from Mahomes. 21-3 was the score before halftime at Kansas City. Had the lead on Cincinnati by 18 points. So, this is your average Chiefs fan, right? Oh, it's 21-3. What could possibly go wrong? We just lost to the Bengals. Oh my god. I don't know how they lost this game, but they did. Samaje Perine cut a 41-yard screen pass touchdown to make it a 21-10 lead at halftime. The Chiefs could have kicked the field goal or probably scored a touchdown if they had the right play call at the end of the half because they had a first and goal with 6 seconds left. But they elected to not kick a field goal, go for a touchdown, and because they had no timeouts, they couldn't stop the clock when they threw a pass behind the line of scrimmage, and it was tackled in bounds. I don't know why they did that, but, So they tacked on no points at the end of the half, so it was 21-10 lead for Kansas City at the halftime. Alright, and then in the third quarter, Money Mac, my favorite person, he can marry my daughter, kicked the field goal to make it 21-13. And then they drove down the field again, and Jamar Chase caught a clutch touchdown pass on third down from Joe Burrow. But then they needed to get a 2-point, and they did, to a wide-open receiver. I don't even know who it was. Trent Taylor? Yeah, Trent Taylor. So, yeah, they got the 2-point conversion, and now this game that was 21-3 is now tied at 21. So that happened. And then the Bengals took the lead on a field goal to make it 24-21, so now they scored 21 unanswered points. The Chiefs finally decided to do something on offense in the second half and kick a field goal as time expires to make it a 24-24 game at the end of regulation. Chiefs win the coin toss. Game is over, right? No, it's not, because Patrick Mahomes threw an interception 13 seconds into overtime. Yeah, 13 seconds. That sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? Then the Bengals, unsurprisingly, just drove it right down the field and scored a field goal to win the game, 27-24. How? The Cincinnati Bengals are in the Super Bowl. Let me say that again. This team had 4 wins last season. That's the same amount of wins as the Giants had this season. The Giants. Can you imagine how absolutely mind-blowingly insane it would be if the Giants made the Super Bowl next season? Like, I don't know how they did it, but the Cincinnati Bengals, in their second year with Joe Burrow, who's emerging to be one of the greatest quarterbacks in the NFL, are in the Super Bowl. How? Honestly, I don't know, but they did. They beat the Kansas City Chiefs and the Titans and the Raiders to do it. But, yeah, that happened, and somehow the Chiefs were in the Super Bowl, and Patrick Mahomes is now 2-2 in the AFC Championship game. Cool, that's it. Now for the NFC Championship game. Alright, the final game I'm going to be reviewing today, and the last game that happened in the playoffs, NFC Championship game between the San Francisco 49ers and the Los Angeles Rams. Now, coming into this game, the Rams had a 6-game losing streak when they played the 49ers. 6 games. So if they're going to break their streak against a hated division rival, the NFC Championship game seems like a pretty good place to do it. So let's see what happened. First, Cooper Kupp, my favorite person, well, actually second favorite person behind Evan McPherson, scored 8 touchdowns first to take a 7-0 lead midway through the second quarter. There was no scoring in the first quarter again. And then San Francisco, coming right back, Deebo Samuel scored a 44-yard pass touchdown, again on a screen pass, just like the Samaje Perine one from the Bengals game. And now the game is 7-7, and the 49ers managed to kick a field goal before halftime, and the score is now 10-7 at halftime. Cool. Third quarter only featured 1 touchdown. It was a George Kittle pass from Jimmy Garoppolo, so now the score is 17-7 in favor of San Francisco. They scored 17 unanswered points, and nothing's going to stop them now, right? Yeah, Cooper Kupp can stop you now because he scored his second touchdown of the game to take a 17-14 deficit. They turned a 17-7 deficit into a 17-14 deficit, so that happened. That was early in the fourth quarter. The Rams drove down and kicked a field goal to take a 17-17 tie. I don't know why I said to take, but the game is now tied at 17, so they scored 10 unanswered points. And then they kick another field goal with less than 2 minutes to go. Clutch Matt Gay, he scored a 20, I don't know what I just said, but yeah, the score is now 20-17 in favor of the Rams. 49ers had the ball with one last chance to drive down and score some points to send the game either into overtime or win it. And then Jimmy Garoppolo threw an interception like he so often does, and so does Matthew Stafford. But yeah, so the final score of this game was Rams 17 49ers. So the Rams punching their ticket to Super Bowl 56 to take on the Cincinnati Bengals, who somehow are not 4-11 again. But yeah, Rams deserve to win this game. I thought the Rams were going to win this game because they were so far ahead in virtually every stat. They had a lot more offensive yards, they had a lot more first downs, and they had a lot more time of possession. I don't know how this game was so close. San Francisco honestly probably should have gotten blown out in this game. The only thing that was equal was the turnovers, and that was equal. Each team had 1 turnover, but yeah, so that happened. Rams over the 49ers, breaking their losing streak against them and punching their ticket to the Super Bowl. So that's everything I had, and this video is a lot longer than I thought it would be. Bro, I swear, every time I make a video, it's always twice the amount of length I thought it was going to be. I thought this video was going to be 10 minutes long. I just always overanalyze things, and no one's going to be watching this video anyway. I don't even know why I make these. People are going to see the title and be like, oh, this looks good, and then see it's 30 minutes long and be like, oh, God. But yeah, Joe Burrow is kind of a god. Here, want to hear another fun fact? Patrick Mahomes, in his career, when he has a 14-point lead, is 0-2 against Joe Burrow and 39-2 against everyone else. So yeah, Joe Burrow is kind of a god. I don't know how Justin Herbert didn't make the playoffs. It's really sad because Brandon Staley is kind of a moron. He called a timeout when he could have just let it run out the clock and tie, which would have been so funny because then Pittsburgh would have been knocked out of the playoffs. And I also like the Chargers. I just want to see the Chargers play in the playoffs, but I'm getting off topic yet again, but yep, that's about it. That is my review of all 12 games that have happened so far in the NFL playoffs. I'm going to make a separate video just for the Super Bowl. I don't know why I named this video Crippling Psychologically, but I don't know, I just thought it would be funny to get views or something. But yep, that's about it. I hope you enjoyed this video. This was a lot longer than I thought it would be. And there you go. That's my review of all the games in the playoffs so far. So, that's about it. See ya. Babies aren't cute. No song has ever gotten ruined by a social media app. False rap accusations deserve jail time. Creator fan pages are worse than creator hate pages. At least 80% of famous dance social media influencers are only famous because of their looks. The NFL play known as The Catch wasn't even that good of a catch. Girls' hair looks better curly than it does straight 100% of the time. No movie is a bad movie. Tony Pollard is better than Ezekiel Elliott. I'm not saying I don't support it, but the concept of pronouns doesn't really make that much sense. Terminator 2 is better than Terminator 1. The lateral on the Music City Miracle play was a forward pass. Back flopping into water hurts worse than belly flopping into water. Lasagna is just spaghetti flavored cake. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Olivia Rodrigo here. Today I'm going to be doing a relatively short video about all my top 10 songs from 2021. Even though I'm a month late, so sue me, I don't care, because laziness overtook me, so I just didn't make it. But now I am, so that's nice. So the way I did this is if a song was top 10 on the Billboard Top 100 at any point during the year of 2021, it was eligible for this list. I went through all freaking 52 lists, and I chose the best songs from the top 10 at any point in 2021 and put them and ranked them, and yeah, now this video is happening apparently. Also, apparently I don't know any mainstream music. I just listen to other stuff because when I was looking through the list, all the songs, I didn't know any of them. So you're probably gonna be saying, "Oh, why was this one not on the list?" Because I didn't know it existed. But yeah, here are the top 10 songs that were on the top 10 at any point during 2021. I'm gonna give a 1-sentence explanation just so I could make it a short video. I don't know why I want to make it short, but you know. Number 10, you've got One Right Now by The Weeknd and Post Malone. I don't even know why this is on the list because it's not even really that good of a song. It's decent at best, and the fact that it still made this top 10 means I never listened to mainstream music, but yeah, there's the number 10. Number 9, you've got Industry Baby by Lil Nas X. The Jack Harlow one, actually, because I like the Jack Harlow verse better. But, yeah, I don't really have an explanation for this one at all. I think it's number 9 because it's a good song, I guess. Number 8, you've got Save Your Tears by The Weeknd. Again, it's just, I don't know, it's a good song, I guess. So it gets number 8 on this list because I like listening. I don't know how to explain any of these, but you know, whatever. Number 7, you've got Peaches by Justin Bieber. No, that's not a joke. Yes, Justin Bieber made a good song in 2021. I won't be convinced otherwise. It's a good song. I like listening to it. So, yes, I'm a 14-year-old girl, but you know, I'm gonna ignore that and move on. Number 6, you've got Miss the Rage by Trippie Redd. I hate the vocals of the song. The only reason it's on this list is because of the instrumental. It's one of the best instrumentals that has ever been made. I won't be convinced otherwise. I don't care about the vocals. I've never even listened to the vocals. I just listen to the instrumental. So that's got it all the way up to number 6 on this list. So yeah, that's about it. Number 5, you got That's What I Want by Lil Nas X. I promise I'm not gay. I just like the song. Also, I can't use the album cover because I don't feel like it. Just look up the album cover, you realize why. So that's why I put that as the album cover. So yeah, next. All right, here's where we're getting into the songs that I actually really do enjoy listening to on a daily basis. Number 4, Heat Waves by Glass Animals. This song, it goes hard. I found it off TikTok. It's one of the best ones I've ever found off TikTok. But it's a very good song. That's all I have. Yeah, that's number 4. Number 3, you've got Without You by The Kid Laroi that I literally only discovered existed this morning. I listened to it for the first time. It's great, okay? It's not what Laroi usually does, but I just it's the exact style of music I like, and I've known it for 5 hours, and it's already my 3rd favorite mainstream song of 2021. So, it's just a really good song. Yeah, that's it. Number 2, you've got Stay by The Kid Laroi and Justin Bieber. This song absolutely slaps. It goes hard. There's nothing about this song that isn't perfect, except for maybe Justin Bieber's verse is a little just why, but it's still a good verse, and the Kid Laroi's part is good enough to bring us all the way up to number 2 song of 2021. That's it. Why do I always say that's it when I'm leaving? I don't even know. Number 1, the single best song of 2021 that was on the top 10 at some point, because obviously, Mood by 24 karat K gold and a little like 24 looking guy, and also Ian Dior, who by the way is massively underrated. Go like listen to his music, it's good. But yeah, like everything about this song is perfect. Like this is like one of the best like the best song of 2021 that was mainstream. Probably not mainstream, probably my top 5 favorite songs of 2021 overall. It's just a really, really good song. I love it, so that's it. Yep, that's my top 10 list. But I think like half of these weren't even released in 2021. They were all just released in 2020, but they were in the top 10 at some point in 2021, so they get in this list, so sue me. I make my own rules. I don't care. I'm just doing this how I feel like. So there you have it, the worst top 10 video in all of YouTube. The top 10 songs of 2021. I hope you did not enjoy this video and my amazing explanations as well, because I didn't explain any of them, but I'm just going to ignore that and move on. Look, I'm going to spin these drumsticks. Oh wait, no, I forgot to do something. I was going to do this at the start of the video, but I kind of forgot, so here are all my papers from semester 1 of the school year. Yeah, there's quite a lot of them, I'd say. I cleaned out my folders like a couple days ago, and here are all the papers that I got. It's like half as high as me. That's an exaggeration, but you get what I'm trying to say here. Probably like 90% of this is either math or A-push, because that's where we get all the papers. But yeah, that's about it for this. That's all I had. Alright, so there you go with my top 10 songs of 2021. I hope you did not enjoy this video. I hope you did not agree with my opinion. It's the right opinion. I won't be convinced otherwise. But that's about it. See you. February 10th, 2021. This was a very historic day for one reason and one reason only. Me and the boys decided to make a Discord server together with this cover image and the very creative server name of LOL, and it has been exactly 365 days. It is now February 10th, 2022, the 1-year anniversary of the server. So I'm making this video to commemorate that, and this top 10 is going to be the 10 accounts in the server rated based off of how many, like how many messages they sent. I don't know why I'm basing it based off that, but However, before we get to the list, I'd just like to do a little quick, overview just of the server. I'm not going to like put anything that we actually say, because if we did, we'd all get arrested, but just, all the channels and stuff. So in our server, we have 20 channels, which are made up of 14 text channels and 6 voice channels. And first, let's list off the text channels. So the first one is just the general channel, which is just, your average general chat, right? Every server has this. And, also, I forgot to mention, I'm like one of the only people in this server that isn't a weeb. So that's why there's a bunch of just anime channels. And I'd just like to say for the record that I am not associated with any of them, so just had to get that out of the way. Anyway, after general, the next text channel is Anime Girl Clips, which hasn't been used in a while. We barely ever even use it. It's just like when people, mostly Sebastian or Cole or what's his name, Arturo, just post random clips of 2D women for some reason. Next channel, you got the same thing as the last one, but pretty much just for music. That's like what that one is. And then you got this one. I don't know why this one even exists. Oh, but if you think this is bad, yeah, it gets worse later. And I just got an ESPN notification on my phone. But yeah, if you don't know what that means, then don't look it up. Like, actually, don't. Next up, you got Cursed, which is the first one besides General to not be a weeb channel, which is pretty nice, where we just post, obviously cursed stuff. And then you've got Non-Honry Memes, which is actually, besides General, probably the most used text channel in the entire server. It's just your average meme channel. And then you got Wallpapers PFPs that no one ever posted. I don't know why this one exists either. It's another, anime one. And then you got this, that I'm not even going to attempt to explain. And then you got Plays, which is like, you know what Osu is? Like, there's a bunch of people in my server that play a game called Osu because it's anime themed. That's the only reason they play it. I won't be convinced otherwise. And they just post their, like, clips or maps or I don't even know, whatever, for that game in that channel. And then we're getting into the dead channels now. Next channel is NNN Logs, which, as you probably guessed, No Nut November Logs, which we used in November. We don't use it anymore, but because it's not November, obviously. But when we did, we said some very interesting stuff. Next up, you got the Music Bot, MILF Bot. I don't know why it's called MILF Bot. There's no MILFs. It's literally just the Music Bot commands channel. I don't know, yeah. Next up, you got junior year classes, which we use for like 3 days to figure out if we're going to have any classes together next year. Next up, we got the one channel dedicated to my YouTube channel. This is probably my favorite one in the server because, of course, it is. You know, if you have a whole channel for my YouTube channel, yeah, just whenever I post a video, I just post the video in that channel. And finally, the last one that for some reason is under its own like subset of, you know, channels. It's Maps, and we never use this one either. I honestly don't know why this one exists, which I've actually said about a lot of them, but yeah, Maps is the final text channel of our server. And now that we're done with the text channels, let's go to the 6 voice channels we have on our server. The first one is D-General, which is literally just general. I don't know why they named it D-General, but okay. Next one, we've got Studying, except we don't study, and a lot of other stuff in the name that you can read right here. But it doesn't show up, so that's why I didn't say it. Next up, we got Watch Party, Killing Multiple Orphans, Super Idol, and then with a bunch of random stuff written in Korean that I'm not even going to attempt to understand. And finally, you've got Super Idol, Goes Through Pain, and Dies. So that's all the channels in the server. I think we can get into the actual list now. Alright, so it's kind of perfect that there are exactly 10 people in this server. Well, technically not, but 10 accounts in this server currently that, you know, are being used, I guess, in the server, and I looked up all the messages. I didn't count every single one. There's a way to like search how many messages each person used, and I'm gonna rank all 10 accounts in seizure. I'm gonna rank all 10 accounts by how many messages they sent. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Now another thing I didn't mention: all 10 of us have our own like unique roles. All of us have our own, you know, all of us have our own unique ones. So that's pretty cool. But without further ado, I think it's time I start the top 10. Coming in at number 10 with the very highly coveted, cultured in the art of hentai role, you've got Sebs. Now, at face value, Sebs' account is pretty much nothing. 53 messages in 1 year, which comes out to an average of 0.15 messages a day. However, this is only the backup account of Sebastian, and Sebastian's real account comes in later on this list. So this is just number 10 because it's a backup account. I don't even know why he made this. I think, this could be wrong, but I think he made it because like his original account couldn't like stream properly on the voice channels or whatever. That might be it, it might not be it, I honestly don't know. But yeah, this just comes into number 10 because it's a backup account, so it doesn't really count, but I just have to put it in just to make it a top 10 because top 9 would be super unsatisfying. So yeah, that's it. Number 9, coming in at number 9 with the highly coveted Balls Baka role, you've got Bubble, who is Daniel in real life. Now, Daniel has posted 60 messages in 1 year, coming out to an average of 0.16 messages a day, but unlike Sebastian, this is actually his account. He just never, you know, posts anything. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything to say. He's actually, like, comes online, not really that frequently, but I see him online, like, you know, a couple times a week. He just, like, never posts anything in the server, and I doubt he's posted anything in the past, like, 4 months, so he comes in at number 9. Okay, quick break. It's getting dark, so I'm gonna close my curtains for content. There we go. Coming in at number 10, you've got Karan has finally opened Discord. That's literally his name. What role does he have? He has the offline role. Why? Because he never opens Discord. Like, I genuinely think I've seen him online, like, once in the past, like, month. If that. I might have just made that up. I don't think I've seen him online, like, at all. He never goes on Discord, therefore he never types anything. So he comes in at number 8 with a grand total of 136 messages in the past 365 days, coming out to an average of 0.37 messages a day. So yeah, that's number 8. Coming in at number 7 with the Eat Rocks role, you've got Potato Wizard 06, also known in real life as Rashab. Now, Rashab has posted 633 messages in the Discord server over the year, which comes out to an average of 1.7 messages a day. Yeah, Rashab only really, you know, he only really texts in the server like when he needs to, like when we're planning an event or just when he wants to share something like really important. So that's why he has not really that many messages, but yeah, he comes in at, what number was this? He comes in at number 7. Coming in at number 6 with the doo-doo head role, you've got J-Pool, who in real life is Jessica, and also the only woman in the server out of the 10 accounts. So that's pretty spicy. Women empowerment, am I right? But yeah, she is number 6. She has posted a grand total of 1,939 messages in the server, which equates to an average of 5.3 messages a day. Oh, and also, you probably don't care about it, but I forgot what I was going to say. Hold on. Yeah, J-Pool and Bubble are twins in real life, and they're both in the server, and they got number 6 and number, no. Yo, they got number 6 and number 9. That's pretty nice. Seems a little racially motivating. Let's go. Alright, coming in at number 5, finally in the top half, you've got Coin, who in real life is Cole, with the, well, I don't even know what the role is called. Okay, his role is Balls Kun Uwu Sussy Baka, or something. I don't know, I can't see it, like, while I'm recording, but you see what is written at. Yeah, so over the past year, Coin has posted 3,320 messages in the server, which is an average of 9.1 messages a day, and, yeah. Also, me and him are probably, like, the only people in the server that actually, like, update our custom status, like, on a regular basis. No one else does it for some reason. I just felt like I had to say something about him because, you know, I didn't have anything to say about him. But, yeah, that's number 5. Coming in at number 4, you've got the man, the myth, the legend himself, me. My account is FaZe Obama. My role is not a drug dealer, and over the past year, I have posted 4,516 messages in the server, which is an average of 12 messages per day. Also, I have that little yellow crown thing because I was the one who made the server. Even though I'm only the fourth most popular person, I made the server, so I don't know why, but I'm the leader somehow. Alright, getting into the top 3. You've got Serbia del Kosovo. Yes, this is Brian in real life. He comes in at number 3, and I am not making this up. Over the past year, he has posted 6,666 messages, an average of 18 a day. You can't make this up. Like, I was surprised too. Like, how? But yeah, Brian has the very highly coveted Erect Balls role, and he comes in at number 3 on this list for posting 6,666 messages, so that's great. Also, he recently changed his name from Serbia del Kosovo or whatever it is. He changed it to Virgin Slayer, and he also changed his profile picture, but he hasn't been online, at least when I've checked, because I got these screenshots a while ago, and I didn't feel like waiting for him to come online to get a new one, so I'm just keeping this. But yeah, that's number 3. Coming in at number 2, you've got, I don't know how to pronounce this. I don't know why that's his name. But yeah, this is Sebastian's main account. Like, the person whose backup account was number 10. This is his main account. He has the simp role, which is probably the best role in the entire server besides not a drug dealer, no bias at all. And over the past year, he's posted 7,472 messages in the server, which is an average of 20 messages a day. Also, for some reason, his custom status is always what the praying mantis doing. I feel like it's an anime reference because I don't know, I just feel like it's an anime reference because what else would it be? I don't know, it probably is, but that is number 2. And now, number 1, the person in the server who sent the most messages over the past year. Coming in at number 1 with the Uwu role for some reason, and a total amount of 11,398 messages, 31 messages a day. Number 1, made pasta is his name for some reason. Is Arturo in real life. Yeah, Arturo's probably like the only person in the server who's like never changed his name for the entirety of when he's been in the server. Like, it's always been this. I don't know why, but it just always has. And there you go, Arturo, number 1, over the only person in the server with over 10,000 sent messages. Which, if you think about it, that's actually, like, kind of insane, but that's not the point. Yes, there you go. This has been my 1-year anniversary Discord server appreciation video, pretty much, where the top 10 accounts in the Discord server have been ranked. I also explained it a little at the first for some reason. I don't know why. But, yeah, I don't really know what else to do, but, yeah, that's the video, I guess. So, I hope you enjoyed this all-important list. I've been using this the whole time just because it had all the things on it, because I'm not about to, like, look at something while I'm recording. And, that's about it. See ya. Packing the mail is gone. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here, back with another terrible YouTube video, and my camera needs to be adjusted. Yeah, so at the end of last season, I did the same thing as this season, just top 10 shootouts and blowouts, but I did it for last season, so I'm doing it again this season, so yeah, that's it. Also, at the time of this recording, the Super Bowl hasn't happened yet, so I'm just gonna hope that it isn't a part of any of these categories, and if it is, that's unfortunate. Every other game has, though, so it probably won't. Also, this video was very, very sparsely researched. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's right, but it might not be right. Like, I could have missed a game. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I just could have missed a game. So if I missed a game, that's unfortunate. I'm not going to remake this because I don't feel like it, but, you know. Now, that seizure. The title of this video says blowouts and shootouts. However, there are 2 other things that I want to do first. Ties and shutouts. So, those 2 things. Ties is really easy because there was only one of them. In week 10, I had this whole paper with like all the things on it, by the way. Ties was week 10 when the Lions and the Steelers tied somehow. The Steelers should have ran away with that game. The Lions probably should have won that game, but they threw it away. And so did the Steelers, but that's not the point. Yeah, they tied at 16, so it's a low-scoring game. It was a very boring game. It was rainy for the entire game, so... Also, the Lions finished 3-13-1, and the Steelers finished 9-7-1. So I don't know how the Steelers didn't win. And also, the Lions missed an extra point in this game, so they should have won anyway. And they missed a game winner in overtime. Like, both teams wanted to lose this game so bad. I'm getting so off track. Oh my god. But yeah, that was a horrible game. And shutouts. Now, in the NFL this year, there were 8 shutouts that happened. However, only 2 out of those 8 fit onto the blowouts list. None of them on the shootouts, obviously. But only 2 of them are on the blowouts. Here are the other 6, because the 2 will get mentioned later. 6, and I order them by points. So week 8, no, not week 8. Week 15, the Saints beat the Buccaneers 9-0. Week 10, Packers beat the Seahawks 17-0. I'm not going to say the weeks. I'll say the weeks later, but you know. Titans beat the Jaguars 20-0. Patriots beat the Falcons 25-0. Broncos beat the Jets 26-0, and the Colts beat the Texans 31-0. So that's all the first 6 shutouts. And the other 2 are on the blowouts list. So, yeah, that happened. But, yeah, enough of that and the intro and whatever. Time to get into the actual, you know, blowouts and shutouts. Not shutouts. Shootouts. Seizure. Blowouts and shootouts. So, starting it off with blowouts. Now, so how I did this, I ordered the blowouts by how like, big the margin of victory was. And, after number 8... My phone is... Oh, my God. After number 8, there were 3 games that had a margin of victory of 35. So I guess this is technically top 11 blowouts. I just didn't want to leave one out, but yeah. So number 9, 10, and 11 all have a margin of victory of 35. Number 11 just happens to be one of the shutouts. The Bills beat the Dolphins 35-0. So yeah, that happened. That's number 11, I guess. And then numbers 9 and 10, which are the exact same score. The Saints somehow beat the Packers 38-3 in week 1, and then the Packers won 13-4, and the Saints went 9-8. Not sure how that happened. And then later in the season, the Buccaneers beat the Bears, also with a score of 38-3. So that's the 3 games with a margin of victory of 35. And now I'm just gonna go up the list. There were 2 games with a margin of victory of 38. And by the way, like, I sorted these by, like, if it's the same amount of victory, then the one that's higher is the one that had more total points. So that's how I did it. But yeah, anyway, number 8, the Eagles beat the Lions 44-6. Number 7, the Patriots beat the Browns 45-7. So those both have a margin of victory of 38. So that's numbers 7 and 8. Number 6, the Chiefs beat the Raiders 48-9. So that happened, and also that was a scoregami game, so that's pretty swag. Number 5, 4, and 3 are all a margin of victory of 40. You got the Bills beat the Texans 40-0. So that's the biggest shutout of the year. That's the other shutout. The 2 biggest shutouts are both by the Bills, by the way, so that's pretty nice. And then you got the Cowboys beat the Falcons 43-3. And the Patriots beat the Jaguars 50-10. And now, we're up to the top 2. Oh, by the way, in that Bills-Texans game, the Bills were favored by 17.5 points. They won by 40, so I'm pretty sure they, beat the spread by a little bit. Anyway, number 2, the Patriots absolutely destroying the Jets, 54-13. So, that happened. And then number 1, the biggest blowout of the year, Week 16. The Washington football team, or now I guess they're the Commanders, but in the season they were the football team, Washington, whatever. They had just barely lost to the Cowboys, 2 weeks earlier. They only lost by 7 points to the Cowboys, and they were ready to get a redemption here. And they lost by 42 points. Final score, Cowboys 56, Washington 14. Margin of victory of 42. Biggest blowout of the entire season. So, that happened. Now, on to the shootouts. By the way, shootouts is like a lot of points. I don't know if you know that, but Okay, number 10 shootout of the year with a total amount of 72 combined points. You got the Chiefs beat the Eagles with a score of 42-30. Number 9, 73 points. Buccaneers beat the Falcons 48-25. Number 8, 74 points. It keeps going up by 1. That's kind of cool. Seizure. 74 points. The 49ers beat the Lions 41-33. Also, fun fact, at one point in the game, the 49ers were up 41-10, and then the Lions scored 23 points in the fourth quarter. It was almost an amazing comeback, but it wasn't. And then number 6 and 7, the only 2 games in the NFL this year with exactly 75 points were also the exact same score, which is kind of weird. Colts beat the Jets 45-30, And then 5 weeks later, the Packers beat the Bears 45-30. Also, before this year, that score had never happened in NFL history, and now it happened twice in 1 year, which is kind of weird. But yeah, that's 6 and 7. All right, number 5 came in week 18, the last week of the season. The Cowboys beat the Eagles 51-26. Number 4, the Chargers. Okay, well, number 4 and number 3 are the same amount of points, but you get it. Number 4, Cowboys. No, not Cowboys. Chargers beat the Steelers 41-37. And then number 3, Chiefs beat the Bills 42-36. Now, those last two have the same amount of points. I'm just putting the Chiefs-Bills one first because that was a playoff game, and also that one went into overtime. The other one didn't, and it was just overall an amazing game compared to the other one. I mean, the first one was amazing, but the second one was better. Probably the game, undisputedly the game of the year up to this point because the top two weren't really as good as that one. But yeah, that was 3 and 4, both with 78 points. Number 2, with a combined 80 points, week 17, the Seahawks beat the Lions 51-29. So that's one of those really rare ones that's like a really big shootout and also a really big blowout. So that happened. And then number 1, 89 combined points, over a touchdown over the number 2 spot. It wasn't even close between number 1 and number 2. Week 5, the Chargers beat the Browns 47-42. So, yeah, that's a lot of points. Yeah, I think there were like 41 points scored in the fourth quarter of that game. Both defenses just decided to not show up for pretty much that whole game. But yeah, Also, I'm really mad that game wasn't a scoregami because it was gonna be, but then the scoregami gods said no. The Chargers missed both an extra point and a 2-point conversion, both of which would have made it scoregami. But you probably don't know or care about that or both. But that's not the point. Yeah, that's it for the top 10 blowouts and shootouts and kind of ties and kind of shutouts of the year. Yeah, as I said earlier, I did this last year, and I'm just recycling an old video idea because, I don't know, I just feel like I have to do it again. And just like last year, I did this game before the Super Bowl happened. Not this game. I did this video before the Super Bowl happened. Last year, the Super Bowl ended up not being on any... Wow, my shirt is really small. But yeah, hopefully the Super Bowl isn't on any of the lists. If it is, that's unfortunate. I don't even know why I made this. I know this is going to get no views, and I feel like I'm just going to, right now, it's 3:12 and none of my parents are here, so I feel like I'm just gonna go ahead and record 5 videos to post in the near future, but So yeah, it is currently Super Bowl Sunday Eve. I just recorded this video, and that's all for the top 10 games kind of list things of the season. This is also my 3rd top 10 video in a row, which is kind of weird, but yeah, that's about it. I hope you did enjoy this video, and yeah, see ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here, back with another hair dye tutorial. So today is February 14th, and yesterday, the sporting event to end all sporting events was played in the Super Bowl. This was Super Bowl 56, which featured the Los Angeles Rams and the Cincinnati Bengals. I guess this is kind of my, little review looking thing of that, so that's what I'm going to be doing. So every single game in the divisional and conference championship rounds of the playoffs was a really good game. I think that was 6 games in those 2 rounds. And the biggest margin of victory, I think, was 6 in all of those games. So obviously, every game for the past, month has been an amazing game. Were we going to get another one here? Yes, we were. Alright, so I'm now going to switch on my Chromebook over to the game, recap or whatever. So, let's look at how the scoring went. So, the first few drives, the teams traded punts. However, then the Rams went on a 6-play, 50-yard drive. The Bengals punted really deep in their own territory, which gave the Rams good field position. Rams took advantage, went 50 yards on 6 plays and 4 minutes. OBJ catching a 17-yard perfect throw from, Matthew Stafford. And that put up the Rams 7-0 as the first score of the game. The Bengals responded with a 6-play, 60-yard drive in less than 2 minutes. However, their red zone struggles failed again because they can never convert in the red zone except when they do later in the game, but that's not the point. Also, they had, out of their 59 yards, 46 of them came on one pass to Jamar Chase. And it was a one-handed catch as he was falling down. I don't know how he caught it. But then the Bengals decided to die in the red zone again and kick the field goal, so now it's 7-3 at the end of the first quarter. So that's a pretty average first quarter, right? Shaping up to be a really good game. Second quarter, Rams once again drive it right down the field. This was actually a really, really impressive drive. 6 plays, 75 yards in less than 3 minutes. Cooper Kupp, infamous Daughter Dater, Cooper Kupp scored a touchdown. He was wide open because Eli Apple happened. So now it's 13-3. However, the Rams, for some reason, Johnny Hecker missed the extra point snap, and he attempted to throw it and threw an interception, and the Bengals looked like they were going to return it, but didn't. So the score stayed at 13-3 Rams. The Rams looked like they were in control of this game. And then the Bengals offense happened. Before halftime, the Bengals drove it down the field, 12 plays, 75 yards. Trick play. Joe Mixon getting it on a reverse, throwing a touchdown pass to T. Higgins, running back to receiver touchdown. You barely ever see that. So that score is 13-10 in favor of LA because of that Cincinnati response. And that was the last score of the second quarter. So, yeah, it's 13-10 at halftime. Halftime show happened, and then you came back in the third quarter. All right, so here's how the third quarter went, right? The kickoff happened, right? Cincinnati. One play, 75 yards, going to completely ignore the fact that it was an obvious face mask penalty on T. Higgins, but Joe Burrow actually launched it down way down the field, and then T. Higgins caught it off Jalen Ramsey, who's debatably the best corner in the league, and ran 75 yards for a touchdown. So that's kind of insane. So now the lead is 17-3, not 13, 17-13. And then very next play, Rams offensive play, Ben Skoranek dropped it, and it was caught by a Cincinnati defender. And now they had good field position again, but then, what's it called? The Bengals' offense red zone struggle was struck again, so they had to settle for a field goal. So now it's 20-13. The Bengals have scored 17 unanswered points. No way they lose this game, right? The Rams drove it right down the field, kicked a field goal because they could not get it into the end zone, so it's 20-16 at the end of the third quarter. Fourth quarter, it looked like it was going to be a great fourth quarter. It really wasn't. However, it did have a game-winning score. There was really no offense. There were like 10 punts in the fourth quarter. They just did nothing for the first 7 minutes. Actually, more. But then the Rams went on a 15-play, 79-yard, less than 5 minutes, which 15 plays, 80 yards in less than 5 minutes. That's kind of insane. With 1:25 remaining, infamous Daughter Dater, Cooper Kupp caught his second touchdown of the game from 1 yard out because Eli Apple moment part 2 to take a 23-20 lead. Now, Cincinnati had a minute and a half left on the clock, and I think they had 2 timeouts, maybe 3, or maybe 1, maybe 0. I honestly don't know. I completely made that up, but that's not the point. The Bengals had a chance to drive down. They were making very good progress on their first few plays, and then they got a 2nd and 1, ran out the middle, no gain, ran out the middle again, no gain. Now it's 4th and 1, and then Joe Burrow, he rolled out right in Aaron Donald because, Aaron Donald came in, almost sacked him. I don't know how Joe Burrow got the throwaway, but he did, as he was falling to the ground, kind of. And obviously it was incomplete because no one's going to catch that ball. Although it actually was closer than expected to being complete. It actually came within, a catchable radius of Samaje Perine, but yeah, that was the game. Rams just took a knee. Final score 23-20. So this game had, it was a very close game. So it had an exciting ending, so that's good. It didn't have a great amount of points, only 43 combined points. That was a little less than people expected. However, it's not a bad amount of points. 43 points is, it's acceptable. That 13-3 Super Bowl a couple years ago was terrible because that's 16 combined points. I've been talking for so many minutes straight now because I haven't been seeing the camera, and I'm going to pause for a minute. Okay, I'm back. So as you may or may not have guessed, infamous Daughter Dater, Cooper Kupp won the MVP because of his 2-touchdown performance. And he probably, no exaggeration, just had probably the best wide receiver season in NFL history for any player. He had 2,400 yards, and he was the first player ever to cross 2,000. So that's kind of insane. Let's appreciate that. A lot of people who watch this obviously don't know football, but if no player in NFL history had ever crossed 2,000, and then Cooper Kupp gets 2,400, a lot of people don't realize how impressive that is. That is insanely impressive. So yeah, that's why he's the infamous Daughter Dater, so that's cool. Alright, so you got a close game. Both quarterbacks played really well in this game. 26 of 40, 283 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 2 picks for Matthew Stafford. So the, completion percentage good, yards good, touchdowns good. However, he did have 2 picks. What did I just do? He had 2 picks. One of them wasn't his fault because the Ben Skoranek drop. One of them definitely was his fault because he launched it in the end zone with a very avoidable pass on 3rd and 14, I think it was. Rams didn't get any run game for the entire game. I don't know why they kept running it on 1st down. Me and the boys in the group chat were going insane over it. K-Makers was the Rams' leading rusher with 13 carries for 21 yards, which is kind of pathetic. And then infamous Daughter Dater, Cooper Kupp, obviously was the Rams' leading receiver with 8 receptions and 92 yards and 2 touchdowns, one of which was the game winner of the Super Bowl, which I think is just a little bit important. Joe Burrow, meanwhile, for the Bengals, Joe Burrow, 22 of 33 for 263 yards and 1 touchdown. So he had a pretty good game. He didn't throw any picks. He He had almost 300 yards passing. He played a good game. He did all he could. Joe Mixon, 15 carries for 72 yards. Solid running back performance. And also he had a passing touchdown. And then T. Higgins, 4 receptions for exactly 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. So, 100-yard receiver in the Super Bowl. Surprisingly, the Bengals' leading receiver wasn't Jamar Chase, so that was pretty interesting. He did have that 46-yard bomb, though. That was really impressive. But then T. Higgins had that 75-yard bomb, which was even more impressive, even though that was definitely an offensive face mask. But it doesn't matter because the Rams ended up winning the game. All right, just a little team statistics here. Total yards is actually really even. Like, all the statistics were really even except turnovers, but we'll get to that later. Total yards, 313 to 305 in favor of LA, so that's like no difference at all. Time of possession, 31 minutes to 29 minutes in favor of LA. Once again, pretty much no difference. First downs, 18 to 15. Kind of difference, but still, that's still really close. Only difference of 3 first rounds, and also LA won all 3 of those categories. But then turnovers. LA had 2 turnovers. Matthew Stafford threw 2 picks. One of them wasn't his fault, but the other one was, like I said earlier. Bengals had no turnovers the whole game. Also, there was like no penalties in the whole game until the last drive. No, because the last drive there were 4 penalties on 3 plays. The first play, okay, we're getting back to the first one. The second play that had penalties, there were 2 penalties. They were offsetting. I don't even know if they were like genuine penalties, but it doesn't matter anyway because it was just a redo down. And then the third penalty was on Eli Apple because Eli Apple moment. Actually, no, it was the 4th penalty. 3rd play, close enough. It was he like when you look at the replay, that was a genuine penalty. Eli Apple did hold Cooper Kupp's jersey. Let's get back to the first one though. I don't think that was a holding penalty. It was a defensive holding called on the Bengals at like when the Rams were in the Bengals like 15-yard line. They called a holding for, I think it was Logan Wilson. They called it on him holding Cooper Kupp, which he didn't, in my opinion. I won't be convinced otherwise, but, you know, Eli Apple kind of lost the game for the Bengals, I'm not going to lie, putting that out. Well, no, actually, I shouldn't say that, because obviously Eli Apple has some talent. You know, he's a starting cornerback in the NFL. It takes really hard to do that. So, I'm changing that opinion to Eli Apple didn't lose the game for the Bengals. Cooper Kupp won the game for the Rams. This man is kind of insane. Believe it or not, that's actually worse than his usual stat line. He usually has, like, 8 receptions, yeah, but 92 yards, only 92 yards. He averaged, like, 130 over the season. Like, that's insane. I say only 92 yards, but, like, 92 yards is, you know, still a very good amount of yards. Also, I don't know if I mentioned this. The last drive the Rams had, the 79-yard game-winning drive with a touchdown to Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp had so many, you know, things on that drive. He caught the ball like 5 times in that drive alone. Just what are you going to do when you have, you know, a Super Bowl winning drive in the works? Oh, we're just going to feed the best receiver of the NFL this year. He won the Triple Crown. He had the most receptions, yards, and touchdowns. I'm talking way too much about infamous Dodder Cooper Kupp. I'm going to stop now. I have a bunch of little fun facts that I'm going to share. Actually, that's a lie. I had a bunch of fun facts that I would share, but I'm not because this video is already way too long and you're probably not even watching. So, in conclusion, Super Bowl 56, the events, the halftime show. Oh, speaking of the halftime show, I was like, nah, about it. I don't really care about halftime shows. But according to the internet, the halftime show was actually pretty good, apparently, so that's pretty nice. But in conclusion, the entire Super Bowl event was the second best thing that has happened to me in the past 2 days. So that's it. Los Angeles Rams win. Final score 23-20. A pretty solid game. A good Super Bowl. I give it. It wasn't too high scoring, but I think it gets a solid B+ tier Super Bowl, just because, you know, there was a game-winning touchdown with less than 2 minutes left in regulation to probably the best receiver ever this season. Ever this season are 2 very different things, but definitely this season. Ever would be Jerry Rice. I'm getting on topic again. But yeah, that's my way too long Super Bowl 56 analogy and review and how it gave me PTSD. I haven't mentioned once in this video the PTSD part of the title because I know that's what I'm going to name it, but that's not the point. The point is, Super Bowl 56 happened. This is my review. I'm just putting the PTSD in the title for views and nothing else. So, that's about it. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I've got to do my daily, you know, not daily, but every video-ly spin, because I always do the spin, but yep, that's it. I'm the worst outro-er in the world. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here, and I honestly have no idea if this video is clickbait or not. All I know is that I misused Inspect Element, and then it got banned very shortly after that. What if that was because of me? I don't know, but I feel like it was at least 0.1% because of me, or something close to that. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to round that 0.1 up to 100 because of course it is, and I'm just going to leave it at that. But anyway, today we're going to be talking about how I may or may not have gotten Inspect Element banned for the entirety of the, Montgomery County Public Schools students, at everyone. So it's that thing where like you right click, right? Yeah, no, it is right click. And then there's the Inspect Element thing on the bottom you can click. Yeah, for every single MCPS student, when you right click, the Inspect Element thing is just like you can't click it. It's there, but you can't click on it. And I think that may or may not be my fault. So for this story, we have to travel back to the ye olde days of whatever year it was that I was in 4th grade, which I believe was the 2015 to 2016 school year, if my math is not wrong. And so I'm at my house, right? It's my 4th grade year, and my brother's friend comes over just because he can. Who I think they're in like 6th. Yeah, they're 2 years older than me, so they're in 6th grade. And I don't know how or why this happened, but my brother's best friend showed me that if you left click and Inspect Element, you can like change text and stuff, which I'm sure you know about at this point. But that in 4th grade, that was the first time I'd ever seen it, so that was pretty cool. And so of course I'm gonna use that feature at school to like show the boys that, oh yeah, I am magic. I can change words on my computer. And so I do. And like I probably don't need to say this, but the changes only show up for your screen. Like if you change let's say like Google, right? If you change the words on the Google home screen, the entire internet is not going to see those words. It's just going to be your computer. And so I kept, changing little things, just like to funny words and showing my friends, and they're like, how did you do that? Or whatever. So for a few months, that was all I did, and my teacher never found out until she did. So, are you familiar with Google Classroom? I haven't used Google Classroom since 8th grade, which is unfortunate because MCPS made it so that the only thing we can use is Canvas. And I actually still to this day think Google Classroom is better than Canvas. It's just more simpler and more organized and stuff. But this is 4th grade, so that was before this mandate, existed. So we used Google Classroom, which is like a teacher teaching thing, whatever. And there was a class that I was in on Google Classroom that had every teacher and every student in the entire grade. I don't know what it was, but I remember everyone was there. And one day, I don't know why, but I was bored in class and I decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use Inspect Element on every single person's name. That's an exaggeration. It's not every single person, but a lot of people, probably 50 people. I took an hour out of my life just to change the names of people on Google Classroom with Inspect Element. And it wasn't just, students. I did the students that I knew or that were popular or whatever, but I also did every single teacher. Now, what I changed them to, I honestly have no idea except for one. It was probably the stuff like Big Daddy or The Idiot or stuff like that I would have done in 4th grade. But the only one that I actually remember, I changed one of the teachers' names to Santa Claus. Why? I honestly have no idea, but I did. And I'm doing this, right? And my teacher's walking around the room, and my teacher eventually comes behind my Chromebook and sees what I have done and goes, because I don't know what the names were besides Santa Claus, but apparently there were some pretty, insulting names. And so my teacher scrolled through and saw every single name I changed, and I got in trouble for that. So, I don't even know what happened. They probably called home or whatever, I don't even. But let's just skip the whole punishments thing because I don't know any of that. Long story short, less than a week later, the Inspect Element option was banned for every single student in the county. Of which, by the way, there are 163,000, which is where that number came from in the title. And after that incident, Inspect Element banned. Fast forward 6 years, it has still never gotten unbanned. Because, in case you forgot, that was all in 4th grade. So that was the story about how my idiot 4th grade self got the Inspect Element option banned for 163,000 people. Yeah, that was a bit of an underwhelming video. I don't know what else to say. Also, the day in the life video, I'm actually starting to make some progress on it, so that's pretty nice. I'm editing it. I've gotten one class done, but also all the before stuff and the intro stuff, so that'll be out within the next year, probably. But yes, I hope you enjoyed this edition of Top 10 Things You Missed in Spider-Man No Way Home, and I really have nothing else to do for this video, so that's about it. I hope you enjoyed this story. See ya! Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. Today I am returning with my second Storytime YouTube video in 2 days, so that's pretty cool. And today I'm going to be talking about the cocoa powder incident, which is literally 3 words, so it provides like no context, and this video is where I'm going to tell the story. So, into the story, I guess. I don't even know what year this happened, but it was during summer camp, okay? If I had to guess, I'd probably say, like, going into 6th grade or 7th grade, maybe. I think it'd be one of those. But yeah, every summer of, like, my middle school thing, career, whatever, my parents made me go to some, like, week-long summer camp, and I got to choose what it was every year. And this year I chose this one called Adventure Links, so that's where I went. Actually, no, I don't even think this one was Adventure Links. I think I'm thinking of another one. What was this one again? I don't remember what this one's called. I don't remember. But anyway, and that's not the point. It happened at summer camp. So if you've ever been to a summer camp, obviously you know, there are boys' cabins and there are girls' cabins, right? Like at a summer camp, you know? And during lunch, all the cabins were like assigned to tables, right? So we sat with our cabin, and ours was right next to a girls' cabin that, you know, we didn't really like become friends with them, but we got to know a lot of them, you know? Like just like fake friends relationships, like, you know what I'm talking about? I don't even know. Like we pull pranks on each other all the time, which is how this happened, so I'm gonna tell that. So every night after we got done with like dinner, we had like a period of like 2 hours of free time in between like after dinner and like the evening activity or whatever. We could just do anything. Usually me and the boys at our cabin went to the game room, like downstairs. But we like went to our cabin first every day, just like drop our stuff off or whatever. And one day when we went to drop our stuff off in the cabin, we found something in the cabin. And that thing was, I don't know where they got a chair from, but they got a chair and put a teddy bear on it. I also have no idea where they got a teddy bear from, but you know, whatever. Put a knife in it. Where'd they get a knife from? I don't know. I don't even know. Yeah, I'm just kind of, actually it was a plastic knife. So that actually makes sense. And the teddy bear probably just came from one of the people in the cabin. I don't know where they got a chair from, though, but you know. Anyway, there was a knife in a teddy bear on a chair with a bunch of ketchup around it with a note on it that said, "You're next." I still remember that. And you know, obviously, we very quickly deducted that this was the doings of the girls' cabin that we always sat next to at lunch because, you know, and we were right, like, it was them, and, you know, because they're the only people that do this to us. And so me and the boys are the only thing we could do, and we got revenge for it. So obviously, like, we just got to our cabin. We had 2 hours of free time to think of whatever we wanted to do, right? We spent, like, a solid hour probably just talking about things that we wanted to do. There were like 10 of us. We all had so many ideas, and it was a pretty fun, you know, it was a funny hour. That was a very weird sentence, but ignore that. Funny hour? I have no idea what that means. I remember this one dude, he literally suggested that we bake a cake, but then inside the cake, one of us, like, pooped inside of the cake. So, like, okay. Like, that's not even physically possible. Like, it's more dense than the dough. It would go through the dough and probably somehow blow up the world. That made no sense. Also, I'm getting way off topic again. But anyway, we decided that we would go to the, you know, there was like a supply thing like right next to our cabin full of. No, wait. It wasn't even in the supply thing. I don't think. No, there was a thing out of our cabin that had like all the big stuff, like, I don't know, kayaks or whatever. But there was also a thing inside of our cabin that had like a basket or bucket. No, it was like the size of a bucket, but like the texture of a basket. Like it was this big. But it had, like, basket texture. Why am I describing it? And it was full of Nerf guns. So each of us, there were a ton of Nerf guns. So I don't know why there were Nerf guns in our cabin. But, you know, yeah. So we each grabbed a Nerf gun and went to the kitchen because, like, the whole, like, camp shared, like, a kitchen, right? We went to the kitchen and we found cocoa powder in the kitchen. A lot of cocoa powder. And, so obviously, we did the only thing we could do, and we filled the Nerf guns full of cocoa powder. And we did that, brought them back to our cabin, and then went to the evening activity, whatever thing, and then it was curfew, we all got showers or whatever, and we can't get, I don't even know, but you know, now it's bedtime. And we still have the Nerf guns with cocoa powder full of them, so that's, what? Yeah, but yeah, we still had them. And so, after curfew, me and the boys grabbed the cocoa powder filled Nerf guns, snuck through the, you know, camp, to the girls' cabin, and I'd probably say about midnight, all of us at the same time, just absolutely just rampaged the girls' cabin and, you know, kind of shot our Nerf guns full of cocoa powder all over it. So now there was a girls' cabin filled with a bunch of angry female persons, and there's cocoa powder everywhere. I don't know why I said persons, but you know. Yeah, but I feel like I undersold that. It was hilarious when it happened, okay? They made us clean it up, which, you know, reasonable. We were mad about it then, but, you know, obviously we made the mess, so. Oh, and also our cabin instructor, Alistair, he was fine with it. Like, he knew what we were doing and he went with us, so that in case you're wondering. So yeah, then we spent like probably the next hour from like midnight till 1 in the morning cleaning up cocoa powder out of all the girls' beds because, yeah, that happened. So that's the story of the cocoa powder incident. So I think the message we can take away from this video is, you know, I don't even know, hold up, I got it. The message we're taking away from this video is that cocoa powder is always the best defense mechanism to use when someone threatens you. It took so long to clean up, and it took so much preparation, but it was absolutely worth it. Also, that was the camp where for some reason, our camp instructor, Alistair, who I already mentioned earlier, he always screamed, I don't know how this got to be a thing, but he screamed Gerald, and then our entire cabin at the same time screamed, "Get off the rock." It's like a reference to Finding Nemo or whatever. I don't know where we got it from, but that was our cabin's thing for some reason. But yeah, that's about it for the cocoa powder incident. Yeah, I already said everything I have to say, so outro time. Gotta do my, spinny spin thing, and I hope you enjoyed it. That's about it. See ya. This video is about 1 year in the making. There are so many things I wanted to do for this video and a bunch of stuff that I wanted to try, but none of it ended up working. So now I'm just doing it where I talk into a camera. For the past 6 months, I've been wanting to do it with when I meet with my friends. I've been wanting to do it with the boys or whatever. But I've met with them 6 times and I haven't done it any of the times. And I feel like at this point it's never gonna happen because, the right situation is just never gonna come up. This lighting sucks. Let me move the camera, BRB. I'd say that is much better. Or how about we do it high like this, higher, I don't know. No, actually do it like this. I'm gonna do it high. Okay, this is right. But just, I know this video is probably gonna be really boring now, but nothing that I wanted to do is gonna end up working, recording with my friends, which is pretty much the main thing that I wanted to do, so everyone's gonna click off this video in 5 seconds, but I'm doing it anyway. And welcome to my definitely not 6-month late 100 subscriber special. Correction, it is 112 days late. I hit 112 days ago. I have the unofficial world record for the only person to hit 100 subscribers on their 16th birthday. Now I have, I don't know, what was it, 114 or something? I don't know. But today, I'm going to be going over my whole YouTube story. That's what this little index card looking thing is for. My whole YouTube story from the start, how I got here, what I've been doing, what's going to happen in the future, how I did everything I've been doing so far, and other stuff probably. Even yesterday, when I went to my friend's house, there were 5 of us there, just me and the boys were there. I brought this with me. It was in my pocket the whole time. I kept bringing up making a video. But then I didn't even really want to make a video, and no one else really wanted to either, so it would just seem really unnatural if we didn't want to, so I'm doing it by myself because I feel like it. Now, I kind of did this already. I did about a little over a year ago. Actually, it was a lot. Why does my hair look there's a square hairline? Okay, hold up, wait. Square hairline. Okay, you know what? This is fine. I did a 69 subscriber special when I hit 69, and I did pretty much the same thing, but that was 2 years ago. It was a lot less in depth. It was just a stupider video. It was a bad video, and also you can't even see it anymore because it's privated, because my mom privated it for some reason. I might unprivate it now because I actually do want to do that. I want to just go and unprivate a bunch of my videos, but that's besides the point. And also, I'm over 2 minutes into this video, and I haven't even started the video yet, so I should probably do that. All of you have already clicked off, but if you haven't, good for you. But before we start the video, I gotta do something. This is clearly very important for the cause of the video. Alright, cool, that's it, bye. Also, day in the life video. I'm 80% done with that video. So it'll be out within the next few days. So just having that. It's half an hour long, by the way, which is why it's taking an exceptionally long time to edit, but But now, I think 3 minutes is plenty of intro. I think it's about 2 minutes too many, but 100 subscriber special, let's go. So, my YouTube channel started, I think, in 5th grade. Yeah, no, it wasn't 5th grade. When I posted videos of myself playing Splix.io. And then in 6th grade, I don't know why to this day, but I do know that in 6th grade, I got the absolutely brilliant idea of recording YouTube videos during school and the school day. So I did that a bunch of times. And throughout my entire 6th grade year, everything was going great. I was just recording videos just whenever I felt like it, and no one was stopping me, no one cared. So, it was great. 6th grade was probably, one of the best times that my YouTube channel was up. And then came 7th. The doors are open. So I don't know when, but sometime during 7th grade, my mom found my channel, and she did not like that I was posting videos during school, right? You mean like videos that I recorded like right, the videos that I recorded during school, wow. And so she didn't delete any of them. She just told me to stop. I didn't stop, because it was something I enjoyed doing. All my friends knew about it. It was something they enjoyed, watching and keeping along with. And so, like, why would I stop, And throughout my entire 7th grade year, my mom was getting, like, angrier and angrier and angrier. And then came the summer between my 7th and 8th grade years. This was the worst event of my channel that has ever happened ever, undisputedly, without contest. I like to call it my parents' deleting spree. They went on my channel, deleted every single video I had that I recorded at school. See, by this time I had already started recording things at home. However, the very vast majority of my videos were recorded at school that were up on my channel. My parents didn't private them, they didn't unlist them, and they didn't even save any of the files. They just went and permanently deleted every single one of them that I recorded at school. Except for one, which I still don't know why they didn't, but That one, by the way, was recorded in the first week of 7th grade. It was called How Many Licks is the Center of the Tootsie Pop. I still don't know why they didn't delete that one, because it was very clearly recorded at school, but I'm not complaining. Included in those deleted ones was a video called Lunch Detention, which at the time of deletion had 450 views. And that was over 2 years ago now, so pain. I think by doing that, they thought that I would just be like, oh, okay, so I can't do that anymore, right? I'm not allowed to do it. It had the opposite effect on me, actually. I don't know why, but I just, it didn't stop me. It gave me more motivation to do stuff that I wasn't supposed to do, pretty much. It's just really sad because to this day, I still have no idea how, even if I can recover those videos, because I've tried several different methods over the course of 3 years to try to get those videos back. Nothing has worked. Even the, what's it called, the Wayback Machine? Yeah, that doesn't work for some reason. Even though there's this dude that, showed you how to do it on YouTube, and it showed, oh, it makes a page, but it didn't make a page for me, because why would it make a page? Sorry, I got a little carried away there, but anyway, now we're at 8th grade, my 8th grade school year. And I kept, posting videos that are recorded at school. However, also, starting in my 8th grade year, I really started to get into also videos that weren't recorded at school, actually stuff that I did at home. And so over the course of, the next literally year and a half, my parents would and they actually, I'll give them credit, now when they didn't permanently delete it, they just privated it, which is really good. I don't know why they didn't do that the first time, because they deleted 40 of my videos, but now they just privated them, so I actually have them back, right? Over the course of the next year and a half, whenever I posted a video that they didn't like seeing, they would private it so that none of the public could see it, which, it kind of sucks. I still believe that it sucks, but at least somewhat understandable for the most part. I say for the most part because, okay, so I don't know my parents' mindset. However, I know that one of the rules is I'm not allowed to post things at school, or at least was that I wasn't allowed to post things at school. And so that was one of the rules. So I actually understand why they didn't want the public to see those, right? And there are some other ones that I understand why they didn't want the public to see, that gave myself a really bad image or whatever, just talking down on teachers. Every single HWMS Old Town Road video was just absolutely destroying every single teacher in the school. I really wanted to curse there, but I can't. I mean, I guess I could, just that would take me out of my very Christian mindset, But that was pretty much just making fun of teachers for 3 minutes. I understand why they deleted those. School videos, fine, whatever. If there was a video I recorded at home once in a while that was terrible, fine, delete it, whatever. But there are some videos that to this day I truly do not understand why they got deleted. Now there are so many of these that I can think of, however, I'm just going to give you one example right now that explains a lot. There was a video I recorded, this was really early, I recorded during my 7th grade year. I recorded a video of me playing ZomsRoyale.io at 7 in the morning, not 7, 3 in the morning, and posted it on YouTube. Now this video had the title Zoms Royale gameplay at 3 a.m. I still remember that perfectly. And they deleted it. And that's it. There wasn't anything else in the video. The video was literally just 5 to 6 minutes of me playing Zombs Royale. There was no things I snuck in there that were mean to anyone. It was literally just a straight clip of me playing a video game that I posted on YouTube. And I mean, I'd assume the reason they deleted it was because the title had 3 a.m. in it, because there's no way because they left up other videos of me playing Zombs, but deleted that one. So there wasn't any way that the gameplay was bad, But first of all, why is it bad that I post myself doing it at 3 a.m.? I think they thought that it was bad that I posted a video saying 3 a.m. in it, because they assumed that other people weren't also awake at 3 a.m., which they were, and they also thought that somehow everyone would think I was bad if I was awake at 3 in the morning. Why, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that's what they thought. Probably didn't understand a thing I just said, but whatever. But first of all, that's really stupid. Like, if that was the reason, that's a really bad reason to delete a video. I'm sorry, but it's true. I can understand the school ones. This one I don't understand. Second of all, you can change titles of YouTube videos. I can change the title of that video. And also, you didn't have to permanently delete that one, because that was back when they did in private. That was when they permanently deleted. Like, so now that video is gone forever. I don't really care because it was a horrible video, but still, it's gone forever. But that example should just show you how questionable my parents' YouTube channel guideline things could be at times. But anyway, let's get back to, you know, the main story. So just all throughout, like, my 8th grade year, my parents kept getting, like, increasingly angry, right, at that I was being stupid and posting, like, videos that I obviously wasn't supposed to post. And then one day, I can't snap, but pretend I did. One day, they snapped. The video I posted was called Videos My Parents Deleted. It was 57 minutes long, and it was exactly what it sounds like. It was an hour-long compilation of random videos that my parents had deleted, but I had, like, backed up as files, so I still had them. Random videos that they had deleted, I just put them all in a compilation and posted that video on YouTube. And obviously, that's 57 minutes of videos that, you know, my parents obviously did not approve of because they had deleted them in the past. And that video, it was like, I think it was like November 2020 or something. They deactivated my channel, which I still don't know what it means, but my YouTube channel was gone for 5 months. They just said, we can't let you have a YouTube channel anymore, because, like, that was, like, the last straw, right? And then they just said, okay, your channel is getting deactivated, all your stuff cannot be seen by the public, right? Like, I couldn't even see my own stuff from my own account. Like, they somehow, I still don't know. I mean, if I looked it up on Google, I could probably figure out how they did it, but still, I don't know how they did it. If I wanted to find out, I could, though. And finally, just 5 months later, I realized they're not going to give me back my YouTube channel on my own. I'm going to have to do something about this. And that was, like, from late 2020 until early 2021. It was, like, April or something, 2021. That I was like, I want my YouTube channel back, okay? I want to see all my videos again and to start posting new stuff or whatever. And so we negotiated a thing, right? They said, you can't post anything that we didn't want to see, but they couldn't trust me with that anymore to do it by myself. So they did a thing where they have to watch every single video I post before I posted it. And by the way, like, when they reactivated my channel, every single video on my channel, they made private. So I had to rewatch all freaking, like, 100 of them, 100 plus, or so they thought, to make them public again. And so for, like, a month, that's what we did. And it was a really stupid policy. Because, you know, like, for the videos that were, like, on the fence, I can understand. But honestly, like, I've been putting myself in a bad light for the whole video, like, what I did was stupid. But honestly, at that point in time, the majority of videos on my channel were, like, my parents approved of them. It was, like, only, like, probably 20% of videos on my channel where my parents like, nah, no, you can't post that. Because most of them were just innocent videos that I recorded at home because they'd already deleted all the ones at school or private to them, which I didn't even try to watch them with them because I knew they would say no. And then, so, like, for the next, like, 3 months, every, like, weekend, I would just watch videos with them and see if they would approve of them or not, and see if they wouldn't approve or whatever. But then there were a bunch of videos that I had to, like, edit out, like, a 1-second clip, which, in the big scheme of things, like I said, that's a really stupid policy. Here's what, like, the main reason why I think it's stupid. My channel was small. Like, no one on planet Earth, I still believe this to this day, would look at some random, then 15-year-old's channel, see a video he posted in 2019, click it, and just because I said the word retarded once, he would cancel, like, my college applications or something. I don't know what my parents' logic was there, but, like, no one's gonna see that and do anything about it, was my logic. In 1 sentence, in 3 seconds, I just explained it. And so, I mean, I can, some of them I can understand, others I couldn't. Like, for the videos, why I couldn't post them, but, you know, that's just, you know, yeah. And finally, after, like, 3 months of this, I got tired because there were so many videos that were like, oh, you can't post this, or oh, you can't post this, because there was a 1-second clip where I said the word retarded. And so I went up to them and asked, can I do them on my own? And I don't know why, but they said yes. This whole thing is so stupid. This is all over a YouTube channel that's not noticed in the real world by anyone except this man's close friends. Like, no one cares about my channel. Like, no one's gonna notice even if I don't do anything. Like, I don't know. But they said, like, you can review them on their own. If there's anything that you think that it can't be in a video, then you have to give it to us, which, you know, I'm fine with. I did that. I watched a bunch of my videos. There was like one Saturday or something where I spent like 7 hours watching all of my videos to see if they were approved or whatever. And so that happened. So now I don't have to review them with my parents anymore. And at this point, this is a little under a year ago. And then after that, they like checked for like the next like few months. They checked less and less. And so like so once in a while they were like, "Why did you post this?" I think it happened like twice in the past like year after the review stuff stopped, because, you know, I mostly didn't post stuff that I couldn't post, right? But now I don't think they've checked my YouTube channel for like 5 months or 4, I don't know, but a long time. And now we're here, and I'm still just posting stuff that I can post. Mostly I can post. There's a whole playlist I have that has like 50 plus videos on it. I think it has like 53. Exclusive videos, which are videos that are privated on my channel and can't be seen by the public. You can go on my channel, click the playlist, and that's every single one of the videos that like is not public on my channel. You can watch any of them. Because they're unlisted, they're not private. Like, you can't see them, but if you have the link, you can see them. This thing is useless now. I wrote this like 3 months ago because I wanted to make this video like 3 months ago. But now, the reason I don't think they checked my channel in a while is because I posted at least some school videos. Most of them, well, yeah, I think all but like one of them was like less than a minute long. There was that one 15-minute one that I made that was like this video is 600 days in the making or whatever. That was like the first long form school video in a while. But then there's all those other ones that are like 30 seconds long or 10 seconds long that are just like random funny videos of me doing stupid stuff in the percussion section, and I'm not really like talking to the camera at all usually. And I don't feel like they would allow those, but like if they do, then that's great, you know? So I think that's it. So yeah, I think I just went over at least most of what was my YouTube story from day one to the end. I probably explained a lot of things terribly, and I probably over-explained a lot of things, but I said everything that I said everything that I didn't for gore, okay? And there you go. That's my YouTube story, and that's my 100 subscriber special, I guess. If I think of something else, I'll just say it like later. And if I think of something else, I'll either just say it. Oh wait, no, the recording is running. I thought that said, wait, this does say resume recording. Why does it say resume recording? It's recording. That indicates it's paused, which it's not. I was confused. That's why I stopped talking, because I thought it was paused. Okay, my Chromebook is stupid. Sorry, ignore that. I don't know what I was going to say. Hold on. But yeah, overall, the entire story had so many ups and downs and backwards and forwards and in between the legs. I don't know. Just, if I could describe my YouTube channel in one word from day one to now, I would say chaos, because I think that fits it very well. But anyway, this video was terrible, and you're probably not watching this video at this point. You probably either clicked off in 1 minute or didn't click on it at all. But I just felt like I had to make this just to like clear up everything, and like if you had any questions, that's why. If you have any questions, say them in the comments, even though I know no one's gonna have any questions, and say them in the comments. But that's about all I have. If I forget to say anything, if I forgot to say anything in this video, and I realize after I finish making this video, I'm just gonna put it in the description, because I couldn't be bothered to remember anything more at this point. I already said enough. This video was like 17 minutes long. Yeah, I feel like every single video I do with this style ends up being way longer than I expected it to be, but to finish out the video, I'm doing the only thing I can do. I just hit the wall, and doing this again. I'm actually pretty good at that. I wonder if I can like do it on a flat ground. I'm not gonna try, but I wonder if I could. Anyway, that was a very long video. This mattress has completely moved off the frame, and I'm going to go eat some cereal now. I hope you enjoyed this video. I feel like I should have a longer outro for this video because it's a longer video, but that's stupid. Screw that. That's about it. See ya. Alright, first things first, the title of this video was a lie. It was actually pretty fun. The only reason I made it this title is because views, you know, views. People are a lot likely more to click on this than I went to a high school party. And that's it. Like, this is a more appealing title. So it was actually pretty fun just getting that out of the way now. Anyway, yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. So as many of you probably know, I am a sophomore in high school, and high school is the transition I just spit all over my floor. The transition from middle school, where you actually start to like go out with your friends more. I think maybe kind of, sort of, maybe kind of, partially. I don't know. You get what I'm trying to say, right? There's high school parties are apparently not a thing that's only in movies. Apparently they actually exist, which I didn't know until like a week ago. But anyway, one of my friend's birthdays was, I don't even know when it was, but his party was last weekend, and I went to his party last weekend. And the way you distinguish a normal party from a high school party, one word, actually two words, drugs and or alcohol. I don't know if that's 2 or 3, but we had, is nicotine a drug? Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, there were some idiots there who were vaping. Saf isn't an idiot, but everyone else who was vaping was. And then there was also vodka. A lot of it. Now, I can still proudly say that, by the way, just getting this out of the way, that I have still had never to this day smoked anything or taken any drug or like drank in alcohol, done any of that in my life ever, so that's a thing. But the same cannot be said about a bunch of people at the party, But anyway, enough of that. I'm gonna actually tell you about the what happened now, maybe, kind of, sort of. The video was really bad. I'm saying the same thing over and over again, and no one's gonna watch it. Okay, so why was I invited to this party? Honestly, I don't know. So, my friend whose birthday party was, he sent me a list of everyone who was invited. I'd say I recognized there was a bunch of people, there was probably like 30 people on the list. I probably recognized less than 10 of them. And I only talked to, if you include Ishan, I only talked actively to 3 of them. And those 3 were Ishan, and then my 2 friends Rashab and Saf, who both were there. And so, because I knew it would be, I knew I would look socially awkward if I walked in alone, right? And I know where Rashab lives, and I know he lives close to Ishan. So I asked Rashab, can I go to your house before, just so we can walk in together? He said yes, so I did that. And we walked in together at, I'd probably say, I don't know, like 6 p.m. or something. And so we got there, right? It started off fun. It was very loud, I'll say that, but who cares? It's a high school party. And it was pretty much, it sounds weird, but it was really, pretty much exactly what I expected. I know, obviously the movies have oversold it. You're not gonna look around seeing panoramic shots of people either, taking 8 gallons of vodka down their throat or making out with someone. That doesn't happen in real life. But to our utter despair, me and Rashab and Saf, we met Saf there, so me and Rashab and Saf realized we were going to have to socially interact if we wanted to have a chance of doing pretty much anything at this party at all. I mean, I made that sound really, bad, but it was actually honestly fun. We talked to some people that I'd never met before. It was there was this guy named Zach. He was the one who brought in all the vodka, so that was nice. But after, I'd probably say, 45 minutes or so, me, Rashab, and Seth realized, this is really boring. We're the only 3 people here that actually knew each other, well, in our, us 3 only knew each other before the party. We were the only people that actually knew each other. I'm explaining this really badly. Hopefully you know what I mean. For all 3 of us, the other 2 were the only people that we knew at the party before the party. That's what it was. Oh, also, random fact, I was the only white person there, so that was cool. Cool. Not so much cool as it is just, strange, but, whatever. No, that's a lie, It was me and, there was this other guy, Zach, and he came in with one of his friends. And, yeah, I think it was just us 3. But that was a lie. There was actually 4, because what I was saying earlier, after 45 minutes, we decided, this is really boring. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to invite one of our friends to someone else's birthday party. And so we did that. We actually asked 3 people, yeah. We asked Cole, Karan, and Sebastian. And they all said, surprisingly, all 3 of them said they could come. Cole was the first one to get there out of the 3. He came at, I don't even know when he came, some point during that night. And we didn't even tell Ishan. Ishan did not know Cole was coming until he came. And he was like, why did you invite someone else to my birthday party? Which, understandable because we never told him. And so then he told us we couldn't bring Karan and Sebastian. They were both going to come eventually, but we had to tell them, oh, sorry, Ishan said you can't come. And I'm not, Ishan's fine, whatever, but yeah, we were kind of dickheads for inviting Cole to Ishan's birthday party. But it was cool. Cole was, now there was 4 of us that actually knew each other, so we could get along better and maybe actually socially interact with some people for once. Okay, I'm swaying back and forth because right before I resumed the recording, it was, giving me, 1 FPS of me swaying, so it just looked like this, and then this, and... But then right when I started recording, it fixed itself. Anyway, yeah, so, I don't really know what we did, but we did it for 5 hours because I was there for 5 hours. I left around 11 o'clock. At first, we had... Okay, like, so far, you know, this party, everything I said has been, like, it's fine, but, there was this one game, it was a horrible game. It was like, we had to put on, what's it called, oven mitts or whatever, and we had... Why is my hair so weird? We put on, like, oven mitts. Okay, it's even worse. We put on oven mitts, and we had to open a box with the oven mitts, which is, like, the oldest game, maybe. Like, I played that at a family party when I was, like, 3 years old, like... No hate, but like, really? And then we also attempted to do musical chairs, but that was actually pretty fun. Even though we failed, it was still better than whatever the other thing was. It was, it was like musical chairs, but like, it wasn't because you could cheat. Like, me, Karan's, what's his name, Rashab, and Saf, not Karan. Karan was not there. Cole. Me, Cole, Rashab, and Saf. Yeah, that was the 4 of us. We all sat on one chair together, and we all got to stay in. How? I don't know, but it happened. Why is my arm so veiny? I'm noticing every time I pause. This is not healthy. Oh, and there were balloons there, and everyone was just randomly popping the balloons at random points in the night, and it was destroying everyone's eardrums, including mine, so that was fun. There's also, someone, I don't know what his name was. He was the guy that greeted us at the start, and who was... I don't know, but he brought his blanket, and it smelled like his dog, and me and him and a bunch of other random people that I had totally met before, randomly just went into, like, a little cocoon inside of a blanket. There were, like, 5 of us wrapped in one blanket. I'm not gay, I promise. Oh, and also, me and, whatever, the other 2 people, for a lot of the night, we were just randomly playing, ping pong with inanimate objects. He started with a ping pong ball. But then I broke the ping pong ball because I hit it too hard with the paddle and it slammed on the table and literally, like, it broke in almost perfect halves. There was like 2 halves of a ping pong ball. So we played ping pong ball with a water bottle. We actually played with 2 water bottles. One was full, one was not full. Or maybe it was the same one. I think it was full at the start and then it, like, we kept hitting it so it became, like, not full, you know? And then we also played ping pong with a balloon. And we also, I think at one point, were playing ping pong with a paddle. Oh, and our phones. We were using our phones as a paddle. So, just random stuff like that. And I'll say it again, I have never drank alcohol or taken a drug in my life. I was not drunk or high. I'm just a moron, okay? It's my first time, whatever, I don't know. There was also this one actually, like, really cool, you know, just really chill session where me and Cole, like, he brought Papa John's and everyone was like, oh my god, Papa John's! So, me and Cole went to go get some pizza and he had this, like, theater room next to his thing where we played musical chairs in. And, that room was empty, so me and Cole just, like, went in that room for a full, like, half an hour, just the 2 of us, just to get away from, like, the chaos of the party. It was actually pretty nice because the party, obviously, it was chaos. There was, like, I don't know if I even mentioned this, but there was, like, 20 people there. Also, like, when I said at the start, he had, like, 30 people on the list. That wasn't a joke, but, like, probably 90, not 90, but at least a lot of the people just never showed up, so that's fun. Like, there were actually, like, 2 of the people that I actually, like, have talked to before. I'd call myself friends with them, but, like, not good friends with them. I recognized 2 of the names. Neither one of them showed up, so that was great. Oh, yeah, and I don't know, there was this time, I don't know what Saf was doing in the corner of the room, but I think he was trying to make nitroglycerin, because he was mixing every single drink in the entire multiverse into one cup. He had, like, vodka, orange Fanta, red Fanta, green Fanta, if that even exists, Mountain Dew, Sprite, probably liquid cocaine, at least 10 pounds of, what's it called? Something, I don't know. But seriously, I don't even know if liquid cocaine is a thing either, actually. It probably is, because doesn't everything have, like, a boiling point, or is that... No, that's 4 liquids. Doesn't everything have a temperature point where it turns into a liquid? Is that cold or hot? No, cold is, I'm gonna stop now. It's hot. It's hot, not cold. Anyway, Saf was making nitroglycerin in the corner of the room for like half the time, so that's nice. Me and Cole were just probably playing balloon ping pong. I don't know what the hell anyone else was doing. And there were probably oh yeah, there was some guy. I don't know, I haven't mentioned him yet. He was that guy with the dyed blonde hair that, like, had he could, like, have a girl voice. I don't know. He was funny, so that was cool. But yeah, in conclusion, I actually did meet a few new people. I'm probably never going to see them again, but it was nice to actually talk to someone that wasn't in my immediate friend group for once. Okay, so, there's probably some other things that I missed that I wanted to say, but, I know I've said a lot of things already, so I've said enough. Yeah, that's about it. That I just recapped my first ever high school party and how my moronic, stupid self couldn't do anything in it. Actually, no, I actually did do something in it. Like, hold up, wait. Like, you know, like, there was, like, this stupid, like, dance-looking thing. I did, oh, wait, there's, like, no space for me to do this. Hold on, let me see if I can do it over here, can't I? Yeah. Yeah, I did that, and I was, the best, what's it called, dancer in the world. Anyway, I think that's enough recap. So I went to my first high school party, and it was worse than you can imagine. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was actually fine. I actually liked the experience, but I'm just putting that in the title for views. Overall, I give this high school party, I give it a Saf-making nitroglycerin out of 10, because, yes. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this recounting of a socially awkward nerd's first ever time touching grass. So, I hope you did not enjoy this video. Have a nice life, and why do I always do that spin at the end of the video, but, yeah, so that happened, I guess. Goodbye, happy birthday, Ishan. That was the worst, wow. Okay, now it's a thing, I don't know why, me and Ishan, whenever we see each other, well, whenever I see him, I just extend my hand and say, nice to meet you. He doesn't do it to me, but, you know, I don't know why I do it to him, but I do now. Anyway, that's enough. Bye.
How does it feel to be the same sex as Donald Trump?
Sex. Also, I stole this video idea from Orange Peanut. Go subscribe to him and watch the original video. Okay, here we go.
She treat me pretty like a playboy, don't playboy, you 21. I was 15 shopping for them chains, boy.
Why do you hate rom-coms? Or do you just feel like you need to hate them?
Well, for me at least, I don't really hate rom-coms. I just prefer pretty much everything else over rom-coms. Like, I don't dislike them, just I would rather watch pretty much anything else.
Everybody likes The Notebook. Everybody likes Beyonce. It's just a fact.
Okay, that's not a question, but okay. I think in my entire life, I've probably never listened to Beyonce unironically, so there's that. Also, what's The Notebook? I've never heard of that in my life.
Why do you make women sit around and talk about men in movies?
When y'all easily just sit around and talk about boobs for hours.
Okay, I have never once sat around and made a woman talk about a man in a movie. That seems very random. And, it's 15 minutes max. 20 if you're with your boys.
Why do you automatically assume that you won't like TV or movies that star a female lead?
I don't. I don't know where you got that from.
Why are you surprised when women are funny?
I'll pass on this one.
I'm probably funnier than you.
Now that's funny.
Why do you think that we're obsessed with you when we hook up?
I wouldn't know.
Why can't I sleep with as many people as I want to without being judged? When men do it, they're congratulated.
You know, I was gonna make some sort of, like, stupid joke about this, but then I realized that's actually a pretty good question. And, obviously, I'm not experienced in this department, so my honest answer to this question is, I have no idea.
Why do you consider a woman a tease if she doesn't sleep with you after 3 dates, but a slut if she sleeps with you on the first date?
I don't know, I guess 2 is just the magic number, I don't know.
In what world does no mean yes?
This one.
Why do you say that women are too emotional to be leaders?
Then justify catcalling by saying men just can't control themselves.
Okay, those 2 parts of that question were completely unrelated to each other. I don't know why you put that in one question, but okay. I've never said that women are too emotional to be leaders, so I don't know where that came from. And the second part, that we can't control ourselves, that's usually a lie. It's sometimes true, but it's usually a lie, so just putting that out there.
Why do you think that just because you're nice to me, I owe you my body?
I don't, and neither do 95% of the men in this world who just have a terrible taste in men.
Why would you ever send an unsolicited dick pic?
What does unsolicited mean? I'm assuming it means uncensored. Hold up. Okay, apparently it doesn't mean uncensored, it means without warning. And, right here, I'm gonna say the exact same thing Orange Peanut said in his video because it applies to me too. I will never, have never, sent a picture of, you know, that. It just seems really stupid and pointless. I don't know. And to be fair, yeah, it would be pretty stupid if someone did it without warning.
Why do you feel like it's okay to harass women or make offensive comments about women, but when somebody does it to your sister, it's not okay?
Because when we do it, we're joking. Unless we're like psychopaths, which 99% of the world is not. And from our point of view, it is okay for us to talk down on someone else who just happens to, like, have caused an inconvenience in our life. However, when someone else does it to our sister, or just anyone in general, it doesn't even have to be a girl, this applies to men too. If anyone does it to a person that we know, we're usually going to side with that person we know, which means we're going to be against the person that spoke out against them. Just, it's a tale of two sides, right? Like, just whoever you're agreeing with, you're going to disagree with that other person. So that's pretty much the premise of this argument.
How does it feel to interrupt me when I'm in the middle?
Feels great.
Why do you have to sit with your legs so wide open?
I don't stand around with my arms wide open to make room for my boobs.
Because it's comfortable. Oh my god, why don't people get that? That comparison, also, horrible comparison. I'm not sitting with my legs open to make room. I'm sitting with my legs open because it's comfortable. But sitting like this isn't comfortable. Like that's a bad. I hate this argument. I hate this so much. I don't know why people don't like agree. Like why is it a bad thing for me to say? Okay, I'm done.
Why are women perceived as the weaker sex, even though we literally birth you?
Well, don't ask me. Ask whoever made this generalization, because this has been around for pretty much ever since humans started existing. I think like. And also, there's a thing that, like, genuinely, like, when you look at a physical standpoint of a male and a male is usually stronger than the female, just based on, like, body to weight ratio or something. I don't know, but I guess that.
Why is it so bad to show your emotions?
Because nobody cares when men show emotions.
Why are you always trying to prove your masculinity to me?
What does that even mean? I don't even really understand the question, so. But I've never really tried to prove my masculinity to everyone, I think. I don't know.
Why the f isn't it ladylike to cuss? When did words get gendered?
Two things. One, I've never said it's not ladylike for a woman to cuss, so that's just, I don't know where you got that from. Two, words actually do have genders in pretty much every language except English, so there's that.
Why is it your first instinct to doubt women who have been sexually violated or raped?
Let me tell you the story about a man named Sean Oakman. It's 2016. Sean Oakman just finished his senior year of college. He went to Baylor University and he played football there. He was a defensive end. And he was projected to be a first-round draft pick in the upcoming NFL draft. However, just weeks before the NFL draft happened and he could go to an NFL team, another former Baylor student accused him of sexual assault. She said it was rape, he said it was consensual, and for the next 3 years, Sean Oakman was locked in a legal battle. He was innocent, but nobody knew that yet, so obviously he was dropped off all draft boards and did not get picked in the NFL draft. After 3 years of legal battling this case, he was finally acquitted at a trial in 2019. So even though now he's proven innocent, he can no longer join football because he was falsely accused of sexual assault. This guy had so much talent and so much potential. He was projected to be a top first-round pick in the NFL draft. But before he could unleash any of his potential into the league, he was falsely accused of sexual assault. Moral of the story. Some women lie about being sexually assaulted. Now, I know probably 90% of the time they're not lying, right? They're telling the truth. And you might say, oh, well, you're only going to use one case as evidence, whatever. But this one case destroyed a man's career, and he's probably never going to recover from it. So we sometimes choose to doubt women who claim to have been sexually assaulted because they usually don't. However, it's possible that they're lying about it. It's improbable, but it's possible. So, there you go.
Why do you assume a woman's angry because she's on her period?
This is one of those weird ones where, like, I feel like I know more about women than a woman does. I've had girls tell me they're usually more angry when they're on their periods, so just, it's usually true that you are more angry.
Why do you think women that wear makeup are false advertising?
Because they are. Simply because they are.
We can say the same thing about your dick size.
No, you really can't though, because you choose to wear makeup, but you don't choose your size.
Why isn't it weird that there's a bunch of old white men sitting in a room making legislation about what I can and can't do with my body?
Oh my gosh, guys. Monumental occasion. I agree with a woman. I do believe that we should have more representation by women and every other minority in Congress, like African Americans do, and I believe that.
Do you have a coochie?
Yes.
Why are straight guys so obsessed with lesbians?
Because we can't look at someone and know they're a lesbian. Like, if a man sees, like, a cute girl or something, I don't know, and then starts going after her, and then she says she's a lesbian, how is he supposed to know that?
How does it feel to get kicked in the balls?
Ooh, I see someone has summoned Dr. Ryan to the table. So a common misconception about this is that, like every other part of the body, it hurts the most when it gets hit, right? Because that just makes the most sense. Wrong. Yes, sure, it hurts when it gets hit, right? However, as time further progresses, for the next, I'd say probably about a minute or so, the pain actually worsens. Why, I have no idea, but it sucks, and apparently not everyone knows that, so I just felt like sharing that.
Do you ever get tired of trying to be manly all the time?
No, but I do get tired of people telling me I have to be manly all the time.
Why are you so afraid of gender equality?
Again, I have no idea what this one means, so next one.
Why do I deserve to be paid less than you?
Because funny woman moment.
In what world does 77 cents equal $1?
It's 82, actually.
In what world does 68 cents equal $1?
No, you're going the wrong direction, it's 82.
Why are you intimidated by a woman who makes more money than you?
I'm not, and I also have no experience in this area.
Why are opinionated women seen as bitches?
When opinionated men are seen as bosses.
Because 90% of the time, opinionated women are more annoying than opinionated men. And if you don't believe me, watch a woman react to what I just said.
Why aren't you speaking up when you hear your male friends behind closed doors make jokes that are offensive to women?
Because they're joking, plain and simple.
Why are you so afraid of recognizing your own privilege?
And I have no idea what that means. Well, that's all the questions. And there you go, there's my responses to 36 questions women have for men. I tried to give this video a good blend between, like, funny for some of them, but also serious for some of them, and I think I did a good job of that, so. And I really have nothing else for this video, so that's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. No, this title is not clickbait. Yesterday was the state championship girls varsity basketball game between Clarksburg High School, which is where I go, and Western High School, which was the other team, I guess. Wow, I just realized I got into that video really quickly. Usually I have like a really stupid drawn-out outro, but that was like the second sentence I said this video, and I got right into it anyway. So yeah, our my high school's girls varsity basketball team is really good. We were undefeated. We never lost a game the whole regular season, and we had cruised through the playoffs actually pretty easily. And there was this one game, the last semifinal, that in our health class, everyone was like, oh, they're not going to win that game. They're going to get blown out. They won that game. And before, like, this season happened, well, nothing really changed, but, like, I just had a seizure. Before the season happened, I wasn't really interested at all in any of our sports teams except football, kind of, but that only lasts for, like, 2 months, so it doesn't matter anyway. It was already over in, like, November or whatever. But, yeah, they just, in the regular season, they just kept, like, winning and winning. I never went to any of the games, but I kept hearing because my health teacher was, like, really obsessed with the girls' basketball team for some reason. And she's always like, oh my gosh, they won again last night. Did you go to the game? No, I did not, but it's pretty cool that they won. And then won again, and then just kept winning, and then they were undefeated in the end of the regular season somehow, went to the playoffs, and then won every playoff game until they didn't, which was the state championship game against Western High School. They lost, my school lost with a final score of 81-68, but I do care. But, you know, it's really good that they got to the state championships. Like, that's actually really impressive. Good for them. Oh, also, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but this game happened yesterday. The state championship game, yeah, that was yesterday. Did I go? Ha! Of course I didn't! And it was also probably it was the only time the entire season where I actually think I regret not going. Because just about everyone, or at least, like 2/3 of the people I know, went to the game, so that was pretty great. I wasn't expecting that many people to go to the game, and then I saw, like, every single human being on planet Earth's Snap Story was, I am at the, what was it called, like, Georgeville Center? That's definitely wrong, but something center. It was like, it's the same stadium as, the University of Maryland basketball plays in, except there was, like, 90% empty in the stands, but anyway, all of my friends, like, every single person, they didn't even really have to be my friends. If they went to my school, they posted on their Snap Story, oh, look, I'm at the States, and I'm just like, okay. Great, good for you, I don't know. But I made it seem like I don't really, it made it seem like they're stupid for all doing it, which I guess they kind of are. But, you know, in my viewpoint, I actually kind of, I regret not going. It feels really bad for me to say, why does that feel bad? No, it doesn't feel bad. It feels really, stupid, there's the word for me to say that, but yeah, I kind of regret not going. But of course, this video is not about me, it's about our girls basketball team who got blown. They did not get blown out. They lost in the state championship, but they got to the state championship because they're good for them. I don't know what this video was anymore. I just dropped my drumstick and I'm repeating myself over and over again. This is a horrible video, just like all my talking into a camera videos. Anyway. Also, the scoreboard, people were posting the scoreboards, and so at one point we were losing 28-15, I think it was. And then we tied it at 34, and then we lost 81-68. So we started coming back, and then we choked. So that's nice. Well, I guess to be fair, they did choke too. They choked like a 13-point lead at least, from what I know. But then they didn't. They redid themselves. They abided for their sins. They unchoked, and they won the game. Also, apparently there was someone on, not our team, but the other team. Someone on the other team scored 40 points, so that's pretty nice. There's also someone on our team. Yeah, guys, you heard it here first. There's someone on our team. Wow. Sorry, my brain just died for that. But anyway, what I was gonna say, there's someone who's on our girls' varsity basketball team who's apparently like really freaking good. I heard from another source that I heard from another person that she, at some point when I heard this, was number 37 in the entire country of high school prospects for basketball who were girls, and she's only a junior, also, apparently, so she still has another year left. Now, I don't know, like, number 37 thing, I don't know if that's right or wrong. I don't know if it was ever right in the first place, but, I'm just gonna go with it because someone told it to me. Why are my videos so like, I tried to make a video with a subject about this, and then I just say the same, why is my hairline so bad? Then I just say the same thing for, like, 4 minutes, actually more, like, 8 minutes? Yes. But moral of the story, the idea of this video is to brag that my high school's girls varsity basketball team made it to the state championships, which is something that I have absolutely no part in, so I have no right to brag about it, but I'm doing it anyway. Bruh, Peroxide by Echo 2K actually hits so hard, I swear. But anyway, this video sucked. Kudos to you, basketball team, you made it to the state championships, which is something that I definitely cannot do. But yeah, that's about it, I guess. I hope you did not enjoy this absolutely horrible video that is going to get exactly 0 views, probably negatives if that's even possible. But yeah, that's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne the Rock Johnson here, and I hate Maryland weather. I could rant about Maryland weather for a whole 10 minutes, but long story short, yesterday it was 68 degrees and sunny, and today it's snowing. This is, like, I'm not joking. This is actually our biggest snowstorm of the year. Like, like you can't even see the grass, like under the snow. Like the snow is that it's not really a ton of snow, but you can't see the grass below the snow, so it's probably like maybe a little less than a foot. But yeah, of course we get it on a Saturday in March. Maryland moment, so that's great. Anyway, hold up. Right, so earlier this week, MCPS, which is Montgomery County Public Schools, as many of you know, by the way, MCPS is, known for being incompetent at a lot of things. So earlier this week, MCPS, after, what is it, like 5, 6 or something months of school, finally decided to lift the mask mandate, and now instead of being required, masks are only optional for students and teachers during the school day. Yeah, because it's like in schools and public spaces too, I think. I don't know where it is, but schools, yeah, so now it's optional in schools, and today I'm going to be talking about that. Now the first thing I'm going to say is that the thing that surprised me was substantially more teachers had it off as compared to students, like based on like the amount of teachers that are in the school. A higher percentage of teachers had it off than students, which actually that was pretty surprising. Like I'd say probably about average maybe 3 to 4 kids in each class had their mask off, compared to like I think 3 out of my 7 teachers had their masks off. So even though it's optional, most people are still doing that. However, there was a thing that I was talking with a bunch of people in my health class, and we all like pretty much realized that we agreed on the same thing, just like unintentionally. We all agreed that we're gonna probably do it, like take our mask off, once everyone else starts doing it. Because at this point, it's inevitable at some point over the next few weeks, mask wearing is slowly gonna like decline. You're gonna see more people not wearing it, and then everyone's gonna probably just stop wearing it. That's a guess, so it's probably not true, but it might be true. And that's when me and the boys are all gonna take it off. So that's pretty spicy. And there's also another thing that we agreed on in health, because we had like a conversation about this for like 10 minutes, but I forgot what I was going to say, hold on. Another thing we agreed on, we feel like a lot of people, for probably like most of the people, the reason why they're leaving it on isn't because of the numbers, because honestly the numbers are fine. They're super low, and we're not really worried about it at all at this point. We feel like the reason that a lot of people aren't taking it off, including us in the conversation, was because everyone else that we know, well, not everyone, but a lot of people that we know just still have not seen us without a mask on, even though they've known us for like 6 months or something. And we just feel like if people were to see us for the first time in like 6 months without a mask on, they'd be like, wow, that person looks a lot worse than I thought they would. And the sad thing is, it's probably true. Like, there's a term that's been like massively popularized or whatever. It's mask fist, which means basically someone who looks better with a mask than without one. But then it's like, I feel like it's like kind of looked down upon to be a mask fist, which in my opinion is stupid for 2 reasons. 1, you don't choose what you look like, and 2, I forgot what the second one was, BRB. Yeah, 2. Honestly, my wholehearted opinion, I feel like most people look better with a mask on than without one, just based on personal experiences. Actually, no, I wouldn't say most. I'd probably say about half of people, just based on my opinion. So even if you are, I really don't care. And there's another problem with that too. Honestly, I feel like no one can really tell if they're, like, themselves. No one can really tell if they're a mask fish. And the reason for that is because, like, everyone grew up knowing what they look like, right? So, like, they always know exactly what to expect when they look in a mirror, and whenever they take a mask off, they know, oh, this is what I look like. So they've always just grown up knowing what themselves look like. However, other people have never seen their face before. And when they do for the first time, they might be like, oh, I thought that person looked different. But then the main person is just like, okay, well, I didn't realize that this was, you know, either good or bad or neutral. I don't know what it is. But I feel, yeah, you know, so that's just another thing. So as of right now, I honestly have no idea how this works out. But based on my past experiences with Montgomery County Public Schools, probably badly. Because Montgomery County Public Schools is known... Hold up, BRB. As I was saying, MCPS has known to make questionable decisions about a lot of things. But an example, if today was a school day, today's a weekend, if it was a school day, we'd probably have on school today, just based on how stupid MCPS is. However, if there's a weather forecast that's, forecasts us to get 9 inches of snow, and then they call off school, then we're probably going to get no snow, because weathermen are always wrong. Actually, that's not really MCPS's fault, so that's a pretty bad example. My point is, we've had a lot of days off over the past few years that have been pretty much nothing days. We had like a wind day, we had a rain day, we had an ice day, we've had a lot of things. Actually, I think we've actually had multiple rain days. And then we have to make them up later, like you have to add on days to like spring break, or like the end of the year, which, like, why? Yeah, but and then anyway, back to masks. There's also the issue that a lot of people, I feel like, remember when I mentioned, like, mask fish or whatever? I feel like a lot of people are fearful that people are going to think they look worse without a mask, which, you know, reasonable, to be fair. And so, honestly, I don't even know what to think anymore. I'm still wearing a mask to school as of this minute. However, I don't know if that's going to change, or when it's going to change, or what's going to happen with the policy, if they're going to reinstate the policy eventually. I honestly have no idea. But, yeah, there are just some of my thoughts about the MCPS removing the mask making the mask policy optional for all schools in the county. So I hope you enjoyed me ranting about a political issue for almost 6 minutes. And that's about it. It's still snowing outside. Have a nice life. See ya. Yeah, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. So a couple years ago, you know the game, like the Game of Life? Yeah, so a couple years ago, I decided to make my own version of the Game of Life, with all my own little custom things, my own custom path pieces, whatever, money, I don't know. And then a couple years later, I decided to do it again. And it is now, well, not a couple years, probably only like 6 months or something later, but now it's been a while since I made both of them, so I decided it'd be fun to look back on them and see what they have to offer. And here they are. They look pretty interesting, I think. Yeah, I just made them on, like, giant things of card, but I don't even know where I found the cardboard. But I made them on cardboard because I cannot afford to make them on anything else. There's also this thing, because you know how there's, like, a spinner, like, that you spin to decide how many, like, spots you go? I made this to hold it for some reason. I don't know why I couldn't just, like, do a random number generator on Google or something. But, I made this, so that's it for this thing. Now it's time to actually look at the board. I'm not going to be able to do it if this is where my Chromebook is, so I'm just going to bring it over here next to my closet. There we go. Now, this is the second one. So this is the first one I made. It's the bootleg version. The one, like, because these are actually, like, papers that I printed out and then organized. These I just wrote everything down on this board. So let's look at this one first. Pause, please. So how the game starts, it starts right here. It starts right here, and you go through this loop that you either get, like, a terrible job, or you go this way and get a good one. I don't know why anyone would ever go this way, but except for, no, well, yeah, and then, okay, after the jobs, everything is just going through, and you get some career path choices or whatever, and then you go all the way here, 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 and you get to decide which one you want to do, and, that is how this game works. And now, an example, a little random spot that I'm going to pick on this board. Rich person gets bored and pays you $225,000. Yeah. That's, interesting. Now I'm just gonna be reading off random spots from this board. Just because, you know, why not? Little Johnny needs help. Pay $3,000. There's no other context except little Johnny needs help. So that's interesting. Develop depression. Pay $1,500 for counseling. That's excessively expensive counseling. Eat a potato, do nothing. Little Johnny wins the lottery and feels bad that you loaned him earlier. Collect $10,000. So overall, you made a profit of $7,000 because you paid him $3,000 earlier. By the way, you don't land on all these spaces. It's just a random chance which one you land on. That's why this thing exists, because like you get it's a 1 through 10 spinner, and that's how many things you go. So there's a very big chance you land on this one and not that one. So I don't know why I made this one, but that's not the point. Anyway, let's moving on. I just said let's moving on. I'm gonna ignore that. Buy new pants. Pay $500. Again, excessively expensive cost for a not really that expensive item. Drink toxic beer. Pay $500. Find gold in your own dump. Collect $200,000. I'm not gonna say anything else on that. Take good photo, collect 175k. That must be a very good photo. Moon explodes and results in a massive tsunami. Pay $80,000. That's nice. Pay $10,000 for no reason at all. Here, there's 2 in a row here. Buy 2,000 worth of marshmallows and kill Ender Dragon. Collect 75,000. Interesting. Washing machine blows up. Pay $3,000. Develop Ebola. Lose a turn. Accidentally eat a toaster, pay $5,000. Get run over by a freight train, pay $20,000. Collect $150,000 for no reason. Join the army, then quit because it was boring. Do nothing. Is it going? Yeah, you launch a bottle rocket into space, but it accidentally hits a plane, and the FBI thinks it was intentional. Pay $200,000. Collect $60,000 if you are human. Get expelled, go forward 10 spaces. That makes no sense because we are now probably like 50 years old, but okay. Lose your turn for no reason. Jesus hates you, pay $150,000. Also, you wake up one morning in China, pay $10,000 to get home. My personal favorite, probably not the best, but one of my personal favorite spots on the board, rob a bank, collect $500,000. Allstate isn't available in every state. Go back 10 spaces. That's true, by the way. Allstate is not available in every state. Accidentally eat a toothbrush, pay $5,000. Oh, next one. You see your name on Titanic death list. Hire FBI agent for $5K. Uncle Dave dies. Inherit $50,000 of his money. Dingo eats all of your children. Lose $25K per child. This one's at the very end of the board. If you just roll a 7, go back to start. That would be pain. Well, this was probably one of my personal favorites also. If you just rolled 2, do nothing. That's the whole thing. Rob another bank. Collect $1 million. Adopt 35 kids. Collect presents. That's nice. And that is really all for this board. I just went over the most questionable things in this board. That's all for this board. Board number 2. Here we go. The actual well-made one. It starts the same way. It has very bad, worse design. But it starts the same way. All these blue ones are jobs. And then after that, it goes every piece. And this is the end. Okay, so here we go. So I'm kind of realizing a lot of these are the same as the ones that are on those. So there's probably going to be less for this one, but whatever. Also, there's this one. A nuclear bomb is dropped on your house. Go back to start. Nice. No, we got our daily dose of collect $100,000 for no reason. Nice. Double trouble. Go back 3 spaces and lose your turn for no reason. Uncle Ron wins the lottery. Collect $100,000. I don't know how you collect his money, but okay. Drink toxic beer. Pay $5,000 is also another one. Interesting. Buy $2,000 worth of nacho cheese Doritos. Nice. Oh, watch YouTube for 18 hours in one day. Pay $20K. I promise I'm not making this one up. Subscribe to Ryan Olsen. Go forward 5 spaces. I did not make that one up, okay? Yeah, so a lot of these I copied from that one, and earlier there was another, bottle rocket plane thing, but I didn't repeat it because I already said it last time. Here, there's also one that says, where is it? FBI yeet into your house. Pay $5,000 for new door. I guess that was a response to the bottle rocket, but that's nice. This space says, and I quote, take enormo dump. Lose your turn unless you're a plumber. Nice. If you just rolled anything except 8, collect $200,000. Accidentally eat a cardboard box, pay $15K. It seems to be a very uncanny theme with accidentally eating things, but okay. Elephant destroys your car, pay $25K for a new one. Pay $25,000 to get Uncle Ron out of prison. Oh god, Uncle Ron is probably a convicted felon. Pay $5,000 worth of sock tabs. None of you get that reference. That's a thing between me and my family, but that's still, stupid. Pay $50,000 for no reason. Ooh, the FBI strikes again. If the FBI has been watching you, they find you. Pay $50,000. Nice. Win Minecraft speedrun tournament. Collect $100K. Uncle Ron accidentally electrocutes himself. inherit 175,000. He died. Great. Oh, we got another rob a bank, collect 500k. That's nice. Find a 72 carat red diamond, then misplace it. Do nothing. Rob another bank, collect 100 million. Also another, if you roll 2, do nothing. There's another one of those. So earlier there was buy a pet tarantula, and now it's, and buy a pet panda, and now it's pet panda eats pet tarantula. Pay 1,000 for a new one. Nice. Why was I say nice after everything? I don't know why. Another get run over by a freight train. Another dingo eats all of your children. And then there's this one in the corner that you cannot possibly land on that says, if you land on the space, you instantly win the game. And yeah, that's it, really. I just felt like exploring my 2 old life games that I made years ago and putting the interesting pieces all in one video. Why'd I say pieces, not pieces, spots, all in one video, and that's what I just did. So now I'm going to put these back. Fun fact, I actually got those from under this thing. This thing goes on top of them. I don't know why. And then this thing goes here, and I put them under here. And there we go. They are back in their normal spots, and I'm bringing the Chromebook back now. There we go. Okay, that's it. So I hope you enjoyed this horrible video of me going through my old what's it called, life games, my own versions of the life games, and putting the you already know what I'm gonna say. Whatever. Yeah. That's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. So last week I went on a field trip. Whoa, why is the camera so low? So last week I went on a field trip with my high school. It was really my first real high school field trip because they're a lot more common in middle school and they're like barely ever happen in high school. But I went to a festival with the symphonic band and we played at a thing, and it was the most chaotic day of my life. The amount of things that went wrong is absolutely just, I can't think of a word, just insane. And today I'm going to be like recounting the entire trip and saying everything that happened and why it was the most chaotic day of my life. So here we go. So for some reason they decided to schedule this trip on a Tuesday, and also a Tuesday in which we did not have off school. So everyone who was in the symphonic band class pretty much just got to take a day off school for this field trip. So, you know, cool. And they said everyone be in the school by, they said be in the school by 7:45 a.m., which is when school normally starts. So the day started off for me as any other day would. I just walked to school, but instead of going to my first period, I went to the band room where everyone was. And we brought everything to the auditorium because we were going to have a lot of time to practice, and the auditorium has a better sound. We were going to have like an hour to practice. And it took an obnoxiously long time because we had a ton of percussion instruments that we had to bring over, so it took like 15 minutes to transport everything. But we practiced in the auditorium for an hour or so, and then it was about it was like 8:45 when he said, "All right, well, let's put everything away now and get ready for the buses." And so we did. And originally, the Mr. O, who was our band director, said we should leave school sometime during 9 and 9:30, sometime in that range. At 9:45, we were still at school. Yeah, everyone just kind of was assuming they would like run late, but then everyone started getting kind of like suspicious, like what is happening? Why haven't we left yet? And then Mr. O came over, called all the seniors over. I don't know, I still really don't know why he didn't just call everyone, because the senior just told everyone afterward. But he called the seniors over and told them, there are no buses for this field trip. Like, it wasn't that like he had ordered the buses and they just hadn't come. It was that there were never any buses ordered for this field trip. So, yeah, we didn't go on buses. Our competition was being held at another high school that wasn't ours, and our competition performance time was at 11 o'clock, or originally, but I'll get to that later. It was at 11 o'clock, and there we were at our own high school at 9:30 with everyone calling their parents or getting their licenses, because some of them, some people could drive, but a bunch of other people just like calling their parents like, "Oh, we got a carpool now because there are no buses for this field trip." And I don't really know how, but it actually somehow ended up working. We had enough cars that came over to our high school to bring people that no one got left behind. Everyone ended up going to the competition somehow. So that happened. I went with with Karan's mom in a car with Karan, obviously, and Brian and the other Ryan. Yeah. So we went to Wooten High School with this. We were performing at Wooten High School. We went there in Karan's mom's car, and when we got there, we had to stand outside for like half an hour for some reason. I still don't really know why. Oh, but wait, that's not all. Probably like 15 seconds before I got out of the car, my nose started bleeding. Now, I have a lot of nosebleeds, right? And I had actually anticipated this happening because it had happened the same morning. This was the second one that time it's happened today, and it happened that same morning. So I was like, just in case it happens again, I'm gonna bring tissues. And it happened, and the tissues actually ended up helping. So that was just luck. But yeah, my mask was completely ruined because it had blood on it, and good thing MCPS lived with the mask mayonnaise because I did not have a backup mask. Actually, I did, I just didn't realize. Yeah, that's another thing. I completely forgot I had a backup mask for the entire trip, so I went like the whole time without a mask. Whoops, my bad. But I remember how I said that we stood outside for half an hour for some reason? That actually ended up kind of working for me because I had time for like my nosebleed to die down. If we had just gone straight in, then I wouldn't have been able to perform because like my nose, I can't perform on my nose. Well, I probably could. It just would be really difficult. Well, I would not be able to play tambourine. I need to. Well, if it was on like a stand, I got that. Well, I played tambourine for one piece, timpani for one piece. I could do that. It would be really hard. No, I couldn't do the rolls in timpani with one mallet. I could, but okay, I'm getting way off topic. Anyway, while we were outside waiting to be let into school, Karan for some reason got out his phone and said, "You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make content out of this." So he started recording, and here's that video.
Okay, I will totally forget. That's it. Right it's there. Kevin Miniman Hart over here with a Ryan Ryan Olsen YouTube takeover. Ryan, how do you feel? Yeah, cock. I agree. I also agree. So then there's Brian and there's
what's his name? His interesting hair. I love his very sexy hair.
So basically, what has happened on this fine evening or morning is that our stupid school forgot to order a buses.
How do you forget
for
buses, bro?
I got buses.
It's kind of baffling. How do you forget buses?
Physically possible. It should not be a thing that exists.
Okay, so guys, now Ryan Osa's channel is gonna be changed to Karan. Now this is my channel now.
Fair enough.
I'm getting all ad revenue from this. All the money is going
Perfectly
towards
reasonable.
me.
Yeah.
Indeed. So how else do you feel about this?
I feel like I want to ingest lean.
Oh yeah. Also, we had Brian over here. He was ingesting road salt that can apparently kill you.
Hell yeah. Side effects of death. It's great.
So this is a part where we just say a whole bunch of nothing, and then apparently post commentator Ryan just like
guys, it's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here.
And apparently post commentator Ryan like cuts in about like 10 seconds. So yeah. So we want to stay for the rest of the 8 seconds that we have.
So one time
Edited an epic explosion.
Okay. Hello, post commentator Ryan. Goodbye, everybody.
So after that entire thing happened, it is now about 11 o'clock, and remember how I said our performance was at 11 o'clock? Yeah, it still was, but no, it's not anymore because it got pushed back, and we went in, right, and we had to bring all the percussion stuff across the entire school. By the way, this is in a high school, so like, it's during a school day. So we were like, walking through the walls of a high school with like 4 feet long bass drums while a school day was going on. So that was pretty chaotic. But yeah, we had to bring them, and then we didn't even use them because there was no space to use them because the band room, I don't even know why we didn't use the band room, but everyone is using the choir room, and there was no spot to put the instruments in the choir room. So we pretty much brought the percussion instruments across the school and back for no reason. We could have just left them there for the whole time. But yeah, so everyone in the band except the percussionists practiced in the choir room for probably like 15 minutes, and then we went back all across the school, still while school day was going on, and we were back at the auditorium. And finally, it was our time to perform. Oh, yeah, I never mentioned this, but there was originally like supposed to be a whole bus just for like supplies, right? Like all the percussion instruments, because there were a lot of percussion instruments we had to bring. Yeah, the buses didn't come, so we had to shove all of the percussion instruments inside everyone's cars. And everything else that wasn't a percussionist instrument, like everyone else's instruments too. Yeah, that was pretty chaotic, but we somehow got through it. And then finally, after our practice and our entire debacle of everything that happened that morning, we performed. And somehow, some way, we actually did pretty good. So there were 4 like things that we were graded on. We had 3 pieces, and then there was also sight reading. Everything's graded on a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 is the best, 5 is the worst. We got 1, 1, 2, and 2. That was a lot better than I expected, honestly. There's also our second piece, like out of our 3 pieces that we played, the one in the middle was the one that we had to play the concert bass drums for. So we had to like rearrange everything in the percussion section, and it took us like 3 full minutes to get set up because there were like 5 things, actually probably more, that we had to move, and then bass drums we had to put in. It was pretty chaotic, but we got through it. After that, after we played the 3 things, they told us that they did not need all the percussionists for the sight reading thing, so they sent me and Karan and Isaac and Ryan and maybe someone else, I don't know, we didn't go to sight reading. because we didn't have to, because they didn't need us. And honestly, I was completely fine with that. I suck at sight reading anyway, so I learn by ear, so. And so while everyone else in the band went to go sight reading, me and the other percussionist went to just sit in the stands and watch the other schools play while we waited for our school to finish. And me and Karan sat together, and while we were sitting together, Karan once again took control of my YouTube channel and recorded these videos.
We're back.
Hi, it's me.
This is after post-editing or post-commentator Ryan. So, we just got done with our performance.
Our playing. It actually wasn't terrible, surprisingly. It wasn't.
And it's still my channel.
Okay.
Apart from Ryan being yelled at to play quieter because those white soundboards over there is like...
It reflects sound, so it's a lot louder than
Yeah, so the percussion is just louder, so we had to play like barely. And we didn't do that for one piece.
And I kept forgetting to place.
But I feel like we still get first place because we didn't play too loud. So.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, here comes Isaac.
Your bass.
Hello, Isaac.
Okay,
oh.
keep going.
Hello, Isaac.
Hi. Hello. He said hi.
He's leaving. Isaac's leaving.
He do be zooming there.
Goodbye, Isaac.
Let me destroy this.
Anyways.
Archery.
What are you doing?
Archery. I'm destroying her. Boom. God damn it. I mean, God donut. Boom. Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you saw that, but this is a question for you, editing Ryan.
Oh, God.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what's the square root of the triangle of the Pythagorean theorem of red plus yellow to the power of Barack Obama?
Oh no, I think it's like triangle.
No, the answer's like triangle, I think.
Bro, that's what I was saying.
Well, let's see if editing Ryan has the answer.
Yeah.
No cheating.
No cheating.
No cheating.
I agree.
And we'll probably get back to you when we
we'll get
our
back
grades.
to you when.
Hopefully we get straight S's, which is superiority.
I don't even know how it's great. I think it's a number scale, actually. And I heard someone say 1 is the best, but I don't even know, like...
Yeah, 1 is the best.
I don't know how it's graded, really.
It's either that or it goes by, like, superior, good, mediocre, all that. So, yeah. Ryan's currently setting streaks to people.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Me win.
So, we'll come back to you after.
Yo, bass, they played Exaltation.
I would have been back this early, but we just got to reminisce. We just got reminisce of our middle school memories.
Yes, they played Exaltation, which we played during middle school, and I completely forgot about. But then they played it, and it top 10 piece probably ever. The snare part.
Okay, that was all. Goodbye.
Bye, man.
After that, the rest of the band came back, and according to Brian, they did terribly, which, you know, they didn't, because they ended up getting a 1 on it somehow, but according to them, they did pretty bad. But, at that point in time, we didn't know our scores yet, so I guess that was just speculation, and it was wrong, so that's great. Actually, that's a good thing that he was wrong, because they ended up doing well. Anyway, after that, all our performances were done, so it was time for us to leave. But, oh wait, remember, yeah, we don't have buses, so that's great. People had to call their parents again, and get their licenses again, and just shove everything into their cars again, because we still did not have buses, and we had to get back to the school. Obviously, we're not going to stay at a different high school during a school day, because there was still a school day going on, so yeah. And so Karan's mom wasn't there, so Brian also stayed with us, me, Karan, and Brian, and we called Karan's mom, and she said she would pick us up, but she was still at the house, so she had to drive there to pick us up. And one by one, everyone just started, like, trickling away, and eventually, it was just us and, like, the band director, Misero. It was us and Misero and, like, a few other students that were going with him. And, he left, so it was just us three, me, Brian, and Karan, just sitting in front of the school alone. So while everyone else was on their way back to the school, me, Brian, and Karan were sitting in the front alone of a different high school waiting for Karan's mom to arrive. And in that time, Karan, for the third and final time, stole my channel and recorded this video.
Oh, fuck. It's a Karan takeover again.
Oh shit, that shit's
funny
as
hell.
This situation right now is...
We're the only ones left. We're sitting on a bench. There's no bus home. Everybody else is going to have a good time at Rio. We're going to drive back to the school.
Even the director's gone.
Nobody is here. It's just us on a bench.
Three. I should be taking a unit test right now. I should be in 7th period A push taking a unit test right now. And I'm here, sitting in front of a different high school.
You know what's weird?
Your mom. Sorry, no, she's actually
Your mom is
she's
very
actually
nice
10 out of 10 mom. She's
depression moment.
No, she's
no,
not.
but you know what's weird?
What's weird?
How we went from The weekend being snowing, freezing cold.
It's like 70. It's probably more actually. Hold on, let me see.
And now we're wearing a t-shirt. Waiting for the. Oh yeah, we also got our scores in. We got two twos.
Doesn't suck.
We got 2 2s and 3 1s.
No, we got 2 2s and 2 1s, but one of the
2
twos
2s and 2
was
1s.
weighted. One of the ones was weighted lower, which means it's pretty much 2 2 1, which averages out to a 2, and it's like 1 is the best, 5 is the worst on a scale of 5. So that's nice.
Yeah,
we got a 2, which doesn't suck, honestly.
It's not bad. Did we get first place?
Probably not.
Richard
Montgomery was good. Also, I don't know who that school was after us that played
Walter Johnson.
Exhibition. Oh, Walter Johnson.
Yeah. But I feel like we definitely could have gotten first place.
I don't think.
I think the reason why we sucked so much was because of Solas Ane and sight reading. Because Solas Ane, the percussion section was a bit.
We got a 1 on sight reading.
So said we got a 2.
We did get a 1 on sight reading.
Yeah, we got 1s in sight reading.
Oh.
I don't know how, because you said it was terrible. Me and Karam weren't even there for sight reading.
Remember, we're back in the course room at 210. You just gotta.
Yeah, how about that?
About that.
We're gonna be sitting in front of the high school.
Yeah, in front of a different high school, mind you.
Hell yeah.
I just realized you guys have been looking at my face this whole time, looking somewhere else. Let's look at them now. Ryan's trying to take over his own YouTube channel.
One time, I ate a bagel.
I agree.
I allowed that to a certain extent, but then when you started putting your fist in my mouth, I just
No, you put your fist in my mouth.
Okay, I'm gonna ignore that completely.
So now
this is
now
probably
we're
the
waiting.
weirdest situation I've ever been in, and I am not making that up.
This entire day has felt like a fever dream. Like nothing.
Yes,
in
I
this
should
whole
be
day.
like this should have been a school day.
My mother's here. Okay, so basically, quick recap of what happened. We got to the school, we practiced, we did decent, and then basically what happened, no one ordered the buses from the school.
Oh, yeah.
So then we had to get a carpool, and now we can't even go to Rio because my mom, we live far away from Walter Johnson, or Wooten, so yeah. Okay, goodbye.
So originally, everyone was like before the day even started. Everyone was after the competition supposed to go to this place called the Rio Center, which is pretty much just like a place that has a bunch of places like stores and like restaurants and a movie theater and whatever. I don't know. So everyone was supposed to go there, like on the bus, right? Yeah, we did not go there. We were gonna, then we were kind of just like, why would we? Like, it's not what, like, it's 1 p.m. We don't, I don't know, we just didn't feel like it. I was trying to think of an explanation, but really the answer is we did not feel like it. But you know what we did feel like doing? Eating, because none of us had eaten anything since breakfast, because we never had a time to eat lunch in the entire debacle of the day thing, because we were supposed to eat at Rio, but, yeah. So, Karan's mom was nice enough to bring us to Krispy Kreme, and she got us each 2 donuts, which is a, 10 out of 10 mom thing to do. And then me and Brian both thought we were, like, done, but then we had mentioned earlier that we want to go to Potbelly's, but then she brought us to Krispy Kreme, and we were like, alright, we'll take this, whatever. But apparently she still was going to bring us to Potbelly's, and we were just like, oh, okay, fine, works for me. And next to the Potbelly's was a BGR burger joint, and we originally went into the burger joint, but then they told us they didn't take cash, and all we had was cash. So Karan went to get his mom's credit card, but then me and Brian were like, no, we don't like burger joint, and went to Potbelly instead because it's better. And so there, me, Karan, and Brian were just the 3 of us eating food from burger joint and Potbelly's outside of a shopping center in the middle of the day while we should have been at school. Yeah, that was a pretty weird experience, I must say. And then we finished and got back into Karan's mom's car, and she brought us back to the school, finally. Now, at Wooten, Mr. O had told everyone, be back at the high school by 2:10. You can go to Rio, you can go to wherever else, I don't care. Just be back at the high school by 2:10. Me, Karan, and Brian walked into the high school at 2:10. Exactly 2:10. So, it worked pretty much perfectly. I don't know how, but it did. If I had to guess, I'd say probably only like 30% of people actually went to Rio. Just like nobody went to Rio. And the school day ends at 2:30, so when we got back into the band room, there was a class in the band room. And so I was chilling there for probably like 10 minutes, and then I realized, why am I here? I have all my stuff, this isn't even my class, I can leave. And I left, and I was home at 2:35. All these things are true. I was at school at the end of the day, on that day. The high school day ends at 2:30. I walked home. My house was a mile away from the school, and I got home at 2:35. Nothing I just said was a lie. I'm just ignoring the fact that I'm classifying end of the day as not 2:30, but that's not the point. And from there on, nothing really happened, just the classic after school stuff, you know, homework of stuff that I totally knew how to do because I was definitely there for the whole school day. And, yeah, that was my day. Yeah. I'm still so confused. How do you forget buses on a field trip? Like, that shouldn't even be possible. It wasn't Mr. O either. Like, Mr. O had called, seizure. Mr. O had called in and was like, bring buses. And the person said, okay, and guess what? They did not bring buses. Correction, they didn't order buses. They never even, like, put in the order for them. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much just a recounting of what happened on the day of the band field trip and why it was one of, if not the most chaotic days of my life. There's probably a few things that I didn't say in this video because I went into this video wanting to say like a ton of different things and I said a lot, but probably not all of it, so if I forgo, I'm probably just gonna put it in the description so you can look at it or something, I don't know, maybe. But anyway, yeah, that's about it. I hope you enjoyed this terrible video of my recap of a very questionable experience. Have a nice life. That's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? This is Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. And, so I have this paper, right? This paper is just a list of a bunch of random video ideas for YouTube that I might do, I might not, I don't know. And it's in different, like, sections and stuff. And the section right at the top is, top 10/tier list, which could be, you know, obviously top 10s or tier lists because a lot of them are really similar, so I just put them into one thing. And along with being really similar, a lot of them are also really stupid and will get no views if I do them in their own video. And so all the ones that are really stupid and boring and no one's gonna watch, I'm just gonna put all of those in one video to make one longer video that no one's gonna watch anyway, but I feel like if I give it a different title, it might get at least more than 5 views. And so there's gonna be 5 separate top 10 lists in this video today. What the hell? Oh, here it is, right. Okay, so the 5 top 10 lists that are going to be in this video. They're actually pretty interesting, okay? Top 10 movies of all time, top 10 musicians, top 10 book series. I was originally going to do books, but that's, like, not, like, I don't know. YouTubers and Minecraft YouTubers. I don't know. I split them into 2 different categories because I was looking through all my subscriptions. I was originally just going to do YouTubers, and I realized there's so many different Minecraft YouTubers that I follow. I feel like I should make a different list for them because that's like by far the biggest subcategory of people I'm subscribed to. So, and then a lot of them I just don't watch anymore, but a lot of them I do. And then they're here, and also that's I can't talk. I cannot talk right now. Jesus. But yeah, they're pretty boring lists. But I actually put effort into making them. Like I had to for the movies one. I had to like my dad has a spreadsheet of every movie me and my brother have watched since like 2012 because we watch stuff together a lot. And I had to like look through everything and just order them. So like this video took at least some effort to make. Like I didn't just like open up my Chromebook and start recording out of nowhere. But yeah, I have my 5 lists right here, at least 2 index cards because yeah, and I guess we can start now. Oh yeah, and also the thing that I could not physically say when I was talking about the book series versus individual books. I'll say that when I get to that list. So yeah, there you go. And I'm just gonna hope I did not forget to say anything in this intro like I always do. I probably did, but you know. I think I can start now. So, starting it off, first list is top 10 movies of all time. Now, you probably think since I'm, you know, 16 years old, they're all just, like, either, like, stupid freaking, like, comedies or animated movies. No, I think, actually, this will be, like, a really good list that a lot of people who aren't also my age will be able to relate to, you know? And so, here we go. Number 10 is probably, like, the only actual, I don't know, well, besides number 1, the only comedy on this list, Happy Gilmore. But this unironically goes so hard. There are so many stupid, like on the list of every movie I've ever watched, there are so many just stupid freaking Adam Sandler comedies and any other comedies ever. But this one is above all others. Happy Gilmore is Adam Sandler's best movie. I will not be convinced otherwise. And that is number 10 on the greatest movies of all time. Something I forgot to say in the intro. I originally had honorable mentions on a bunch of these. Then I decided, I don't know why, but I decided screw that. So none of these have honorable mentions. It's just top 10. But okay, anyway. Number 9. This came out fairly recently, and it got a lot of coverage, but I feel like it got like, but not enough in my opinion. I feel like it's a very underrated movie. Ford versus Ferrari. This was based on a true story of I don't remember what it was, but thinking of the movie, it was probably like 80s or something. That was you know, obviously 2 car companies, Ford versus Ferrari, and it was like racing, like the true story based off like how Ford got the top 3 spots in the. I don't even remember what race it was, but it was a pretty big race. Like, what's it called? Le Mans or Grand Prix or something? I don't know. That might actually be the same thing. Le Mans and Grand Prix. It might actually... I think it's called the Le Mans Grand Prix, actually. But yeah, it just covered a true story of how everything went down and stuff. And it was a good movie, and the main character died at the end. Sorry for spoilers, but you know. Now, number 8. This was a movie that I completely forgot existed until I saw the list. And then I looked it up, I was like, oh my god, I loved this movie. This movie starred Tom Cruise, and it's called A Few Good Men. The way I said men, I don't know, it just made me laugh. But I think, I'm not certain, but I think this was also based on a true story. And it's like, it's a legal drama. I really like legal dramas, and it's not the only legal drama on this list, by the way. There's another one that's later. I'm looking through these, and I'm realizing, I think, out of the 10, I think 6 of them are based on true stories. That's a lot, wow. But yeah, it was, you know, your average legal drama. Just someone got falsely convicted of murder, and then there was a bunch of, like, random stuff that's trying to get them proven innocent. They get proven innocent in the end, and all is well. So, it was a good movie, and I liked it, and it was a good movie, and I liked it, and there's nothing else to say about it, so next one. Now, number 7 on this list is the one that I've watched out of all these the most recently, and it is called The Social Network, and yet again, based on a true story. And, based on the title, The Social Network, you can probably already guess what it is. It's about Facebook, and, like, the creation of Facebook. It has Andrew Garfield in it. I don't even know who it was playing that guy, Mark Zuckerberg. He was in the movie, but he was played by some guy that was not Mark Zuckerberg. But he did really well, and so did everyone else. I liked, and it was somewhat also of a legal drama, but not as much, because it wasn't an actual, like, courtroom and stuff. It was like, I have no idea what I'm gonna say here. It was about how, like, there was a bunch of controversy that was stirred up over, you know, everything that happened. It's really hard to explain, because I can't really explain it without spoiling the whole movie, but it's a good movie. You should watch it. It's also really new, so it's really well made. That's actually a lie. I think it was made in, like, 2011. I just watched it really recently. So, yeah, next one. Number 6. Man, okay, number 6. Probably the greatest murder mystery of all time, according to me. Knives Out. This is probably the newest movie on this list. This movie had so many just, like, random events that kind of happened out of nowhere. There was, like, an orphanage that burned down or something, and at the end, there was so many plot twists that happened in, like, 3 seconds. And there were so many different characters that contributed different roles. Like, I remember Ransom, he ended up being the person who wrote "Yay" on my wall. Wait, what the? Someone wrote "Yay" on my wall. Do you guys see that? I have never. When was that written? I have never noticed that in my life. I just randomly saw that now. Okay, anyway. But yeah, this movie it's good. Okay, that's all I can say about it. And what's her? I think her name was Anita. I don't know where I got that from, but she was the main character. She did really well in her role, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't even know if it's Anita. I don't know where I got that name from if it's not Anita. But anyway, next one. Number 5. I'm looking at this and I'm saying this should actually be higher than number 5. Ocean's 11. This is one of the older movies on this list, but it's really similar to Knives Out in that it has a lot of twists and turns throughout the movie. And people rob a casino. That really, that encapsulates this movie. This is probably the only movie on this list also besides number 1. Obviously, you'll know when it's number 1. But, besides number 1, this is probably the movie that I've watched the most times. I've watched this like 4 times, and it doesn't get old. It's like a really good movie. I'm saying the same thing about every movie. I'm just saying it's a really good movie. It has a lot of, plot and stuff. But anyway, that's really what it is. It's about people who rob a casino. So that's nice. But, like, they don't do it just... Well, they do it for the money, but they don't do it for no reason. Like, they actually need money for something. So, it's a good plot. Coming in at number 4, you got Shawshank Redemption. And I think this is the 4th movie on this list that is based on a true story so far. There's 2 more that are coming up in the next 3 spots. Correction, 2 more in the next 2 spots. But that's not the point. Anyway, back to Shawshank Redemption. It's a story about some guy who, once again, was wrongfully accused of murder. But this time, the trial actually got it, wrong and actually did convict him of murder and sent him to prison. And now he's in prison, and he regularly gets beaten up, and it's actually weird. It's told from the point of view of a different prisoner for a lot of the time. He was played by Morgan Freeman. The different prisoner was Morgan Freeman, and it's like cool because it sees an external point of view to the person who's actually the main character. And for some reason, I just remembered like 3 seconds ago that he did all the guards' taxes. I don't know why I decided to remember that, but I did. But yeah, that's Shawshank Redemption. Number 3. The second legal drama earlier, besides A Few Good Men, but this one's better because this is the 3rd greatest movie of all time. Just Mercy. Now, this one is like A Few Good Men, except, like, there's also a racial factor to it because the person, this is a true story, and it took place, I think, in like sometime during civil liberties. That's all, like civil civil rights arguments, which is actually what we're learning when A push right now, but that's not the point. It's sometime during when that's happening, and the person who got convicted falsely of murder is a black person, and the lawyer is also a black person, and I think it's Jamie Foxx and Michael B. Jordan, so that's a dynamic duo there. And it's just their journey of, like, through, you know, racism and, like, false convictions of murder and stuff, and eventually, through all the drama, he eventually gets acquitted and is innocent because he is innocent, and there you go. Good movie. Done. Number 2, an even more dynamic duo than the last one, also based on a true story. Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio star in Catch Me If You Can. I don't really know why I love this movie so much. It's just amazing. I really love, like, crime dramas. I'm just now realizing. Like, half of these, actually probably more than half of these are crime dramas. I don't know why I like them so much, but apparently I do. But anyway, yeah, Catch Me If You Can is about some really young guy, Leonardo DiCaprio, who, commits mass tax fraud. I'm not making that up, by the way. He literally committed mass tax fraud. And he's wanted by the FBI, except nobody knows who he is. So they don't, except then they eventually do know who he is. But, it's kind of cool because Leonardo DiCaprio, or whoever he's playing... his name is Frank Abagnale, I think. Like, the person in real life who did it, but he's played by Leo DiCaprio in this movie. And Leo really, like, Frank Abagnale, I can't talk right now. He's really smart. He, like, outsmarts the entire FBI, like, 50 times. And eventually gets caught, and then gets caught, and now he's helping the FBI track down people doing the exact same he did in his youth. So, yeah, that was the second best movie. And ladies and gentlemen, number 1, the greatest movie of all time is Home Alone. I was considering, it was between Home Alone and Elf. Home Alone slightly gets the cut because it's just amazing. I've watched this every single Christmas break for the past probably like 9 to 10 years. It's absolutely amazing. The greatest movie of all time. It's like non-negotiable. Like it just speaks for itself. Probably the most well-known movie on this entire list. Amazing movie. And also funny. It's the second comedy besides Happy Gilmore that's on this list. But yeah, there's the top 10 movies of all time, I guess. So normally here's where I would end the video, but no, we still got a whole 4 lists to go. How fun. I just tried to pause it and I completely missed, like, I didn't even pause it and it didn't pause. I just completely missed the Chromebook altogether. I'm gonna stop. Yeah, so there's one list down. Second list, top 10 musicians or musical artists of all time. Well, for me it's all time, but no one else is gonna agree with me because I only listen to modern music, so it's really in the past, like, 5 years, but it's also all time, so it's really weird. I don't know. Anyway, number 10, Quadeka, or Quadeka. I don't know how do you pronounce his name, but he's number 10. I just had a sentimental breakdown. Number 10, I said that already. His newest album, From Me to You, is what got him on this list. Before that, he was really lower on this list. His new album is amazing. Shades of Us, amazing. Sisyphus, amazing. This wasn't on his new album, but whatever that other song is called that I really like is also amazing. I'm blanking right now. Yeah, that's number 10. Number 9, NF, which is probably the worst name of all time, but he makes really good songs. He does, like, emotional rap. Like, you've probably heard some of his songs. He was really popular and, like, he blew up in, like, I think it was, like, 2017 or 18 or something. His song, Let Me Down, has, like, 400 million views. It's a really good song, and I have, like, 3 of his songs on my playlist, I think. So, yeah, that's number 9. Number 8, a little lesser-known artist, Palfu. I also don't know how to pronounce it. His song, it's not really, okay, well, it is this song. The one that blew up on TikTok, but I actually knew it before it was on TikTok, I don't have a way to prove it, but it's 100% a fact that I knew that before it blew up on TikTok. And I haven't even told you the song yet. The song is Deathbed, the one that says, "Coffee for your head." Yeah, I knew that one. It's a really good song, but it's not even his best song. It's not even really close to his best song. He makes so many other songs that are better than it. I'm not saying it's a bad song, I'm just saying he's a really good artist and he makes a lot of collabs with another guy that's number 1 on this list. So that'll be cool, I guess. Go listen to his song Future Diary, it's so good. Number 7, I just kind of have to put this one on here. Juice WRLD. I know, like, a lot of his songs I don't, like, really like his style, but there's also a lot of songs that I really do like his style, like Robbery and Legends and Roses and Hide. That's like, the other 3 are mainstream, but Hide featuring Season, that song is amazing and it's so not talked about. But yeah, just the songs I do like by him are really good. 6, I also have to just put him on here just to put him on here. XXXTentacion, or X, who, he also makes good songs, just like Juice WRLD, except he's, like, actually more popular. And, yeah, unlike Juice WRLD, I actually like that's not true. I like a lot of his content, but like a lot of the stuff I also don't. It's similar to Juice WRLD in the way that there's a lot of his songs that I vibe with that sounded so cringe. Oh my god. I wish I could cut that. Anyway, there's a lot of his songs that I really do like, but a lot of his songs that I don't. It's similar to Juice WRLD, except I just like X a little bit better, so he gets one spot higher. And now we're getting into the sections, whatever, of artists that nobody knows. Coming in at number 5, you've got Convolk, who makes very depressing songs, similar to someone else, actually pretty much everyone else, except those two on this list. But yeah, see, the only thing you have to know about this guy's content is that all of his songs are posted on a channel called Sad Chill, which perfectly demonstrates both his songs and his personality. But like, similarly to whoever it was that I mentioned before, he does like sad rap, but it's like more emotional sad rap. Like, it's harder, has more like bass and vocals, more hard vocal. I don't know how to explain it, but he makes good songs. Number 4, you've got Ian Dior, who's the one like person that could be qualified as a rapper besides Juice and X on this list that I actually really do like, because there's a lot of his other songs that aren't rap songs that I also like. His one song, Sick and Tired, featuring MGK, is the reason I got into him. He just released a whole new album recently. It's a really good album. You should listen to it. Yeah, but Ian Dior, that's number 4. Wow, that rhymed. I'm a poet and I don't know it, man. Number 3. No, it's Josh A. Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing I said for him about Convolk. He makes a lot of sad rap, like emotional sad. I don't know why I like it so much. I'm not even depressed. I just like listening to it. And like, there was a thing where I like seizure is what I was gonna say. These videos aren't scripted, so there's a lot of times where well, obviously they're not scripted. So there's just a lot of times where I just completely just die in the middle of a sentence. So just ignore all of that. But yeah, Josh A makes a lot of the similar content as pretty much everyone else on this list. Just like. Yeah, and that leads us into Jake Hill, who is number 2, and he does a lot of collabs with Josh A. I think they made like a whole album together, and they do a lot of collabs together, so they're 3 and 2, like 1-2 punch, you know? But they both make the exact same style of music that's really similar to the style of music Convolk makes. Just, you know, go listen to, what's it called? I made a video that got like 400 views in 2 days before my mom took it down. It had the background song was a collab between Jake Hill and Josh A. It was called Miss Me. It was a really good song, and the video got taken down because of course it did! Sorry, just had a little mental breakdown there. Number 1, the best artist of all time, the most underrated artist of all time, probably, honestly, on this entire list, the least followed one on this entire list, House. House without the H. I'll admit, it's a pretty bad name, but he makes amazing music. He's the only artist on this entire list where I can say, like, I don't know a single song written by him that I don't like. Or at least the vast majority. Like, everyone else I can think of like 1, 2, maybe 3 songs immediately that I don't really like by them. But then Al's, like, I can list, like, he has, I think, like 23 songs on my playlist. That's absurd. He is so underrated. His, my favorite song by him, well, I get like a new favorite song by him every like few, you know, weeks or whatever when I discover a new one that he released in like 2016 or whatever. But then every single time when I get bored of that one, I come back to the same one, and that one is called Fight It with Elijah Midjord. That is my comfort song. Ever since it came out, that's like my favorite song of all time. Did I say with Elijah or by Elijah? Because it's with Elijah, just in case I said by. But, yeah, massively underrated artist, Alice, like House Without the H. Go subscribe to him. He, quote-unquote, only has like 100-something thousand subscribers compared to, let's say, XXXTentacion, who has like 27 million. Actually, more, I think. Why is my Chromebook shaking? Why is it shaking? There we go. But yeah, that list went a little bit quicker than the top 10 movies. But I'm sure you don't mind, you don't care either, because you're not watching this probably. There's also less to explain, because it's like songs. Songs don't have plot, movies do. I can't explain the plot of a song. I can really just explain like the artist and what they're about. I am going off on an irrelevant tangent about stuff that nobody cares about. I'm going to pause now. Anyway, yeah, go subscribe to all those musicians and listen to every song they've ever wrote, because I've definitely done that. Next list, top 10 book series of all time. That was very loud. I did the one beat early. I just dented my bookshelf. That's a problem. This is not a bookshelf. That's a dresser. Whatever. Anyway, the reason I did this in book series and not just books is because there were, well, first of all, I don't feel like looking at every single book in this house. Second of all, if I did decide to do that, there'd be a lot of candidates. There'd probably be like 50, and I really don't want to list that down into 10. So I just did book series because, again, another reason for that, a lot of the ones that I really like and would have been in the top 10 books were also a part of a series, and I feel like I'd, like, doing bad if I don't include the whole series because I've read the whole series for most of them. So, yeah. So I just looked around me and my brother's room and my mom's, but she doesn't have any books I like. I don't even know why I looked in her room. And this is the top 10 book series of all time. Number 10, probably the oldest one, not the oldest, but the one I've read It might be the oldest, I don't know. But the one I read the longest ago, and the one that's probably, honestly, one of the most popular on this list. Number 10, Percy Jackson. No, I was gonna say, why was I making that face? That was the face. Anyway. Yeah, Percy Jackson gets a bunch of powers. Apparently he's the son of a Greek god. He can, like, move water, because definitely no one else on the planet can move water. And he has a bunch of adventures with someone whose name I forgot. It starts with an A, like a Nebulin or something. I don't know where I got a Nebulin from, but yeah, them and what's his name? His Cyclops brother, who I think was named Tyson. I don't know where I got that from, but if it's not Tyson, I'm going to sound dumb. I think it's Tyson, though. Similar to the Anita reference in Knives Out that you definitely watch. You definitely just skip here from the start of the movie. Not movie, video. But yeah, it just tells Percy Jackson's adventures of being, like, a person that has superpowers. He's the son of a god, and he can, apparently, like, start or end the world at will or something, or at least influence that in some way, and they steal a Maserati in the movie, so that's pretty cool. Number 9, Michael Bay, another completely unrealistic thing about how someone got powers that they should not definitely be able to get. Except in this case, this dude, guess what his name is? Yeah, it's Michael Bay. He gets a bunch of powers about, like, electricity. He can shoot electricity out of his pretty much everything, and he can, pretty much kill people at will. I don't know why he doesn't just do that to Hatch in book 1, but, you know, Hatch is the villain, by the way. He does it in the last book, though. He murders him in cold blood in front of his, not Hatch's, but Michael's entire family. So that's pretty cool. Michael Bay can shoot electricity from his everything. So that's nice. Number 8, Charlie Thorne. I just realized every single one so far has been the name of a person. Charlie Thorne, she is a person who can do a bunch of stuff. Yeah, because no one else can do that. She has an IQ of like 227, and she's 12 years old, so that just tells you a lot. She's also a millionaire because she robbed some company for some reason. And there's another thing, yeah, she's a fugitive because she robbed the company. So she's 12, she's a genius, she's a fugitive, and she's a billionaire, or millionaire at least, so that's pretty cool. And then for some reason, she gets wrapped in a bunch of things in like the... I remember what was the first one? The first one was, the nuclear bomb one. It was the one that Einstein actually made a whole other theory that's better than E equals MC2 that somehow will indirectly allow terrorists to make nuclear bombs. And now she has to go hunt it down and prevent them from doing that. So that's pretty cool. And then there's a book 2 also. But yeah, that's Charlie Thorne in a nutshell. Number 7, finally, it's not someone's name. It's The Missing. If I could describe the series in 2 words, it would be time travel because that's what it is. I read this one a while ago, but I still remember their names. His name is Jonah, his sister's name is Katie, and his friend's name is Chip, which, by the way, Jonah and Chip are both horrible names because they're like 14 years old. Where was I? Yeah, The Missing. They went and did a bunch of stuff in time travel. They got sent back in time like 50 times in 50 different books. That's a lie. I think it's 7 or 8 maybe. But, yeah, they like mess up the space-time continuum and cause a bunch of paradoxes and picks... I don't know what I was saying there. And they almost die about 50 separate times, which is nothing big because that happens in every single main character for every single book series and movie ever. But, you know, that's not the point. The point is, it's a good not movie, book series, and you should probably read it if you actually did read, which no one does. I don't either. These are all from a while ago. I just remember how good they are because I look at them and I'm like, oh, I like that one. But anyway, next one. Number 6, Moonbase Alpha by the same guy who wrote Charlie Thorne. It's a bunch of this one's only a trilogy. Yeah, by the way, for this thing, for it to qualify as a book series, it had to have at least 3 parts of the book. If it has 2, it's not a series, it's a duo or something, I don't know. But 3, Moonbase Alpha. Yeah, this is pretty much just some guy and a bunch of other people go to the moon, and they have to stay on the moon because like it takes place in the future, right? So there's like a moon base on the moon now. No, there's a moon base on Mars. Yeah, it's on the moon, and they live there, and there's someone who like murders someone else, so that's pretty spicy. And a bunch of stuff happens, and the moon base blows up a couple times, and someone goes missing somehow, even though it's literally the moon. There's no place they could possibly go. But yeah, that's what happens in the Moonbase Alpha series, and the main character is 12 years old again, because of course he is, because he wrote by the same guy who wrote Charlie Thorne, and there's also multiple series by this guy. This guy, Stuart Gibbs, he wrote Charlie Thorne and Moonbase Alpha and 2 other series in this list. He just knows how to write a good book. Anyway, number 5, James Patterson, Maximum Ride. I did not put Alex Cross because I have not read Alex Cross. If I liked it, I'd probably put it there, but I have not read it, so I don't know if I like it or not. I probably would, but you know, that's assumption. Maximum Ride is the best James Patterson series that I've read. The thing I like about this one too is the chapters are like 3 pages long. Like, this would be the perfect book to assign in school because the kids would actually read it because the chapters are 3 pages long. It's about a bunch of, you know, people who are not people, they're actually birds, you know, they have wings, and they keep, like, flying around and killing a bunch of things that are called erasers. I don't know why they're called erasers, but they're like birds also, but they're evil, you know? And they have to, like, achieve their freedoms, and then the world blows up a couple times. Literally, an asteroid, like, destroys the Earth, but they survive. That happened in, like, book 8, and then book 9 is the aftermath. But, yeah, anyway, that's it for Maximum Ride. Number 4, series number 3 on this list by, Stuart Gibbs, the 3rd series by Stuart Gibbs. I just said number 4 and then number 3 continuously, but yeah, Fun Jungle. It's about some guy who solves a bunch of mysteries, and again, guess what? He's 12 years old. Or actually, I think he's 13 now because he actually grows in the series. Like, in this kind of series, like the people actually grow too, so it's good. Because like in Diary of a Wimpy Kid, this dude has been like 11 years old for like 16 years. But anyway, this 12-year-old guy actually lives in the biggest zoo on the planet. Because both of his parents work there, and then a bunch of stuff happens, like a panda dies, a hippo dies, a tiger doesn't die, but almost dies. A giraffe also almost dies. What was book number 2? Oh, koala got kidnapped. What was book number 3? I don't know what book number 3 was. Was it the, no, rhino one was, no, was it the rhino one? I think it was the rhino one, and so was the giraffe. I don't know, I could be wrong. Oh, and a panda gets kidnapped. That was book number 4. Might have said that already, but yeah, as you can tell, there's a bunch of random stupid mysteries that definitely would happen in real life, and he has to solve all of them, so that's pretty nice. This is very confusing, but number 3 is the number 4 series, or I Am Number 4, rather. This, honestly, it should be number 1. I don't know why I put it in number 3. This is amazing. This is a great series. Yeah, it's about some guy who, he doesn't, like, magically get superpowers. He actually, like, has always had superpowers. He was born on a different planet, but it got invaded by these people, so he came to Earth, and then those people came to Earth also, and he has to stop those people from destroying this planet, which he actually fails at because they do destroy the planet, but then they kill them all anyway, but a bunch of humans end up dying, and, yeah, he has a bunch of powers and stuff, and they develop powers as they go, and there's, like, it's called IO number 4, because he is number 4 in a list of 1 to 9 people, except 3 of them have already died. That's why it starts at number 4. So it's actually 6 people, except 8 also dies. And also there's a number 10, so it evens out because 10 was never supposed to be there. But yeah, there's a bunch of people who do a bunch of stuff and destroy the main leader, and it takes them 7 books to do that, but they end up doing it. So that's pretty cool. Number 2, the 4th and final series by Stuart Gibbs written on this list, Spy School. This series is similar to his other series, except it's just like, I don't know, there's something different about it. Like, it feels like it could actually happen in real life. Like, because Charlie Thorne takes place of a 220-something IQ 12-year-old. Moonbase Alpha takes place on the moon. And Fun Jungle has so many, like, plot points that would never happen in real life. But Spy School, like, it's also massively unrealistic. What am I saying? But, like, we like to actually think that we're the person in this movie. Guess what? The main character is 12 years old, and they get sent off to some spy school. Duh, and have to train for being a spy for the next God knows how many years. But, however, even though he's only a student trainee, he gets to go on a crap ton of missions for some reason, and then definitely, I don't know what I was gonna say. He thwarts all of their enemy plans, which would not happen in real life because he's 12 years old. But yeah, that happened, and his a bunch of kid friends go with him, like Erica and God knows who else, but. What's her name? Zoe. I don't know why I thought of Zoe first. Ben. Yeah, Ben is the main guy. Mike is the guy I was thinking of, who actually joins in, I think, the 4th movie. No, he actually joined Spy School in the 5th movie. Not movie, book. But he is in the book, in the 4th book. He wasn't playing, I'm going so far off task. Task? Is it task? No, path. So far off path, I'm gonna stop now. This video is so bad, bro. Why am I making this? Yeah, number 1, similarly to the movies list, the number 1 is a really, like, stupid one that I just put on number 1 to be there. The greatest book series of all time is Big Nate. Like, it's non-negotiable. Yeah, all these other series are just, like, actual, like, series. Most of them are, like, non-picture books that don't have pictures and are actually, like, really long and have a lot of irrelevant plot points. Not irrelevant, but relevant plot points and stuff that build character or whatever. This is just Big Nate. Like, there's comic books and there's non-comic books. It's, like, the life of a 6th grader who is really stupid, has also really stupid hair, really stupid friends, goes to a really stupid school, has stupid teachers, and that is all an ingredient for disaster, as you might be able to tell. Sorry, I just died there in the middle of that sentence, but yeah, it's just Big Nate. Like, there's no way you don't know what Big Nate is. At least if you're my age. If you're like an 80-year-old man watching this, then you definitely don't, but there's no 80-year-old men watching this, so it's just Big Nate. Greatest book series of all time. There you go, done. Now, finally, we're over 50% done with this video. I've done 3 out of the 5 lists that I wanted to do, and I'm currently moving on to the next one, which is YouTubers. So, boom, here we go. Top 10 YouTubers of all time. I was gonna say this is based off personal opinion, but then I realized these are all based off personal opinion, so there's no point in saying that. But anyway, number 10. Number 10, I'm starting it off with a very, very sad one. Fearless. Fearless, whatever. Yeah, he was a 4 instead of an A for some reason, but yeah, he was amazing. But then he stopped posting, and he's posted, I think, 2 videos in the past 2 and maybe 3 years. It's really sad. Like, this guy posted, I hate to say it, but this guy posted Fortnite content, but it was actually, like, really fun to watch. Like, it was sort of like C-Day style, if you know what I mean, but, like, better. Well, he's actually more popular than C-Day, so you probably know who he is, but well, you might not know who he is, but he made Fortnite fun to watch. Like, I didn't watch it for, like, tutorials. He made, like, funny gameplay videos, similar to Noah's Noah, except, like, there was just something about Fearless, in my opinion, that's just better than C-Day and Noah's Noah and all his other competitors, Putz or whatever. He's just better, but then, I don't know, I know he's a college student, like in real life, and he has not posted pretty much anything ever recently, so I hope you get well soon, bro. Post some stuff, I guess, maybe next one. So yeah, that's Fearless. Starting it off with a very sad one. Anyway, next one. I just gotta put this one on here. Number 9, Mr. Beast. This man, like, there's no way you don't know who he is. Yeah, he gives away about $10 trillion every video he makes, and that's pretty much the only reason he has fame. That's a lie. That's not the only reason he has fame. But now, that's the only reason he has fame. Like, but before this, before he was giving away money, he, like, I saw, there was a whole interview he did that was like half an hour long, actually probably more, and I saw it. He said he liked to make random content, which is kind of what I do too. So I guess I'm kind of taking inspiration from him, maybe kind of a little, but yeah, just, this guy's amazing. Just look what he does in Beast Philanthropy, and just his content too. Like, he's the most relevant person on YouTube right now. Like, he doesn't have an amazing upload schedule, but he manages to post videos like 3 to 4 times a month just about him giving away tens of trillions of dollars, and it's amazing, so good for him. Number 8. Number 8. Orange Peanut. I am going to model my channel after this guy, I swear to God. Like, there are so many of my videos that I've just stolen from this guy and that I want to steal from this guy, because this is like, if you look at his videos, that they're like, this is the classic channel of a 20, actually no, I think he's like 19 or 18 or something. The channel of a classic 18-year-old male. Like, that's how you describe this guy. Maybe 17, I don't know. Like, remember that video, my issue with women that I posted like a month ago? That was like an hour and a half long. Yeah, I pretty much copied that whole thing off of him. Like, this guy is who I aspire to be in life. Orange Peanut, greatest YouTuber, actually 8th greatest YouTuber, but better than my other like 400 and whatever subscriptions that I have. Alright, hold on, wait. Just had to check to make sure that I wasn't just recording that whole thing while it was paused. I might have. If I did, that's unfortunate. But anyway, that was number 8, Orange Peanut. 10 out of 10. Number 7, Danny Gonzalez. This guy started on Vine, and he makes oh my god, he makes really good content now, but, well, he makes the same style of videos, just about completely different things. Like, most of his videos are just, like, talking into a camera and reviewing something or looking over something. But, like, that's the thing. He could be reviewing something or looking over something, or he could be doing, like, an IRL thing, too. Like, he does that a lot. He just does a bunch of random stuff, and it's great. Just because his personality, I really like his personality, and so do his, like, 5 billion subscribers. I would say I also kind of model my channel after this guy. There's also the thing that, like, not a lot. Like, I don't replicate his content. I replicate, like, his personality, sort of. I don't know. But, like, there's a thing about this guy. He's so, like, he makes videos that are actually super entertaining to watch, like, by himself. Like, there's a lot of people that, when they're by themselves, they're kind of, like, you know, boring. Like me, right? Like, no one's gonna watch this video. However, there's other people that, like, and those same people, like, are better with a group of people, like me. This guy makes videos super entertaining to watch while he's by himself. And that's not easy to do, but he manages to do it. So yeah, that's Danny Gonzalez. Next up, you've got Jay Schlatt. Now, there's also a list that's probably later, well, it is going to be later in this video, called Top 10 Minecraft YouTubers. I was gonna put this guy in Minecraft YouTubers, but, like, he's the only really one that was a split between Minecraft and IRL that I put in the IRL list. Because this guy didn't get famous from Minecraft, he got famous from other stuff. Everyone else pretty much got famous from Minecraft, but this guy just kind of got famous and then kind of just started Minecraft just because he was famous. But he makes content that is not Minecraft, so that's why I'm putting it in this list. Jay Schlatt, he's very funny. He makes events similar to me of like real world events that are happening now, like his cat almost dying because he ate like 11, I think, magnets, and he had to bring him to the vet and get like a $5,000 surgery, not once but twice, because he ate. The second time I don't even know what he ate, neither does he. He pulled it out, but he doesn't know what it is. But yeah, just his cat and stuff, and there's also this game called Something Box that he plays with all of his friends. Again, like, he's better with other people. He's by himself he's entertaining, but with other people he's better. Jack in the Box. No, not Jackbox. It might just be. I think it's just Jackbox, actually. Him playing that game, those videos are absolutely beautiful. I love them. They're amazing. So, there's that, and there's his cat, and there's so many other stuff, too, that he just randomly does. And, yeah, J-Slide number 6. Number 5. Massively underrated, Sunny V2. This guy covers people's careers. Pretty much. Like, the rise and fall of this person, or the deserved decline of this person, or the uncanny rise of this person. Just a bunch of such random stuff. Not really random stuff, just like the career path of just random people is what I was trying to say there. And he still posts these high quality videos at least once a week. And I watch every single one of them. I've watched every single video he's posted for like the past like 6 months. And they're all, like, really interesting. They're really intriguing to watch. They're, like, really short documentaries, I guess you could call them, because they're all, like, 10 to 15 minutes long. And they cover, you know, the life of a person. Doesn't even have to be a person, either. Like, he does video games, too. He did, like, the rise and fall of Fortnite or something. It was, like, 28 minutes long and has, like, 9 million views or something. But this guy he makes really intriguing content. That's the best I really can describe it. And that's how I like to watch his videos. So, that's how I like to watch his videos. That's why I was trying to say is what I like to watch his videos for. But yeah, that's number 5. Number 4. Now I'm kind of cheating here because this is technically 2 people, but it's really not. Cody Ko and Noel Miller, they collab in so many of their videos, and they also have a podcast together where they do like a bunch of random stuff, so they collab on that too. And just Cody Ko and Noel Miller, the not first but second best duo on YouTube. You'll get to the first soon enough. They are amazing. Just every video that they've ever made together is just so genuine. Like, you can tell they're not scripted. Like, they just have such a good friendship in real life. Just the bond between them, and just something that, like, it's just so fun to watch. And they do a bunch of like reviews about stupid stuff on the internet. It's pretty much really what they do, and it's amazing. Okay, so they get the title of the second best duo on YouTube. Cody Ko and Noel Miller come in at number 4, and I guess there's 2 different channels, but it's my rules. I can do whatever I want, so I really don't care. Just the duo of them in general is number 4. Number 3, the number 1 duo on YouTube, Ryan Vergara and Shane Madej. These 2 are part of a bigger channel called BuzzFeed Unsolved Network, but like I was about to say unsimilar, like differently than Cody and whatever the other guy's name is, Noel. They do videos about actually stuff that's like an interesting case to watch, like, because they do true crime and supernatural stuff. That's the 2 things they do. BuzzFeed Unsolved True Crime, BuzzFeed Unsolved Supernatural are the 2 series they do. Both the series are amazing, by the way. Like, even if it wasn't Ryan and Shane running the show, they'd still be interesting to watch. But just them covering like a true crime case, like a really interesting thing, but also the mix of their personalities thrown into it, it's like so fun to watch. And I can safely say about not this one, but both of them, Cody and Noel, and also Ryan and Shane. I've watched every single video that those 2 have made together. Like, for both of them, just they're amazing duos. Okay, I'm just giving BuzzFeed Unsolved the edge because, like, even if it wasn't Ryan and Shane, I've said this earlier, but I'm saying it again, I'd still watch their videos, even if it wasn't them. So just, yeah, there you go. The best duo on YouTube, BuzzFeed Unsolved Network, number 3 best YouTube channel. Well, I mean, I guess a lot of their stuff I don't like to watch. The only stuff I really do watch is BuzzFeed Unsolved, which unfortunately they're ending the series for some reason, but they also have their own, YouTube channel called Watcher, so I can do that maybe. But, yeah, anyway, that's it. I've been talking about them for way too long. That's number 3. Number 2. This doesn't really need an explanation. Pyrocynical. This guy just makes, like, documentaries that you watch. Not really documentaries, but, like, kind of just reviews, really, of TV shows and video games. There's also the occasional, commentary video, but where he really excels is his reviews with, video games and TV shows and movies, especially the TV shows and movies. I don't know, just he has something that, like, no one else does in these reviews. Like, they're all, like, 40-some minutes long, and I stay glued to my screen, intrigued by it for every single minute of the video. Like, there's so little videos that can happen, but Pyrocynical manages to pull it off, and, like, I don't know how, he just does. It has, like, a perfect mix of, like, funny, it's, like, funny in some parts, but it's also, like, really informational and serious and, like, a genuine review of the show in other parts. Like, but he manages to make it funny. I don't know. He made a video about this show called Utopia. The video was 8 hours long. It took me 3 days to watch, but I watched every single minute of that video, and I regret nothing. It was an amazing video, okay? Just that itself. It's 8 hours long. That's so much effort, and, like, none of it was, like, worse than any other part. Like, he edited it all, like, the same. Just, it took him, like, 6 months to make, okay? It's an amazing video. You should watch it. It's 8 hours long. I've said that 50 times already, but, you know, you should just watch it. And, that should tell you all you need to know about Pyrocynical, and, okay, you're gonna laugh. The number one, that was a horrible voice crack. I'm going to go jump in a lake. I don't know, I've been talking into a camera for an ungodly amount of time now, so my voice might do that a little, but, anyway, yeah, the number one YouTuber of all time is Critical. Or, really, as he's alternately called, well, I guess he's alternately called Critical. His main name is, Penguins Zero. I guess it's a 0. I don't know if it's pronounced O, though, but, yeah, just look at any of this guy's videos. You'll see why. This guy just, he first of all, he uploads like 4 videos a day. He does just, I can't explain what this guy does because he does random content. Like another YouTuber that I like to structure my channel around because I like his content. Like, it's just, I don't watch every single one of his videos, right? Because some of them are like an hour and a half long, just randomly like what's it called? I don't know, he did like an anime villain tier list or something that was like an hour and a half long. It was just amazing. I didn't watch it, and I don't watch anime either, but it's still amazing. But yeah, he just paused on accident. He does so much just random stuff, and it's, I can't explain it. Like, I want to explain it, but it's physically not, I don't possess the ability to explain it. But there's no way you guys don't know who this is. He's the guy that looks like Jesus, and he's not afraid to do, like, say anything either. Like, he says what's on his mind. His entire channel is just one big, like, screw you to the YouTube demonetization system because all of his stuff gets demonetized because he doesn't care about it, which is another thing I love about him. Like, he doesn't do it as a job, he does it as a hobby, which is better. Like me, well, I really feel not humble comparing myself to that, but, you know, whatever. But, yeah, best YouTuber of all time, Critical, without any, you know, not conflict, I guess it is conflict, I don't know. But yeah, that was the top 10 normal YouTubers of all time. Now, moving on to the subset of the top 10 Minecraft YouTubers of all time, here we go. Number 10, let's get right into it because I don't feel like waiting any longer. Number 10, Minecraft and Chill. This is how you make a Minecraft seed showcase video. Anyone else who wants to make Minecraft Seed Showcase videos, watch this guy. This is how it's done. Like, I dropped my stick and I didn't even pick it up because that's how much of a big point I was making because this guy's Seed Showcase videos are perfect. It's not even a guy. I can't even say this guy because he's never revealed his face because all he does is just show, like, panoramic images of the seed and he puts the seed on screen and the coordinates and he does this for, like, with chilling background music for, like, I don't even know how long, but it's so, it's like good to watch because it gives you all the information you need without the stupid like, oh yeah, here's the village, here's another village, here's a 15th village that I totally didn't skip the 12 in the middle. He just shows you everything you need to know and it's perfect. So he comes in at number 10 because he makes the perfect Minecraft Seed Showcase videos. Alright, cool. Coming in at number 9, we've got George Not Found, who I was also debating putting on normal YouTubers, but he does a majority Minecraft content. He does some IRL, but majority Minecraft, so that's nice. Also, he has every woman on earth sipping over him because of how hot he is, and I wish I looked like him. And also, he's British, so that's nice. God, everyone in Britain is gonna hate me for that one. But he's the only one out of the big 3 group that he's in that I include in this one, which includes Dream, Sapnap, and George Not Found. Out of those 3, I like George Not Found the best. I don't know why, I just enjoy watching his content the best. Probably because of how excruciatingly attractive he is. Wow, that sounded really gay, wow. But yeah, you know, George Not Found makes really wholesome content about Minecraft, you know, he makes very enjoyable videos, and I really hope he becomes another Johnny Sin. No, ignore that. George Not Found, he makes good Minecraft content and stuff, you know, he does a bunch of, like, Manhunt or whatever, I don't know, stuff that I like watching, so that's pretty cool. He's at number 9. God, he's so hot. What? I mean, no one's gonna be watching this, but if they do, I promise I'm not gay, okay? Number 8, I heard someone walking outside my door. False alarm. Number 8, you've got Dan TDM, an oldie but a goodie. The oldie one, that's such a boomer phrase to use, but I'm using it anyway. Dan TDM, I want to be serious for a moment. This guy was my childhood. Okay, I know, like, every guy says that, but it's true. That's why every guy says that. This guy is what got me pretty much into Minecraft. It's why I started playing Minecraft. It's what got me into YouTube, which is why I started watching YouTube, which I do even more frequently than I play Minecraft. Just, this guy, he made his, what's it called, his survival world, just his, I don't know even what it was called, just his world that he made a series that he was playing the survival world. It has like 70 episodes. Me and my brother sat down and watched all freaking like 70 something of them just because they were so entertaining to watch. I was like 8 years old. It was what got me into YouTube and Minecraft. Just, I can't not put him on this list because, and also his horror maps. Every single Minecraft horror map he plays, and just normal map in general. I don't really know why I like his horror maps so much, but because I don't like horror anything except his horror maps. But just, it's amazing, just his horror maps. I still watch them to this day. There's like once every like 6 months, I just randomly go on a, like, what's it called? Phase, that's what it's called, where I watch every single one of his horror maps, and there's like 50 of them, not 50, but everyone is like, I don't know, just they're amazing, and his normal maps too, and his original survival series, just chef's kiss to you, DanTDM. That did not, okay, that's not, no, that's not what I meant. It's still recording? Really? Why did it not pause? That chef's kiss was for making my childhood, not for personal reasons. For personal reasons, it's sure not fair. Anyway, let's just ignore everything I've said for the past 30 seconds because it's very irrelevant, and yeah. DanTDM, you made my childhood. Thank you so much for that. Oh my god. You get a top 10 Minecraft YouTuber of all time title. You're coming at number 8 on the list. I'm sorry I didn't rate you higher, but, you know, there's other people now that are better. And I liked your videos back then. I like these other people's videos now, so that's quite unfortunate. But, DanTDM, number 8 on the greatest Minecraft YouTubers of all time. Coming in at number 7, we've got Professor Biggie, who's not as popular as a bunch of other these people on the list, but, he makes just as good content as them. He does, like fake dream speedruns. That's pretty much how I can explain it. It's just, I don't know, it's hilarious. It's not always Dream either. It's like if Mumbo Jumbo did a speedrun or if Mr. Beast did a speedrun, he's done those too. But just, his Dream ones are the best because like he has hunters that are like, he has Obama as a hunter, he has Kim Jong-un as a hunter, he has Donald Trump as a hunter, he has Kanye West as a hunter, he has Elon Musk as a hunter, just a bunch of random people. He doesn't actually get them to cameo in his videos. He just, like, if they did, this is what would happen, and I don't know. It's just it's so funny. I can't. Just watch his videos. You'll explain. You'll understand why I like them. Okay? Because it's perfect for like my type of humor. It's Professor Biggie's videos. So yeah, number 7 best Minecraft YouTuber, Professor Biggie. Good for you. Number 6, probably the one. No. Again, another one that I was considering to put in normal YouTubers because he makes IRL content, but he also makes I wouldn't say, well, it might be majority, it might not be majority, but probably about 50% split Minecraft and IRL. Anyway, then this person is number 6 on the list, Fundy. He's a very entertaining person, I guess. But, like, he's also, like, smart. Like, he knows how to code. So that makes it really interesting, and he can code in, like, really stupid things into Minecraft that shouldn't be in the game, and that's what a lot of his stuff is about. Like, he codes in really stupidly hard difficulties, like, that you, like, die every 5 seconds or something. But also just, like, I coded Snake into Minecraft, or something like that. Like, just, I don't know, entertaining stuff to watch. They're all, like, 10 to 15 minutes long, which is perfect for my, you know, attention span and that kind of content. So, yeah, that's number 6. Number 5, you got Luke the Notable, who speaks like this in all of his videos for some reason. I don't care, I like his voice. And he does videos that are, for some reason, he does them at exactly, like, this specific time intervals. Like, his videos are either exactly 20 minutes, exactly 30 minutes, exactly 1 hour. And, he does a bunch of, like, Minecraft stuff. Wow, that was the most vague explanation ever. He does a bunch of, like, spin-off stuff, like 100 days in Minecraft Creative, 100 days in the Nether, or the End, or a bunch of random stuff. But his main series, the one that got him as big as he is today, is his hardcore Minecraft series that he has, like, 100, 200, 300, 1,000, and 2,000 days on that are 30, 30, 30, 1 hour, and 2 hours long. The 30s are all minutes. And just, they're so entertaining to watch. I can't explain it. I can't explain it, actually. They're, like, just... They're so well made, but like they're like really long, but they're also really well made, and they're entertaining to watch, and it's just like it's a hardcore world, so you want to know what's gonna happen next and what's happened in the past and stuff, and just Luke the Notable. Just go watch his content again. I'm running out of spirit for this. At the start of this video, I was like super energetic for all these, but now I'm kind of just like, let me get this video over with, like, at this point, so yeah, I'm gonna kind of do that. Number 4, that Luke Notable was number 5, right? Yeah, he was. It's written right here, why did I say that? Number 4, Sipover, who's a relatively new YouTuber. He hasn't come on, he came onto the scene pretty recently compared to the other people. Like, DanTDM came, like, 10 years ago. This guy came, like, 10 months ago. But yeah, this guy likes to, like, do my favorite content of his is like exploring past stuff, like Minecraft's best seeds ever, or Minecraft's like best creations ever, just a bunch of random stuff like that. They're all, again, 10 to 15 minutes long, perfect for my range, and, you know, just exploring stuff in Minecraft. That's really how I can explain it. Just Zip Over got famous from another YouTuber that got famous from doing a unique style of Minecraft content, so good for him. He's number 4. Number 3, yet another person I was debating on putting in the normal YouTubers list. You got Ranboo or Ronbo. I just said Ronbo. Ranboo or Ronbo. I don't know how to pronounce it, but one of them. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna reveal number 2. Number 3 and number 2, Ronboo and Wilbur Soot. I'm kind of cheating with both of these because neither one of these post barely any Minecraft. But both of these did get famous playing Minecraft, unlike Schlatt. But like they both kind of like gone away from Minecraft in a way. Like, first of all, I'm sorry, but both of these people's upload schedules, Ronboo and Robertsoot, are absolutely horrendous. They've posted like a combined 3 videos in the past. I think in the past year, they've posted, I want to say 5 videos combined, not each, in the past year. But all the content that they have on their channel is just so entertaining to watch, especially Wilbur. Like Ronboo, he has entertaining content, but not a lot of it. He has like, I built a chair and I baked a cake and a bunch of stuff like that. But Wilbur Soot, he has a whole series of You Laugh, You Lose. He has like 17 of them. That series might be my favorite series on YouTube that isn't Cody and Noel or Ryan and Shane. Yeah, just, it's amazing. Just him trying not to laugh. I don't know why. I can't explain it, but that series is just amazing, okay? That's why Wilbur Soot gets above Ranboo, because he has more stuff. They make really similar stuff, but Wilbur has more of it, so he gets number 2. But, both of them, they still play Minecraft. Like, they stream it on Twitch, and they got famous doing it, but they don't really do it a lot. Like, they don't post it on the YouTube channel a lot. And this is a YouTubers list, so I'm kind of cheating with both of these, but, you know, that's not the point. I really enjoyed watching both of these, though, even though, you know, they're both in the Dream SMP, so I'm probably going to be like, oh, that's cringe, but I don't care. They're entertaining creators. So, yeah, that's that. My Chromebook shakes every single time I pause and resume a video, but anyway. Yeah, Ronboo and Robertsoot, number 3 and 2, that I kind of did a 2 and 1 there, but, you know, I count them as 2 because they're 2 separate people, obviously. So, number 1, final, we've done 5 lists. This is the final one on the final list that I'm doing. Number 1, the greatest Minecraft YouTuber of all time. Evan MC Gaming. Now, by that name, you probably think he just does a bunch of stuff that's like, oh, I played Bed Wars for 15 hours straight. Actually, that's rookie numbers. But, you know, anyway. No, he does not do that. He does full freaking documentaries about Minecraft creators, or just Minecraft in general. He did a whole, I think it's like an 8-part series, and each one was like an hour long about the Dream SMP. And I know that sounds really cringe, but it's really entertaining to watch. The whole thing was so entertaining to watch. And he does like the rise of Wilbur, for example. Like Wilbur, who's the number 2 creator on this list, by the way. Wilbur, he did a whole video on like the rise of Wilbur Soot, about how he got famous and what happened to him, and you know, I watched that one and I'm just now realizing he did not get famous by playing Minecraft. Well, Evan MC did, but Wilbur got famous from the Wilbur, I think it's the Wilbur A or G, where he was Jack in the Life's editor. Jack something Life's editor, and he kind of made a whole thing. I'm cheating on this list, apparently, because Wilbur's not famous playing Minecraft, so I'm just gonna ignore that completely. Missed the pause button again, ignoring that. But, yeah, Evan MC Gaming, just if you have a bad attention span, don't watch his videos, but, his videos are like an hour long, each and every one of them, and they're so entertaining to watch because so much work is put into them. And, like, the stories too are actually, they're so I can't explain it. Like it's the same with a lot of these. It's like hard to explain because they're like a YouTube creator, but you know, just Evan MC Gaming, best creator. And if you want to watch his videos, go do that. Or same with really anyone on this list or anyone on any of my list, really. And that is it for the top 10 Minecraft YouTubers of all time. So there you have it. That's my 5 list. This video, shockingly I know, was a lot longer than I thought it was going to be, because every single video that I record on a Chromebook is a lot longer than I thought it would be. But especially this one. And again, I actually put some effort into this video. You know, I took time to make those 5 lists just to put in this video. And I know this is going to get no views because people are going to see the length and say, oh nah, I'm out. But, you know, fine by me. So, yeah, this video is really long. I'd be willing to bet money that the average view duration on this video is going to be like 15 seconds, like actually. But by the very minuscule chance that you actually did watch through this entire video and did not skip here from the end, Yeah, I want you to, like, how do you feel about my list, you know? Or at least the ones that, like, you know anything about. Like, anyone who doesn't read is not going to relate at all to my book series list because you have to read, you know, to read. I don't read now a lot, either. But, like, when I did... Well, I do it over the summer, right? But now school year, I have a bunch of other stuff to do, like watching YouTube for 5 hours a day because clearly that's more important than improving my mind. But, I'm gonna pull a classic. Let me know what you think about my choices in the comments. Go ahead and hit that subscribe. I'm gonna stop now. No, but like actually though, I do want to know if people agree with me. I know my movies list. Probably not a lot of people know anything about movies, but YouTubers you might be able to relate to. And what else did I make? Musicians, you might be able to relate to one or even two of my musicians because most of my musicians are not mainstream. So yeah, that's great. I tried to say musicians really fast. And I was like, so that's yeah. We love that. But in conclusion, this video, shockingly, like I already said, is a lot longer than I thought it would be. And, I'm trying to think of anything else that I want to say because I, like, don't want to make this outro, like, short. But I think it's already long enough, honestly. So I'm going to do a lap around my room now. That was, I just jumped over my dad. I could have broken both of my legs doing that. But, anyway... I'm definitely not going to watch this video until it premieres, but, yeah, because I don't feel like it, I'm not going to watch, like, a 55-minute long video, but, anyway, I hope you did not enjoy this video. These are all terrible lists. This video is going to get 0 views, and, that's about it. See ya.
Packing the mail. She treat me pretty like a playboy, don't playboy, you 21. I was 15 shopping for them chains, boy.
Put it up so you can see,
Ryan,
see the hair.
Ryan, who's who? Like it?
Who's who what? What happened?
Who's Rebecca? Who's Jessica?
Yeah, you just take it.
Ryan, who's Rebecca? Who's
Here's his
Jessica?
hair.
If I see them next to each other, I can't be able to tell who, but just, cause, you know, yeah.
Everyone say hi.
Hi.
Ryan, say hi.
Hello. Hello, this is my own YouTube channel.
Yeah, we're gonna do a YouTube video for him.
I guess.
So welcome
We
to the
recorded
channel.
other stuff, but these bozos over here deleted all of it for some reason.
So we're gonna record more things now. You're welcome.
You know it.
Yeah. Oh,
Your
I have
hair's done.
my hair is done.
It's finished.
Did you actually like do
No,
anything?
it can't be done. Your hair's
Yeah, because my hair is too thin and whatever.
Leah, can we play karaoke?
Oh god.
Alright, so you're probably expecting this video you're probably in this video expecting me to show a clip of what actually happened. You know, you're expecting me to show a clip of Will Smith slapping Chris Rock because that's what, you know, that's what this video is about. But I don't feel like editing this video, so I'm not going to do that. If you just want to see the clip, it's all over the internet. If you want to see the uncensored version, it's also all over the internet. You just have to look harder. I just missed the pause button, dropped the stick, and then caught my stick 1 second later. Interesting. So with this, this video I'm going to be giving my thoughts about what happened and, you know, the kind of the story of what happened. And it's a terribly produced video, and I'm not going to show the clip because I don't feel like editing it. So, yeah, here we go. I dropped my stick. So, as the topic of this video, so yesterday the Oscars were happening, which, by the way, I didn't even know the Oscars were happening yesterday, like, until yesterday. Like, I got a notification on ESPN. I don't know why ESPN gave out an Oscars notification, but they did. They said, like, Oscars are starting in, like, 1 hour, and I'm like, oh, the Oscars are happening? Like, today? Oh, that's pretty cool. Because I had no idea. And, so, yeah, obviously I didn't watch it, because why would I watch the Oscars? I have literally no interest in that. But now I'm regretting that, not watching it, and so is, just about everyone else on planet Earth. Because, as you definitely already know, I'm gonna say it again anyway, though, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock in front of about 50 trillion people on national television. And I do know the reasoning behind it. So, Chris Rock made a joke about Will Smith's wife. And Will Smith's wife has this disease. I don't even know what the heck the disease is called, which is kind of weird because I've heard it said like 50 times today because I watched a bunch of videos on this. But she has a disease and she is bald. Like she has a shaved head. And there's a movie. I think it's called, I don't know. Oh, I actually did remember. It's called G.I. Joe. That has the main character is like bald or something also. And so Chris Rock was on the front of the stage giving a speech or whatever, and he was like, yo, Will Smith's wife, whatever your name is, you should be in G.I. Joe 2, or something along those lines. And Will was actually, and his wife were actually both kind of laughing at it at first. And then Will was just like, yeah, screw that, went up on stage, and slapped him in front of everyone in the planet. By everyone in the planet, I mean, well, at this point, yeah, pretty much everyone on the planet has seen it. That's an exaggeration. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna continue. You know what I mean? Just a lot of people saw it, and he didn't try to like hide anything either. He just walked right up to him and was like, 10 out of 10 reenactment right there. And then he went back to his seat. Chris Rock was like, bruh. And then Will Smith kind of like yelled at him or whatever, and a bunch of stuff happened. But then after a few, minutes, they were both calm and cooled down, and yeah, I guess that's the whole thing. Oh, and then Will Smith won Best Actor. Like, I don't even know how long later. Probably like an hour later or something. I don't know. So that's pretty cool. And already it has been less than 24 hours since that happened, and it is already an international phenomenon, or a phenomena. Is the correct term for that phenomenon or phenomena? I don't know. Probably neither one, honestly. I suck at words, even though my mom's an English teacher. That's completely irrelevant. I go on so many just irrelevant tangents on a bunch of random stuff. I don't know why, but just ignore all of it. I'm gonna continue now. But yeah, so I got another ESPN for some reason notification this morning on my phone when I woke up. It was like, yo, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock or whatever, and yeah, I saw it, and it was pretty cool, and now I'm making this video, and that leads us up to where we are now. And so that was really just a story retelling. Now here's a little bit of, my, thoughts and personal stuff on the matter. Not really personal, just like my thoughts and whatever, I don't know. I saw a YouTube video that was already made on this topic. It was like, Will Smith slaps Chris Rock. Was it, justified, or was it assault? And I'm like, bro, like, it's not assault. Well, without context, it could just be seen as it. If you just see a clip of like the slap, someone could look at that and without any context say, "Oh my God, that's assault." However, even though what Will Smith did was, in my opinion, it was honestly pretty stupid, but it was also justified because Chris Rock did pretty much insult his wife. It was a joke, but I guess to Will Smith it was not a joke, and it was a comment about his wife that I guess Will Smith saw offensive. So I guess it was justified, honestly. And Chris Rock was fine, too. Like, he just laughed it off. Like, even though he had literally gotten pummeled to almost bits, he just was like, oh, that was a good move by you there, Will Smith. That was nowhere close to what he actually said. I don't even know what he said, but I know he wasn't hurt by it. So, yeah, it's not assault. And I also saw another article, just want to Google it randomly this morning before school. It was like, Chris Rock is not going to press charges on Will Smith. And I'm like, well, no, like, news has a special talent for overcomplicating everything and just making everything seem a lot more serious than it actually is. This is no exception. Like, he's not gonna press charges on him for this. It's one slap. You press charges when someone, like, pummels you to death, pretty much. Sorry, that got very dark very quick, but it has to be a lot more than that for it to be able to press charges on. That's pretty much what I'm trying to say. I missed the pause button again. I'm so good at that. But, yeah, I don't even know what else I have to say. Hold on. So I guess, I hope that they're not, enemies now, because it's really, just, in my opinion, stupid when two people who are both famous hate each other. It's just why. So hopefully that does not happen, and I'm going to end this video here because I have nothing else to say on this topic, because I cannot think of anything else to say on this topic. I had no no thoughts of my own incorporation in this video. I just retold the story and talked about a bunch of weird stuff I saw on Google. But I'm gonna ignore that completely. I'm only making this for views, so it's not gonna matter. It's also not going to get any views anyway. I'm just really doing this as a filler video. Like, this is not gonna go viral. But yeah, there you have it for what's his name? Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. Cool. Again, I did not show the clip of it actually happening. Because I don't feel like editing this video. If you want to see it, it's everywhere on the internet. So go look it up, I don't know. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed this dramatic retelling of a story that is blowing up across the world right now. And yeah, I hope you did not enjoy this video. I stuttered so much in this video, I know it's just going to be terrible quality. I just know it. But anyway, I hope you did not enjoy this video, and goodbye. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Charles Chuck Orafici here. So, I honestly have no idea when this video is going to be posted on my channel, because as of right now, I can't post anything on my channel, because my parents found my channel again and privated all my videos again, and so, I don't know when I'm going to be able to make them all public, but when I make them all public again, I'm going to be posting this one, even though this one will have, by that point, probably been recorded at least like 3 months ago. Yeah, that probably made no sense to you, but you get the idea, I don't know. But I'm just I just hit ow, Jesus. I just hit the tip of my finger with the tip of my drumstick, and for some reason that hurt. Anyway. So yeah, right now, like, the day I'm recording this is the day that it happened. But the day I'm posting it is not going to be the day that it happened, because it's going to be far in the future. When, I don't know, but just know that when this video is posted, it's going to be out of date, so just, yeah, putting that out there, and that's enough intro, I guess. Yeah, into the actual topic now. No, this title is not clickbait. Today we had a lockdown at school for just about 2 hours. So today's a Wednesday, and the week right now is the week before spring break. You know, so it's a Wednesday. After today, we now only have 2 days of school left until spring break, so that's pretty cool. Everyone just kind of like winding down, you know, I guess. And I know this is a cliche, but I'm saying it anyway. It started off as any other normal school day, right? I got up, did my normal stuff, and went to school or whatever. First period, cool. Second period, cool. Third period, cool. All those 3 periods went as planned. But then fourth period was English. Okay, with English with Mr. Cooper, who is I'd give him a solid B tier teacher rating. That had nothing to do with the story, by the way. So yeah, it was English. We were watching a movie in English, and it's actually a really popular movie. You definitely know what it is, Jurassic Park. Yeah, I don't know why we're watching Jurassic Park. Like, I actually have no idea, but it was the second period in a row that I was watching a movie, because period 3 health, we were watching Freedom Writers, which apparently exists. I didn't know it exists, but it does. Period 4, English, Jurassic Park. So yeah, and also period 4 is the period right before lunch. We have period 4 and then lunch, which is period 5, and then 6, 7, 8, and then the day ends. So, yeah, so I had 2 straight movie periods and then lunch, or so I thought. And so, we were in English, right? Mr. Cooper probably talks for like 30 seconds, and then he turns on the movie, and, I kid you not, I'd say we were probably less than a minute into the movie. Well, no, we weren't like less than a minute into it. Like, we had watched it before, so we were like resuming where we left off for like an hour and 10 minutes or something into the movie. And we had been watching the movie in this class for less than a minute before the loudspeaker person, whatever, came on and was like, "Attention, attention, please. The school is now going on lockdown. I repeat, the school is on lockdown." He didn't really sound that intimidating at all, actually. I tried to make that sound intimidating, but he really just sounded like, yo, we're going on lockdown. Okay, you get what I'm saying? Lockdown existed. I'm so bad at hitting the pause button, bro. And, as I said, he actually didn't have that really intimidating tone, so, intimidating, or like frantic or anything. It just sounded like a normal thing. Like, he sounded like he was saying a normal sentence, just the contents of the sentence were weird, you know? But, like, he didn't say drill. Right? Because everyone kind of assumed it was a drill, right? But none of us had heard anything about a drill. That was a good catch. I caught it here. No one heard anything about a drill. And I kind of like, I heard that he didn't say drill. And I was like, okay, this is kind of weird because, you know, usually he would say drill. But it wasn't a mistake. He didn't say, he did not say drill because it wasn't a drill. We all thought he didn't say drill because he just didn't forget. But as we soon would learn, yeah, it wasn't a drill. And so for like 10 seconds, Mr. Cooper was just kind of like standing on his desk or whatever, doing whatever he does at the teacher desk. And then he realized, oh wait, yeah, I'm the teacher of this class. I gotta tell these kids what to do, or something, I don't know. And then he told us to go against the back wall, and sit against the back wall. So, we did. And then we stayed there for 2 hours! Yeah, and this is a certified America moment, too, because, yeah, try to guess the reason we were on lockdown. Oh, wow, who would have possibly guessed? There was a gunman, I don't know how you pronounce it, on the premise, not on the premise, well, I don't even know, actually, just somewhere in the general vicinity of our high school building, which was also really close to another middle school building that my mom happens to work at. Like, you can see the 2 schools, like, across the woods from each other. So, yeah, that happened, and so both schools went into lockdown, is what I'm trying to say here. The other one's a middle school, by the way, ours is a high school, obviously. And we stayed there for 2 hours. Yeah, so he just pretty much just turned the lights off, and we had to sit on a... Which one's concrete, which one's cement? I think... No, they're the same thing. What am I talking about? I don't know. Just, no, it's linoleum floors, and then concrete/cement wall. Yeah, with no, like, you know, we couldn't sit in our chairs for some reason. We were just sitting on the floor, which I've said 50 times already. I don't know why. And, yeah, it eventually, as you could probably guess, became very uncomfortable. I had to switch positions. Like, the last hour of the thing, I probably switched positions every, like, 3 minutes, and that's not an exaggeration. At one point, I was just full-on laying down on the floor. That only lasted, like, 30 seconds, though. And, all the while, you know, we had really none of the students in class have anything, like, he wasn't playing a movie, right? It's because he couldn't make noise, so that's fine. The lights were off, And we had nothing to do because we certainly weren't going to do work because, oh God, we're not going to do work. So we were the entire class was just kind of on their phones for like 2 hours. And we were tracking what was like going on from our phones like while it was happening because, you know, what else are we going to do? I probably heard like 50 different accounts of what was happening. There's so many different claims of what was happening. Like I heard someone say that there was a shooter in the portables. I heard someone say there was a shooter in the, what's it called? Spanish hallway. Someone else said there was one at Seneca, which is a completely different school. That's like, I don't even know how far away. Probably like 8 or something miles away. That was a complete guess, by the way. I don't even know. But yeah, that's a whole different school. So why would we go into lockdown? Someone else said, something. I know there's something else. Correction, I said Spanish hallway. I meant language hallway. Same thing. Yeah, remember how I said Rocky Hill went into lockdown too? Yeah, there was also rumors that there was a gun in there. So there were just so many rumors going around, pretty much none of which ended up to actually be true. But yeah, all the while, just the 2 hours of like 30-something kids sitting in a dark room on a linoleum floor against a cement wall doing literally nothing except being on their phones because, like, the only really thing anyone else could do was, like, either do work, which no one was doing because the only work we had for that class was a Jurassic Park, you know, analysis, whatever thing. But we weren't watching the movie, so we couldn't figure that out. Well, we couldn't, like, write anything down about it because it was, like, about what happened in the movie, like, the plot of the movie. And then I guess someone could say, oh, they could be reading. No, they couldn't because the room was too dark for that. So there was really nothing we could do except be on our phones, so, you know, like, people were scared, you know, which is completely reasonable considering the situation. But then there's just that random other, like, people. There was a group of people that were playing, like, Brawl Stars. I heard a bunch of people in another classroom were just like, actually 2 other classrooms were just watching anime together. There was at least one group of people that was playing cards in another classroom. We were making the best out of a bad situation. I was playing Real Racing 3 for a bunch of the time. Just, you know, gotta grind those R dollars, but that's, okay. I sincerely apologize for how cringe that was. I'm just gonna ignore it completely and move on. Yeah, but after it happened, they released a thing on, like, what actually happened. Turns out it was actually closer to Rocky Hill than it was to us. At least for the most part. Hold on, wait, let me read. Yeah, there's this whole thing about what happened, and I'm just kind of not realizing I haven't even read it yet. I'm going to do that. Okay, so the road in front of Rocky Hill, which is the other school, was the site of a quote-unquote road rage incident, as said by this thing, where one guy, I don't know, did something, and then another guy went up to another guy's house, which was on this road, with a gun, and yeah, that's not gonna fly, you know, in front of a school, directly in front of a school. Like, my mom's classroom can see that road. Like, I didn't just make that up. Like, I've been in her classroom, she can see that road. And, as a precaution, the 2 schools around went on lockdown, which, you know, it's good to, like, protect kids, you know, safety or whatever, but that, you know, he wasn't even in the school. He was just on a school ground. He had no intention of killing anyone except that one guy that had no relation to the school whatsoever. Which I guess that is definitely one too many, but he wasn't like, he didn't have malicious intent towards the schools is what I'm trying to say. I just said is what I'm trying to saying. I'm gonna go jump off a lake. What? I can't English right now. So, you know, if you want to put kids on lockdown for that, fine. You know, whatever, do it. But don't leave it for 2 hours. At least do something. According to this, they quickly identified the subject, which I highly doubt, considering as you definitely heard, I'm gonna restart that sentence. This sentence says that he was quickly identified, which I highly doubt because we were in lockdown for 2 hours. Is what I was trying to say. This is unconfirmed, but I've heard that this guy was caught. But the reason we were in so long was because they couldn't find the gun. Which, you know, if that's true, whatever. But if it's not true, which it probably isn't, like, why? Also, look, we made the news. Very cool. Yeah, so that happened. Yeah, so in my schooling career, this is probably my first, like, lockdown that actually, you know, lasted for a long time. Maybe at all, honestly. I don't remember any other time. No, I remember this one time. I think twice, actually. We had a shelter. Well, no, we had a shelter today after the lockdown, but that was just, like, nothing changes. But I meant, like, whatever the one is called, that, like, weather drill. Like, I can remember 2 times when that happened, when, like, it wasn't a drill, it was just weather, like, bad weather. And we had to, like, go into the hallways and do this, which no one actually does, but all the teachers told us to do it. But, long-term lockdowns, I think I can safely say this was my first one in my schooling career. Sorry, I ended in the middle of a sentence. I was gonna say my schooling career, so that's cool, I guess. Sorry, that whole last thing was terrible. Ignore that. Anyway, in conclusion, America. Gunmen on school premises, 2 schools go into lockdown, America moment, certified American. Finally, the stereotype lives true. My Chromebook is bouncing again. Oh yeah, I definitely, as all my videos, I definitely forgot to say something in this video that was definitely important to the storyline. I'm not going to ignore that completely. And, provided I didn't forget anything massive, yeah, this is the end of my story time about how our school went on lockdown for 2 hours today, so that's great. Okay, this is Charles Chuck Orafici checking out from this, epic video. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But gotta do the thing I do every video, the little spinny thing. And I hope you did not enjoy this video. That's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Barack Obama here, founder of the Soviet Union. So, I mean, you probably don't know, but I'd probably say like months ago, I made a video about a high school party that I went to. And this party was Ishan's party, who was my friend. It was his birthday party, and in that video, I pretty much just summarized everything about it and, like, what went down there and my overall review of it. So if you want to, go look at it. This is kind of, I guess you could say is a part 2, but it's also kind of not, you know? I went to another one, and this one was substantially better in every conceivable aspect, and in this video I'm going to be explaining why. So the last party I went to was I have hair in my eye, was Ishan's birthday, yeah. In case you didn't notice, my hair is wet, that's because I got out of the shower like 2 minutes ago, so yeah, that's cool. But anyway, the last one I went to, Ishan's party, right? I only was really good friends with... I was friends with, Ishan, I'm friends, but not good friends, you know? At least I'd say. I'm good friends with Rashab and Cole, who were both there, and Saf was there, who I'm also friends with, but not, like, great friends, you know? So I'd really only say I was good friends with 2 people there, and my estimate, I'd probably say there was about 30 people at that party, so it was hard to socialize. I really didn't socialize. I ended up playing balloon ping pong with Cole for, like, an hour. It was just us 2, just alone. But... like, there wasn't a lot that actually just happened there. We really just kind of stood around for like 6 hours. It was, you know, the overall experience was fun, but we didn't really do much, you know? This party, however, I was good friends. First of all, there was substantially less people. Like, okay. Did I say whose party it was? I don't even know. It was Jessica and Daniel's birthday party. Actually, no, Daniel and Jessica, because we had a whole argument about which one was right. It's Daniel and Jessica, it just sounds better. But it was Daniel and Jessica's birthday party. And they're twins, by the way, and they're in my grade, and I'm friends with both of them. And they invited, I'd probably say, like, just got an ESPN notification, probably something about DeAndre Hopkins violating the PED policy again, but that's not the point. They probably invited like 15 people, which was like, you know, if you can do math, half the people that were at Ishan's party. And so, immediately, that's better. Also, I was very good friends with, let's see, Brian was there, Sebastian was there, Arturo was there, obviously Jessica and Daniel was there. So, you know, obviously right off the bat, 5 people, more than twice as Ishan's party, and there were substantially less people, which means we could more easily socialize, which we did. So, there's the first reason. I was better friend, well actually that's kind of a 2-in-1. I was better friends with more people, and there were less people. Now I will actually say the one thing that Ishan's party has over Jessica and Daniel's was the facilities. Ishan's basement is big, and it's actually good. It has like a whole separate TV room, and has a whole separate ping pong room, and it has like a whole kitchen. Like, I don't even know why you need any of that in a basement, really, because we don't really have any of that. Like, my basement is just like a ping pong table and a foosball table, which honestly, and a TV, obviously, which... honestly, perfectly fine. It works for me, it works great, it functions great for stuff like this. But Ishan's basement, bruh, he has a whole, like, he like, a family of 4 could live down there for a year. And they probably have, knowing Ishan. Like, that basement, like, 30 people easily fit in there for, like, the 7 hours we were there. But Jessica's party, she has a very small basement. We spent, I'd probably say, like, half the time in the basement. The other half was upstairs eating, and we went outside. But I'll get to that later. But... her basement was very small, and we had to try to fit, like, it was, like, 1/5 the size of Ishan's basement, which, you know, could be a good thing and a bad thing. Bad thing, obviously, because, you know, we have less space to do stuff. But good thing because, I mean, I guess we could talk to some new people more. Which, if you're an extrovert, that's a good thing, like me, but all the introverts, they were like, no, I hate this. And then, you know, in comes the high school part of high school party. So, at Ishan's gather. I don't know why, but I kind of hate using the word party. It's just like, it's a word like finger for me also, that like, those they're just words that like, I have no idea why, but I just don't like saying them. And, you know, as I said 15 seconds ago, or probably less, I had no idea why. But yeah, that's enough irrelevant tangents for today. So yeah, at Ishan's gathering, the high school part, yeah, there were, I don't think there were any drugs there that I saw, but there was definitely smoking and alcohol there. But at Jessica and Daniel's party, there was none of them. Like, no drugs or smoking or alcohol. So, there you go. Jessica's better. And I keep saying just Jessica because I'm better friends with Jessica than I am with Daniel, but I'm friends with both of them. I don't know. J and D. J and D's party was better in that aspect by far. Bro, I remember some guy at Ishan's party that I never met before literally just brought like a whole like gallon of vodka, and then his parents texted him and was like, where's our gallon of vodka? And he's like, I don't know. I don't know, it was funny, but that's enough. I also don't know how you would even use a gallon of vodka. Like, okay. I said earlier that I'm done with the irrelevant tangents. Apparently I'm not, so there, yeah. What's it called? Jessica and Daniel's party, Daniel and Jessica's party, there were people that I had actually heard of. Like, I hadn't actually talked to a lot of them, or at least I hadn't in a long time, but I had with a lot of them, but I also hadn't with a lot of them, you know? At Ishan's party, I had only said a word in my life to probably about 10% of the people there before I got there. But at Jessica and Daniel's party, there were only like 3 or 4 people that I'd never met before. Like, everyone else I knew from school, but for some reason, everyone at Ishan's party was just like, I never heard of them before, and I'm like, who are these people? But, you know, Jessica and Daniel, I actually knew the people, so, you know, I got to talk with a few of them, and they were also, that made it easier to talk to, like, very few new people that I didn't know. Like, there was one person who was named Fig, and Brian immediately, when she told us her name, was like, he said, is your last name Newton? And I was dying for some reason. But yeah, pretty much here's how it went. So, the group of 4 that I was in was me, Brian, Arturo, Sebastian, because all 4 of us are very good friends with one another. So, for most of the night, the 4 of us were together. Except Arturo didn't come for like the first, hour, because he's Arturo. He slept until 3:45 in the afternoon like he always does because he played video games until 7 in the morning. So, that happened, but the 4 of us were together for most of the time. So Jessica and Daniel's party lasted like 6 hours, and pretty much for the entire first half of it, all of us were just like kind of in the basement, just, I don't even know what we did, just doing whatever high schoolers do. At one point we had like a 15-minute game of grape toss. Literally grape toss. Like, there was like a bowl of like fruit on the table in the middle for some reason. We got a bunch of grapes and we were throwing them at each other, and it eventually turned into trying to catch it in people's mouths, like from across the room. Fun fact, that happened exactly 3 times. The entire party happened 3 times. 1 time I was the catcher, 2 times I was the thrower. I'm just so good at grape toss. Bro, I mossed Brian too. Like, I think it was like Arturo was passing. Arturo was trying to pass to me. Brian tried to intercept it, but then like I swooped that way as he was also swooping that way, and I caught it kind of like over him. It was so cool. It was amazing. Anyway, yeah, Daniel and Jessica and a bunch of other people were just playing like Just Dance for a while. I don't even know. Brian left with Jessica's dad's shovel at one point. I don't know. A bunch of random stuff happened. And then came dinner, where we ate food, which, by the way, it's so good. The food was so good. So this is actually relevant for one. Okay. Well, this is relevant. Jessica and Daniel are Persian, and their parents made Persian food. I think they did. I don't know. But if it was or if it wasn't, I don't care. The food was still, it was S-tier food. I didn't even recognize half of it. Neither did anyone else. But I got it anyway, and it was absolutely delicioso, and everyone agreed with me. And I think actually it was the first time in my life that I've had like a legit kebab. Like, I don't think I've had a kebab like ever, but apparently they're pretty good. And then after we ate, we went outside. And it was dark. I don't know why we went outside. It was there. It was the 4 of us. Arturo was just exploring the house. He, for some reason, found a football in Daniel's room. I don't even know like why he was in Daniel's room, but found a football. So the 4 of us went outside, and for like an hour, we played like dark football. We couldn't see the football at all for a solid hour, but we did it anyway because 16-year-old boys being 16-year-old boys. We played like tackle football, or we tried to play 2-hand touch football, but it turned into tackle football, or I should say that. But yeah, that happened. Then we went back inside. And there was a room, like the same room that we ate in, also had a bunch of like couches and stuff, so we were just eating there. Also, Jessica and Daniel brought a bunch of their family over, and oh yeah, Big Booty Kevin was there. Also, this guy named Drake. Also, this other guy that I don't know his name, but he was there too. The three of them are like they're like 20-year-old cousins or something. I don't know, but they were all like 20. S tier people. I don't know. That sounded weird. Just like fun to be around. I don't know. Yeah. So then for like the last hour of the party, me, Brian, Arturo, and Sebastian. And Jessica came in towards the end. Daniel was like in and out, you know. And there was also someone else. What was her name? Oh god, she's in me and Sebastian's health class. Oh, okay, hold on, let me think of her name. Jackie was her name. She was there too. But yeah, it was just us talking about some very questionable thing. But that's not the point. We were just there, and it was fun because, you know, we weren't really talking. It was like half talking and half bursting out laughing based on, you know, what we were talking about. And, you know, Big Booty Kevin came in for a while. Drake, I think that was his name, came in for a while. Other dude, I don't know if he ever came in, but, you know, he was there. But, yeah, that was pretty cool. I actually don't even think Big Booty Kevin came in towards there. But, yeah, by the way, his name is BBK, by the way. Like, that's what Big Booty Kevin is. Like, that's not his actual name. His name is just Kevin. But everyone calls him Big Booty Kevin, which is also BBK. So, apparently he had played, like, Warzone or something with Sebastian and Arturo in the past, but they never actually met in real life. I don't know how that worked, but, yeah, that happened, apparently. So that was kind of cool. That's how we kind of, like, got to start talking with him in the first place. It was the same with Drake, too, I think, and the other guy. I don't know. I'm guessing at this point. But, yeah, just the four of us were just talking in the room, and not everyone else who came in at some point. And at one point, Daniel slapped Brian's back so hard that there was a red hand imprint on it, and I have a picture that I don't feel like showing you. He also did it to me, but it was so red on Brian. Oh my god, it was so funny. Oh, also, apparently, I have a very good gay voice. Hi, how are you doing today? Apparently, that's a good gay voice. Also, Drake had a good gay voice, but it was, like, actually better than mine. It was, like, so good. Yeah, that's just something we just learned during the party. I don't know how, but we learned it. But I definitely missed something in this video, but I think I summarized everything pretty well, compared and contrasted it with Ishan's party and why it was better in every conceivable way. But, I think that's about it for this video. I think the moral that we can figure out from this video is that, anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. I have nothing else for this outro, so yeah, cool, that's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Nikocado Avocado here, the person who ended the USSR, and today I'm going to be talking about, the Cultural Assembly. Sorry, I didn't have an intro prepared for that one, sorry. So, yeah, so on Wednesday last week, my school had a Cultural Assembly. You might be wondering, what is a Cultural Assembly? Well, I honestly don't know. I still don't really know. Like, well, okay, that's a lie, I do. But I didn't know, like, what it was until it happened. So it's understandable that you also don't know. It's basically just, like, every, like, theater group imaginable performs, and then some. There was also just a bunch of other random stuff, like someone read a poem or whatever. But we had, like, I'm gonna try not to be racist while saying this. We had, like, a Indian dance team. There was also, like, a Latin dance team. The entire theater group, some Irish dude doing some dances, Jessica with the best dance of all time, some person reading a poem. Definitely some, the hot Korean guy who did that thing with all those other people, K-pop, whatever. There was definitely other stuff, but, you know, those are the ones that I can remember off the top of my head. Yeah, by the way, this happened on Wednesday. I said that already. This happened on Wednesday, and I'm currently recording this on the following Monday because of procrastination. So I'm recording this 5 days after it happened. So if I forgot anything, that's why, because I'm not going to blame it on anything else. So yeah, this video is just going to be kind of like a review of everything that happened and, like, my overall rating and stuff. So yeah, cool, here we go. So the very first act that was part of the assembly was Jessica, who did, because she's Persian, she did like a Persian-style dance with a teacher. Like, it was just the two of them on stage, and apparently it was improv, which I didn't realize until after it happened. So, it was kind of, I don't know, it was just, you know, it was good. It wasn't great, but it was good, you know, just kind of like, you know. This is going to be a hard video to explain because, you know, it's all kind of blending together at this point. I don't even, you might, by the way, and I don't know if, like, you know that, you probably do because you're probably one of my close friends if you're watching this, but there was someone, Jessica, who's, like, I'm really good friends with, and she was the first act, so that's why I'm mentioning her specifically. But yes, the teacher she did it with was Miss Bright, who I had for 2 days at the start of the school year before my mom was like, no, you can't be in a non-apps class, because for some reason I was in a non-apps class, and Yeah, I got moved to apps after 2 days, but yeah, so that happened. But she was my teacher for 2 days, so I had no impressions of her whatsoever. I don't remember her at all. But overall, I give the act a solid 7.5 out of 10. I'm gonna do this out of order, but the one we should get over very quickly, the girl reading the poem, it was the only one that did not involve dance, therefore by far the most boring, and I'm sorry, but it's true. But it also delivered one of the most classic high school moments maybe ever. What was the moment? Oh yeah, no. The first line of the poem, the girl was African American, so the first line of the poem was, "I am a descendant of slaves." And then some dude just randomly in the audience just screamed out, like, you know, I can't curse on this channel, but I think you know what he said. And like, the entire auditorium heard him. It was hilarious, bro. Everyone just died. And like, it seemed so disrespectful because it seemed like we were laughing at her, but we weren't. We were laughing at the dude who screamed out the into the audience. It was funny. Yeah, so that act gets a solid 2 out of 10, and exactly 2 of those points came from the guy screaming out the but the poem gets 0. I'm not trying to be harsh, it just seems kind of like Cultural Assembly has like everything dance except one poem reading that no one really liked, but I'm sure it was a good poem. No one listened, but I'm sure it was a good poem, so you know, kudos to you for going in front of the entire school, but you know, everyone hated your act, so that sucked. And then we come to the absolute scoundrel of a man. You got the Irish dude that did the Irish dancing. It was fun. Hold on, I have a video of that, I think. See, look at this absolute scallywag. You can't see it, can you? It's very bright. I don't know. You can see. I just realized I paused it. I don't know where I paused it. I think I paused it like mid-sentence. Did you even see the dude doing the act? Hold up, wait, here. Okay, I just realized I did it again. I paused again. I'm stupid. You're definitely seeing the guy doing the act though, so I'm just gonna close it. Okay, so, anyway, this scallywag did an absolutely delightful act in front of the entire school as Irish dancing. Nobody, him. Okay, I tried to do a meme there. I'm gonna stop. I'm sorry. The cringe has entered your... God damn it. Okay. You know what? Just ignore everything I said in the past 10 seconds. This absolute scallywag did I'd say probably an A-tier act. I give it a solid 8.5 out of 10. It was absolutely amazing. Great. We're 5 minutes in and we've done 2 acts. I'm so excited. And then you got the Latin dance team that featured 4 people who were all women. One of them looked like Riley Reid, one of them everyone was simping over, and 2 of them I don't know, or neither does, I don't know any of them, you know, but no one remembered any of the 2, it was just the other 2. But yeah, the dance routine was like meh, but just because of how they looked, they get an extra point because I don't care, I can be misogynist, that's fine. So this stack gets a solid 8 out of 10 for me. Definitely just misuse the word misogynist there, I don't even know what it means, but you know what I'm saying. And then you had, I don't even know like what they were, but it was by far the biggest act with the most people. I think it's called like the Theater Club or something, I don't know, but it had like, I want to say like 30 people in it. And I don't even know what they did. I could ask Sebastian what they did, but he definitely wouldn't respond immediately, so I'm not going to. Because he definitely remembers, because he was getting like hyped up over it before it even started. He was like, yo, I love this! And it kind of under-delivered, honestly. The only reason why was because of the amount of people, you know? Like, I feel like it would have worked with like 10 or 15 people, but just the entire stage was filled with people like doing their routines or whatever and spinning and singing, because there were actually people singing, and I honestly still don't know if they were actually singing on the spot or lip syncing an entire person entirely, but no matter what, it sounded good, so I guess that's a plus. I don't know what I'm gonna say, but you know, it was a good act, but it would have been better with less people, so that's why I'm giving it a 7 out of 10 rating. Still, you got a low C though, good for you. And then the other one I mentioned, I'm again gonna try to not sound racist, but I don't know what it's called. I don't know how to describe it except Indian dance team, and that's definitely not what it was. But I'm gonna say it anyway because again, I have no other way to describe it. It was actually very good. They pretty much. Alright, screw not trying to sound racist because there's no way I can say this without sounding racist. It was pretty much just like, you know, like the modern pop songs playlist on Spotify? Take any of those songs, take 5 of those songs at random, mash them up together, and make them all Hindi remix. That's pretty much what it was. That's like what the soundtrack was, and then everyone was just dancing to it. Honestly, it was fire. Like, I'm not, like, unironically, it was fire. But I don't really know how to describe it, except there was just a bunch of people dancing to Hindi remix modern pop hits playlist on Spotify. So I'd give it a 9 out of 10 because it was fire. And then there was the other one. I don't even know what the group was called, but if I could describe them in one word, it would be ass. Like, I'm not saying ass as in bad. I'm saying ass as in the actual physical object ass. You definitely know which group I'm talking about if you were there, but I don't even remember what they did. Like, the only memory I have of them is ass, because that's how much they utilize that specific object in a very unorthodox manner. So for that, they get a 5 out of 10 because I can't give them anything better, because their show writing was absolute garbage, because all they did was... Wait, hold up. No. All they did was... for the entire show. So, yeah, 5 out of 10 for you. Oh, and then you also had the Majorettes, who I also don't even really remember their, what's it called? Routine that much. But, yeah, I mean, they're the Majorettes, so they probably did something cool, because they also performed at all the football games, and I remember those pretty well. I'm assuming it was pretty similar, so based on that, I'm gonna give them a 7.5 out of 10. Shout out, Emily. Good for you guys. Probably forgot one that I'm mentioning, but I think I did most of them, and the one I left the best for last. The one best routine is the K-pop one, and I'm sorry, but if I had told me before, like, if I could travel back through time, and I told, like, myself before the assembly that my favorite routine would be K-pop, like, I wouldn't believe it. Like, I would back away from myself, but, like, carefully, because I'm clearly a dangerous and psychotic person. Like, that's how ludicrous the idea sounds, that I would like a K-pop routine. Like, do you get it now? But this one, oh my god, amazing. Like, there were 5 people. I specifically remember there were 5 people. Like, I don't even really know what the songs were. It was just the actual routine itself that was so good. Every single person had, like, all 5 of them had, like, at least one part in the song where they, like, did a solo thing in the middle of, like, all the other 4 people, which I really liked, especially that one guy that I mentioned in the intro, the hot Korean guy. Bro, I mean, like, I'm not gay, but, like, if I was, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was so good. Like, the actual, like, they did, like they did, like, whole backflips, like, cartwheels and stuff. They jumped over each other. It was so fire. Like, they could go on America's Got Talent. Like, unironically, so good. 10 out of 10 for the K-pop routine with the hot Korean guy. I never thought I would ever give an S-tier rating to anything that has to do with K-pop, but here we are. And because I'm recording this 5 days after, I know there's probably some other stuff, and I definitely missed some other stuff, but I'm not going to rate anything else because I feel like ending on an S-tier is good. So I also can't remember anything else, so that's kind of important. If I missed you, my bad. Still, another shout out to the girl who went up in front of the entire school and read her poem, even though she was the worst act. Good for you. But yeah, there's my review of every act I can remember of the cultural assembly that we had last week at Clarksburg High School in Clarksburg, Maryland. I hope you did not enjoy this video. I hope it provided you with some very insightful insight. Contradictory, but yeah, insightful insight about the assembly and my thoughts of it. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Darman here, the most famous executioner at the Salem witch trials, and today I'm going to be talking about Russia and Ukraine, which has been a very popular topic in the news. Or I'd say probably the most popular for, what is it, like 5 months now? Something like that. But yeah, here are my thoughts on the potential World War III that's definitely not going to happen. I'm just over-exaggerating the title because I know World War III probably isn't going to happen unless the U.S. brings troops into Ukraine, in which case Russia will launch nukes, but that's not the point. The point is, I'm going to be talking about that today. So basically what happened is about a week or so ago, at like 2 in the morning, I was just bored and scrolling through YouTube, and I saw a video by Real Life Lore, who, by the way, amazing channel, go subscribe to them. They made a video called Why Russia is Invading Ukraine. It was like half an hour long. So I watched it, and because it was 2 a.m., I didn't really like get many of the main ideas. Also, it was like 2 weeks ago when I watched it, but still, that gave me more knowledge than I previously had about the current status of Russia versus Ukraine. So that's basically where I'm getting most of my knowledge from, and today I'm going to be talking about my thoughts on World War III pretty much. That's why this video is called My Thoughts on World War III. Even though, again, World War III probably isn't going to happen, but that's not the point. So, okay, so you know like the Civil War, North versus South, Confederacy versus Union? Actually, that's South versus North. But the point is, somehow was that the Civil War? Or was that like the Revolution? No, no, it was the American Revolution, I believe, where it was the U.S. versus Britain. I don't know where it got the Civil War from, but still, Britain had like the most advanced technological, army and every single other military branch in the world, and the U.S. just picked a bunch of guys off the street and said fight in the military, and they had like 1/10 the size, 1/10 the experience, 1/10 the supply, and they somehow won the war. That's really a good comparison here to Russia and Ukraine, because Russia is like the big daddy of the world, besides maybe the U.S. or China or just about everything else. But that's a lie, not everything else. Like, what about like Sao Tome or Sao Tore or whatever it's called, like those things up the east coast of Africa? But I'm getting way off topic again. Hold on, my bad. It's west coast of Africa. Sorry. But I feel like the American Revolution is a pretty good representation of Russia and Ukraine here, because Russia is like, as I said before, the big daddy. They have just about everything except GDP, apparently, because... Or is it Russia that has, like... I know there's, like, one country in the world that has, like, a very big everything except GDP, and I'm pretty sure it's Russia, I think. Like, first and foremost, biggest country in the world, owns the most land. A lot of population, not the most, but I think they're, like, I don't know, like the 4th or 5th or 6th or something around that range, most popular country in the world. They have the most, not the most, but that much... population. And they have, I don't know if it's Russia or the U.S., it's probably the U.S., knowing that, our military is, a military that's probably the most stupid in the world. We probably have more nukes than Russia. Russia might also have more nukes than us, I don't know, but I know they're definitely the top 2, and they have more than pretty much everyone else combined. But still, Russia has a lot of nukes. So if they wanted to, they could probably end the world. So could the U.S. and just about everyone else that is at least a minor power. By the way, making it clear, I live in the U.S., just in case you don't know me in real life. Yeah, but you get my point, right? Russia has everything. And Ukraine's kind of like the U.S. in the American Revolution, in the way that, they don't really have a lot, right? And, the thing is, the outcome of the Revolutionary War, we already know. Like, we know that the U.S. somehow ended up beating Britain. But... I don't that wouldn't happen here, because you know why? One word, nukes. Nukes exist. Yeah, that's the thing. That's kind of like how I see Russia and Ukraine right now. And I have I'm currently taking APUSH. My APUSH teacher has said probably 50 times ever since this started, because he's a good teacher. He actually talks about current world issues. So he's talked quite a bit about Russia and Ukraine just before class starts or whatever. But he said multiple times that if the U.S. brings troops into Ukraine, Russia is going to launch nukes at Ukraine. And that's the only reason the U.S. does not have troops in there right now, because Russia knows the U.S. troops are a threat, and so they want to get rid of them. And knowing Putin, he's going to be like, hey, yo, launch the nuke, and that's probably going to happen. Because as stereotypically stupid as America is when it comes to this stuff, and rightfully so, to be fair, we do still have one of the strongest militaries in the world, and Russia knows that they don't want to go against our military, even though they could maybe... I don't know. I was going to say they could maybe win. I don't know if they would or not. I just made that up. But the point is, as I said 50 times before, that's the reason U.S. troops aren't in Ukraine right now. Nukes. Oh my god. This has changed so much since the good old days of World War I. No, wait, because the bombs on Japan was World War II, Hiroshima and stuff. But, yeah, the good old days of World War I, before nukes existed, I wish we could just go back to then, because Russia probably would have already been, extracted from Ukraine if we didn't have nukes. By the way, I don't know when this video is being posted, because it's probably going to be posted a while after I record it. However, I'm recording it in May 2nd, 2022. Sorry, it took me a long time to say that, but yeah, that's when I'm recording this, so just putting that out there. But anyway, remember when I said I watched a video that was 30 minutes long about it? Yeah, there's apparently a small island that's part of Ukraine that's kind of under Ukraine. It's kind of like how Sicily is to Italy, except it's for Ukraine, except no one knows about it. I don't even know what it's called. I completely forgot what it's called, actually, but apparently it's really important in the war, because I think Russia, I don't remember what was important, but knowing Russia, they probably want to take it over, so... yeah, that's a thing. There's also a thing that, there's a lot of supply lines underground that go through Ukraine, right? Because Russia borders a lot of countries, but the most central, Russia borders a lot of countries, and there's a lot of supply lines underground that go from Russia to other countries in more central Europe that go, through Ukraine. And somehow that's affecting things as well. I'm completely forgetting all the details right now, but that's a factor. And Russia has been trying for a while to get the supply lines out of Ukraine, but failing, and that's one of their main motives is to like stop bringing things through Ukraine because apparently there was also a thing like I didn't learn this from the video. I learned this from A-Push. What is it? Hold on, I forgot what it is. Yeah, there was this thing. We good. There was this thing. I don't know how long ago it was. Probably like somewhere between 5,000 and 1 year ago. There was this thing between Russia and Ukraine that was like a pact that they signed or something. What was it like the? It definitely. I don't think it was the Warsaw Pact, but I know that's a thing that exists. I'm just flaunting my knowledge, my very limited knowledge, because I'm definitely going to fail the A-Push exam. But that's not the point. My point is there was a thing that Russia like signed that said we are never going to invade Ukraine. And oh my God, look at the present. Look, Russia is invading Ukraine. How amazing. If you click on this video for actual knowledge, yeah, you're not getting it. You're just getting kind of like some idiot rambling on the internet for like 10 minutes. But, that's just how I roll. Anyway, so far, I know there's been like a lot, I know this is irrelevant, but the biggest plane in the world that was apparently in Ukraine got blown up or whatever, and now there's a bunch of stuff that happened to it, and everyone's kind of like sad over it, which understandable. But that's kind of irrelevant in the big scheme of things because, like, there's also a bunch of people that have, like, died, which kind of sucks, And I remember in, like, irrelevant, again, but 7th grade, there was me, my 7th grade world studies class teacher was friends with another teacher from Ukraine that was teaching, I don't even know, something. But our class and her class were, like, talking on, like, a Google Slides presentation. And, like, now I'm just kind of wondering, like, what's happening to them? And, like, that's the big scheme of things. Like, what's happening to the, like, a normal citizen in Ukraine that's currently being affected by the Russian invasion? Like, what are they doing right now? Like, what can they do right now? Because, the news always over-exaggerates things. And it's shown, like, a lot of pictures of, complete and total chaos in Ukraine, which I have no doubt that's actually happening, but I also do have doubt that that's the only thing that's happening, right? Like, there has to be some parts of Ukraine that are unaffected. I think, because, Ukraine, like, the majority of Ukraine doesn't border Russia. Ukraine's, like, rectangle, and, like, only one short side of Ukraine is bordering it. So, it's... I keep dropping my stick, sorry. But the point is, what's the point? Hold on. The point is, this war has been kind of at a stalemate for a while now. Like, I feel like... I don't follow news that much, but still, if something huge was to happen, I would know. But, like, I feel like ever since the invasion started, nothing has really happened, like, that's big. I feel like Russia just kind of, like, invading little by little by little by little or whatever, and now they're going to take back a bunch of land that they don't rightfully own, but they think they do because Putin's kind of, delusional, but that's not the point. The point is, again, something, like, needs to happen or this war will be at a stalemate forever, That's kind of what I'm trying to say here. So, Russia and Ukraine, I don't know what you're trying to do, but do something. Hopefully it's not Russia invading all of Ukraine. Hopefully it's Ukraine saying, we have a military too and fighting back, which they have been doing, I presume. But again, Russia is like the U.S. in the American Revolution. No, Britain in the American Revolution. Sorry, my bad. They have everything, right? But now that nukes are involved, I don't think the underdog can win. So there's kind of like the grand scheme of things, and yeah, so thank you for listening to some idiot on the internet ramble about Russia and Ukraine, something he knows exactly nothing about for probably like 10 to 11 minutes. Yeah, that was definitely an underwhelming video, and I said pretty much nothing about the grand conflict, and I can't really, like, solve any of it because I'm living like 10,000 kilometers away from where it's actually happening. I don't know why I said kilometers. I live in the U.S. I should have said miles, but yeah, that's not the point. There you go. So yeah, there you go. That's some brainless maniac doing absolutely nothing to resolve the conflict and talking about World War III or potentially World War III, unlikely World War III, but still potentially on the internet for however long as I did. I have nothing else to add to this, even though I probably should have something else to add to this, but I just don't feel like researching anymore, so there you go. That's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Ariana Grande here. So as many of you probably know, I am a high school sophomore, and as many of you also probably know, I take 2 AP classes, AP US History and AP Computer Science Principles, and I'm doing the exams for both of them. And this video is pretty much just like a prerequisite, is that the right, I don't know, I might be using that wrong, I probably am, but a prerequisite to, my AP exam results, because my AP exam is tomorrow and my computer science exam is in like 3 days. And today I'm going to be outlining, my expectations, what I think is going to happen, and pretty much everything about before the exam. So let's start with the one I have first, and in my opinion, the harder one, and pretty much, well, actually, what's obviously the harder one, because I watched a bunch of YouTube videos of like, oh, the hardest and easiest YouTube videos you can take, and like the easiest one is computer science principles, which I'm taking, and like always in the top 5 or 10 hardest is A-push, which I'm also taking. So it's kind of weird that I'm taking 2, and it's like one of the easiest and also one of the hardest, but you know. Anyway, A-push, which I'm a lot less confident about than computer science. A-push is divided into 4 parts: MCQ, SAQ, LEQ, and DBQ. Yeah, you probably don't know what any of those are. SAQ, why did I start with that one? That one's like last. What's the first one? You're right. Multiple choice questions, document-based question, an essay, and a short answer question. And a document-based question is literally just like an essay, but with documents. It's literally the exact same thing, but with documents. And this entire year, there's been a trend in my grade book that hasn't gone away. And this trend is getting horrible scores on A-push unit tests, and the reason for this is because he like doesn't make up his own questions. He takes questions straight from the College Board website, and the way the College Board, which is the people that write the AP exam, the way that they word questions makes me want to. Let's see. What can I say that won't get me like arrested? Makes me whatever. It just makes me want to kill the CEO. I don't know. That's a lie. It's just really stupid and pointless why they would word the questions in the way they do. And I'm sure pretty much every A-pusher in AP World and AP Euro and pretty much everything else student would agree with me. God, I hope the FBI doesn't come to my house now. I think there was. How many did we take? I think we took like 6 or 7 unit tests, and I think maybe like one of them I got higher than 70% because I remember I got like 68 on one of them. No, I got 73 one time. So let's just say higher than 75%. And that one time that I got higher than 75, I got an 84. I have no idea how I got that. But all the other ones, I got 75 or below. And it just never stopped, except for that one fluke that I got 84. So I don't really know how I did that, but you know. But yeah, moral of the story, I think it's safe to say that my worst thing out of the 4 things is MCQ, which is multiple choice questions, which I suck at. I've never been good at. And, you know, just like going through the year, I kept trying to get better than with no results. And then I just kind of realized, you know, I've never been good at these, and I don't think I ever will be good at these. So I just kind of stopped trying. And, yeah, so I've just accepted the fact that I'm going to fail the multiple choice questions because I know it's going to happen, and I know there's no way to prevent it. And I've been trying to prevent it for the past, like, 8 months, and it hasn't worked any of the, like, 9 times I've tried. So I've given up. However, the other 3 parts I feel confident about. And that's kind of weird. Like, even though the multiple choice is less stressful than the writing parts. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I'm better at the writing parts than I am at the multiple choice. I always get better grades in the writing. I don't know how, but I do. The 3 writing parts, let's start with SAQ, short answer questions. There's 3 questions. Each question has 3 parts, so it's really 9 questions. But it's called short answers. You have to write, like, 2 sentences for each thing. So it's really easy. As long as you write like 2 sentences, one that answers the question and one that explains your answer, then you're pretty much going to get the point, as long as you don't answer like the Monroe Doctrine for like foreign policy in 1925. Well, I mean, at least, okay, well, I should have done after that because I don't know what it was, but I know it wasn't 1925. I know it was before that. I don't know how long before that it was, though. But I should have said like 1982, but I'm going to stop. But like, if you have a right answer, you get it and explain it, you're going to get the points. So that I feel confident about, although the only really thing having, like, any trouble for me is knowing a right answer. Like, if I know an answer, I'm going to get the point. I just don't always know the answer. And then the other parts, the LEQ and the DBQ. The LEQ is easier because it's literally just an essay. Like, which is kind of weird to say, but, you know. The essay is just, it's like one question, but, like, I feel like they're, like, easier to, like, understand. Like, they have a broader, like, a more broad, okay, that's the same thing. That they have a bigger interpretation of what the, like, you can answer the question as. Like, you can have a ton of answers. And it doesn't matter what you choose, you just have to have a good argument for it. So that's a plus. And I've always done well on those. Those are graded on 6-point rubrics. And I always get, like, sometimes I got a 3, like, twice the start of the year, but every time since then I've gotten either a 4 or 5. I've never got a 6 though. I don't care though, because that 6 point is like a perfection point. So yeah, no one gets that point. And then the big daddy, the DBQ, document-based question, should be document-based essay, because that's what it is. Well, I guess it would be like DBEC, DBEQ, but that's not the point. What this is, literally just an essay, but with documents. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know why the DBQ exists, because it's pretty much just like another DBQ. Except, in my fairly unpopular opinion, I actually think it's easier because they kind of like, they give you documents to support your answer, But, like, what the documents also do is, like, it gives you the answer. Like, if you don't know the answer, like, okay, so, let's say I don't know okay. Theoretically, let's say I don't know an answer of, like, a question that was like, what was the cause of, wow, voice crack, what was the cause of the Civil War, right? The answer is slavery, obviously. Let's say for some reason I didn't know that. I look at the documents, and they're all going to say that slavery was the cause of the Civil War, right? Like, it gives you the answers in the documents. That's why I actually like the DBQ. And it's also weighted more, it's easier, it's longer, however. You have to write more. You do get more time, though, so it evens out. But it does, like, you know, make you more tired and want to end it more, so you just kind of, like, have to pull stuff out of, you know, any place just to put on the paper, which I do sometimes. It actually works. Sorry, I missed the pause button again. But thing is, DBQ, besides the multiple... Okay, so here's how it weighted. The multiple choice is 40, DBQ is 25, LEQ is 15, short answers are 20. But the thing is, like, the multiple choice, if you can get, like, a 40% of the multiple choice and still pass the exam. Because, like, if you do one on the writing, which I feel pretty confident about, then I can pass the exam. Which I kind of feel confident about, but then again, I don't at the same time. Thing is, what I was going to say, though, the DBQ is on a 7-point rubric. Here's how it is. I feel like it's extremely easy to get 4 out of 7 points. Like, if you know the rubric, you can get 4 points. First of all, contextualization, you don't even have to know anything about the prompt. Just say, what's happened in the past 20 years, summarize it in, like, 2 sentences, point. Thesis, you don't even really have to know what the question is. You literally just have to, like, enter, like, 3 words into the question, and then there, you got a thesis. And then 2 points are for using 3 and 6 documents that they provide you. So, like, you can write an essay about a completely different topic that has to do with the prompt, and use those documents in support, and get the document points. It's easy. And then the other 3 points are like, 1, did you explain 3 of your documents, which, again, easy if you have enough time. The main problem with that one is time. A lot of times I don't have enough time to do that one. And then the other 2 are the actual, like, did you have a good essay ones. Like, one of them is just, did you use... like, is your essay relevant and good and, like, actually answer the question very well? And the other one is this a perfect essay, which no one gets. But, you know, if you get, let's say, a 5 out of 7 on the DBQ, you're probably going to pass the exam. If you get a 4, you're likely to. If you get a 3, If you get a 2, then yeah, probably not. Thing is, we've done 3 DBQs in class this year. I've gotten a 4, a 5, and a 6. And the 5, I should have gotten a 6 because I missed the thesis point because my idiot self didn't answer all parts of the question. I knew what the question was, I just didn't answer. And I answered it in the essay because I got a 6 out of 7. I just missed the perfection point, obviously. But, you know, I didn't get it in the thesis, which is kind of annoying. But overall, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's A push. And then computer science. Well, yeah, I guess I should kind of wrap up A push. I'll do it at the end. Computer science. A lot easier than A push. First of all, I've done 2 practice tests on this, like not even by myself, and I've gotten a average of like 78%. And that might sound terrible to someone who's unexperienced with College Board, but like, do you know like that's actually very good? That's a high 3 according to, I don't even know, according to something that my teacher posted on the board for 5 seconds. But you know, it's a high 3 apparently. An A push, that would get you probably a 4, if not a 5. I think 80% is a cutoff for a 5 in A push. But, like, computer science is so much easier. That's 70%. 70% of the quiz is literally just 70%, 70 multiple choice questions, which I feel very good about, first of all. And then the create task, which I already finished. They give you time in class to do the create task. That's the other 30%. You do it in class. Like, you do part of the AP exam in class. And then the people, you know, grade it or whatever, and that makes up 30% of your score. But the majority of it is the questions that I have never done bad on once. I mean, the sample size is smaller, but then again, I've still passed more computer science tests than I have passed A-push tests in terms of how much you need to get a 3 in the AP exam. And that's really significant when you consider I've taken 2 computer science tests and like 8 A-push. And I passed both the computer science and 1 of the A-push. Yeah. And, you know, create task I don't have to stress about because no matter what I do, it's not going to change anything because I've already submitted it for final. So, like, I can't change anything in the create task. I only really have to worry now about the multiple choice questions, and I feel good about my create task, by the way, so that's, you know, pretty spicy. But, yeah, I mean, there's really nothing else for computer science. The questions are so easy, and the thing about computer science is, like, it's the easiest AP class, and what I mean by that is, like, There are a lot of the questions that I could have answered correctly before taking the class. Like, that's how easy it is, and which is really unusual when you consider, you know, again, it's an advanced placement class. That shouldn't really happen, and I'm not complaining, but it shouldn't happen. So yeah, I had like nothing to say about computer science there, but I had a lot to say about A-Push, and I hope you enjoyed this thing, I guess. I hope my results will be good. I haven't taken the exams yet. My A-Push is tomorrow. In 24 hours, I will be done with my A-Push exam. And my computer science is May 9th, which is in like 3 days. I'm not worried about that one. I'll be fine. I've done a lot of studying for A-Push. Fun fact, I've done 0 studying for computer science. And if I get a 4 or a 5 on that exam, I'm going to make a video how I got a 4 or a 5 on the computer science exam with no studying, because I did no studying at all. I didn't study for either one of the tests that I got a 78 average on. So, yeah, so. Alright, so there you go, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a, you know, summarization, that's not a word, summary of A-Push and computer science principles exam that I have high hopes for. Well, not really an A-Push. Yeah, I'm not gonna get a 4 or 5 on A-Push, but I could get a 3. I could also get a 2, and I doubt I'll get a 1, but I could, knowing that I might actually, like, you know, bomb the DBQ. But that's not the point. I think I'll pass it, honestly. But anyway... Wow, uncomfortable silence. Okay. There is my summary and thoughts on AP, CSP, and A-Push. Cool, hot, spicy. That's about it. See, I definitely forgot to say something in this video like I do in all mine, but you know, this is the outro, so I can't go back now. I'm gonna spin again. There we go. That's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. Now, today I'm going to be talking about BattleBots. Now, what is BattleBots, you ask? Well, it's a TV show where pretty much just... It's actually, like, gonna restart. It's exactly what it sounds like, pretty much. There's a bunch of robots go and battle, pretty much. So, yeah, there's a bunch of teams, and, like, they build robots that have weapons on them, like spinners. I mean, a lot of them are spinners, but there's also other stuff, like there's flippers too, there's hammers, and hammers are stupid, by the way, because they never work, but that's not the point. My point is, it's a TV show, and about a month ago it ended. Yes, a month. I've been procrastinating making this video for like a while, apparently about a month, but, yeah. So the show ended, and today I'm going to be talking about that show, just the recap of the show, not like the show, like the last season of the show, and like what happened, and the results, and what I think the results should have been, and my thoughts on the results, and stuff like that, and why it consumed my sanity. I don't know what the title is going to be, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be Consumed My Sanity. Oh, wait. Yeah, I just resumed an accident there, ignore that. But what I was going to say, my hairline is terrible. It's better now, but now I can't see because it's in front of my eye. Hold on. Alright, whatever. I don't care. This is fine. Yeah, there's about like 60... okay, there's like 60 teams in BattleBots, I think, 60 something, I don't know, but it's all goes down into 32, and there's 32 that are chosen for the World Championship bracket, and it's pretty much just single elimination the whole way, and just goes from 32 to 1, and you know, it's the champion at the end, and cool, hot, spicy, and the winner gets the giant nut, which isn't weird at all. So basically, the season before this, the winner was Endgame. And they were also the #1 seed this season because they won 3-0 in the regular season, because there's also a regular season, by the way. And they knocked out all 3 opponents, which means, like, they disabled it. Like, there's 2 ways a fight can end. It can be a knockout, which is where one bot, like, dies, and there can be a judge's decision where both bots survive to the end, and then, you know, it gets judged or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, today I'm just going to be talking about the stuff in the tournament and how that went down, so that's pretty cool. Actually, I lied. I just realized there are way too many things for me to talk about. No, I'll just talk about them all. I'm going to go to another tab while I'm recording, so I'm going to be talking for like a while now, so cool. End game, 1 seed against the 32 seed, because that's how it goes, like 1 versus 32 and everything in between or whatever. It's like March Madness, except bigger, but that's not the point. Actually smaller, but also bigger, because it's like, in March Madness it's 4 sections of 16, which is 64, but in this it's 1 section of 32, so I don't know, it's kind of weird. Anyway, 1 seed endgame against the 32 seed Scorpios, endgame won in less than a minute, knockout. By the way, the judge's decision happens after 3 minutes, so if I ever say less than like anything, then yeah, that's the knockout time. And 16 versus 17, Minotaur beat Bloodsport in a judge's decision. Cool, that's pretty spicy. That was 16 versus, I said that already. 8 versus 25, we got Copperhead, 8 seed, beating Lucky, which is 25. By the way, Lucky's terrible. It's a flipper, and it's like the worst flipper. I don't know how like, flipper bots are generally pretty good, but for some reason this flipper just isn't. It's also very not durable. Even though it did go to a judge's decision, but Copperhead won. Glitch versus Witch Doctor. Glitch is the only person that beat Hydra, but then they lost to Witch Doctor, who's, by the way, 24 seed, and Glitch is 9, and Witch Doctor won, and a less than a minute knockout. Wow. Yeah, Witch Doctor's underrated. They were seeded 24, but should have gone higher. Sawblaze 4 versus Hijinks 29. That somehow went to a judge's decision, probably because Sawblaze has a terrible weapon. No, Sawblaze is the 4 seed, but like they're not. They shouldn't be because they just have a bad weapon, but like really good everything else. They have like really good driving, really fast bot, really good, really durable. You know. And they somehow went to a judge's decision against you probably don't understand what I just said, but Hijinks sucks. I don't even know how they made it into the tournament. Sawblaze won, though. Hypershock 13 versus P120. Judge's decision again. P1 won there, though. Lower seed win. Uppercut versus Huge. Another judge's decision. What is happening? I can't say judge's decision, like, at all. Judge's decision. Judge's decision. Cool. Alright, cool. Uppercut won that, by the way. Shatter versus Riptide. Shatter's absolutely horrible, and even though they're the higher seed, 12 versus 21, I knew Shatter would lose because they suck. They shouldn't even made it in the tournament, but yeah, Riptide won in like 1 minute knockout. It was so easy. Alright, next up we got Ribot 2 versus Hydra 31. Hydra should have gotten in the... Well, Hydra, they were like the 1 seed in the tournament last year. They didn't win, but they were the 1 seed. And they just lost all their fights this year for some reason, but they were given another chance. And they won, and then they beat Ribot, because Ribot, I don't know how Ribot is a 2 seed. Ribot's terrible, but, you know. Hydra won in 2 minutes, 31-2, by the way. 15 versus 18. 18, Black Dragon beat Mad Catter in a judge's decision. Finally said that correctly. 26 versus 7, Valkyrie lost to Blip. Flip was 7, by the way. They're also, like, it's Flip, but with a B, because they're a flipper, but, like, they're a little BB flipper. They're really small. It's like, okay, I'm going to stop trying to describe it, but Blip won in a knockout in just under 3 minutes. Valkyrie, I feel like Valkyrie actually probably should have won that, even though the seeded like 20 lower, but I feel like they're better, but that's not the point. Jackpot versus Tombstone. Tombstone used to be very good, but they decided to die halfway through the... well, no, they won a championship a couple years ago, and then ever since then, they've kind of sucked for some reason, but yeah, Jackpot beat them in less than a minute in a knockout, 10-23, so that's pretty nice. Whiplash 3 seed beat Ice Wave in less than a minute because they turned them upside down because Ice Wave doesn't have a flipper. Well, it doesn't have a self-rider, I should say. It has a good weapon, but it never gets up to speed because it can't get up to speed. It's also the only thing in the entire tournament that's powered on gas, so that's pretty cool. Cobalt 14 versus Yeti 19. That was a good fight, but Cobalt won in like a minute and a half. That was not a good fight then because I'm thinking of Yeti versus someone. That was a good fight, but it wasn't Cobalt. But yeah, Cobalt won in a minute and a half. Rotator, who somehow got the 6th seed, even though they suck, beat Captain Shredderator in about a minute. Who's 27, by the way, so that's pretty nice. Tantrum 11 beat Gigabyte 26 in a judge's decision. Finally said that correctly, even though I already did that, but that's not the point. Alright, cool. That's all for the first round. Second round, you got 1 versus 16, Endgame versus Minotaur. Massive upset here, Minotaur won. Endgame's what's it called? What's like the word for like weakness? I know there's like Achilles heel, but I know there's something else. I don't know. But Endgame's weakness is Minotaur because they've lost as many games against Minotaur as they have against like everyone else combined in their entire career. That's probably a lie, but you know, Minotaur, they've never beat them for some reason. But yeah, Minotaur beat them again, 16 over 1 seed. Cool, that's pretty spicy. Copperhead 8 versus Witch Doctor 24. Another upset. Witch Doctor beats Copperhead in 1 minute. Exactly 1 minute, and, you know, I feel like Witch Doctor, again, underrated, you know, because that's just, yeah, okay, cool. Sawblaze 4 versus P120, judge's decision somehow, because P1 doesn't have a weapon, but they're very durable, so they just bring everything to a judge's decision, and then they always win somehow, except for this one, because Sawblaze won. Uppercut 5 versus Riptide 21. This was actually a very big surprise. I thought Uppercut was going to win easily. Riptide won easily, 21 over 5. Uppercut has, like, the most, destructive weapon, but for some reason they just decided to die in this fight, and Riptide beat them, like, very easily. I feel like Riptide's actually underrated. They're a rookie, too, so that's pretty nice. Next round Hydra versus Black Dragon. 31 versus 18, by the way, and 31-1. Again, because Hydra, you know, of course Hydra won again. Blip versus Jackpot, 7 versus 10. Blip won. Jackpot actually probably should have won because they're the better bot in my opinion. But, you know, Jackpot lost to Blip in a minute. How did they lose in a minute knockout? I know I watched all these fights. I just don't remember half of them. Whiplash versus Cobalt. Cobalt won because Whiplash decided to die and turn, like, upside down and get stuck on the thing or whatever. I don't even know what it was. But it was a judge's decision, actually. So I guess it wasn't a knockout. It must have lasted to the end. But yeah, Cobalt beat 1, so there's the 3 seed gone. Rotator versus Tantrum. Tantrum beat Rotator because I feel like both these bots are overrated. 11 beat 6. Rotator was more overrated, though. Oh, wow. That was a 2 minute 59 second knockout. That's pretty nice. Cool. That's it. Was that it? Yes, that was it for that round. Cool. On to the quarterfinals. 16 Minotaur versus 24 Witch Doctor. That's pretty weird seeding for a quarterfinals match, but Witch Doctor wins that in a judge's decision. Again, you got an underrated bot beating less underrated bot. You got Witch Doctor 24 in the I think it's the final 8 or 4. I think it's 4. I don't even know. But yeah, Sawblaze 4 versus Riptide 21. Sawblaze wins that, but I feel like Riptide deserved to win that because, you know, they're a rookie, and in my opinion, they have a better bot. They just have worse driving and worse durability and worse speed or whatever. Yeah, Sawblaze won that in a minute and a half. So that's pretty nice. Highest remaining seed, by the way, is Sawblaze 4. Hydra 31 versus Blip 7. Guess what? The 31 seed is in the final 4, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Blip lost because it was actually Flipper versus Flipper. Both these bots are Flippers, and the better one won, in my opinion, even though they were rated like 27 seeds lower. But yeah, Hydra in the final 4. 14 Cobalt, and who, in my opinion, is one of the best bots versus 11 Tantrum. Yeah, Cobalt decided to die because they added, like, freaking forks in front of their bot or whatever, and it kind of, like, screwed them over because they kept getting stuck on the floor, and it just let Tantrum hit them for some reason. But yeah, Tantrum won in a knockout. Doesn't even say the time here for some reason, but it says knockout. Cool, we're in the final 4 now. Witch Doctor 24 versus 4-seed Sawblaze. Now, on paper, Sawblaze should have won this. They didn't. They got absolutely pooped on by Witch Doctor. Like, 4 versus 24 seed, and it wasn't even close. Like, it was over in, like, 15 seconds. Witch Doctor just kept hitting them over and over. It was never, like, Sawblaze never had a chance in this fight. But, yeah, Witch Doctor actually pooped on them. I don't know why I said actually so enthusiastically, but pooped on them, and then they went to the finals. So, cool, we got a 24 seed in the finals, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, this actually happened. Like, it's weird that I'm saying that now, but like this actually is a thing that happened. A 24 seed gets into the finals. And also, another quarterfinals thing. Not quarter, semi, whatever, same thing. So, Hydra versus Tantrum. Hydra should have won this. It should have been 31 versus 24. Actually, probably should have been 4 versus 24. And I have 2 minutes remaining on my Chromebook battery. Hold up. I'm going to go pause and get my charger, and the thing's blocking the pause button. Cool, there we go, BRB. Alright, I got my charger, and I have now 1% battery left on my Chromebook. Good thing I saw that notification when I did. Anyway, back to the video. I'm out of breath, hold on. Alright. Where was I? I know I was at Tantrum versus Hydra. Yeah, okay, yeah, Tantrum versus Hydra. 31 versus 11 seed in the final 4 matchup, and the 11 seed And I can hear the garage opening, which means my parents are home, and this is my parents' room, so I have to move now. That didn't last long. Alright, here I'm back. I'm in my room now. It's been like 20 minutes. I don't even know, but yeah, I'm gonna resume now. Cool, here we go. So for the 3rd time, Hydra versus Tantrum. 31 versus 11. Hydra should have won this. They didn't. Well, seizure. Hydra pretty much is just a kind of bot that just, like, sits in the middle of the arena and just spins in circles. Because it's a flipper bot, and it was just waiting for Tantrum to, like, go on it so it could flip it 10 feet into the air. And to be fair, that normally works. Like, because Hydra is, like, they always aim their front at where the bot is aiming at them. So then the bot just goes on top of them because they're so low to the ground. But Tantrum actually didn't really do this. They did get flipped a couple times, but they also got in some damage, you know? They actually kind of hit it a couple times, which usually bots don't do. And apparently that's enough to push it over the edge because yeah. Like, the way judges' decision fights are scored... Well, yeah, it was a judge's decision, by the way. I've probably said that like 50 times. I also still cannot say judge's decision. Try to say judge's decision, like, really quickly. It's impossible. But anyway, the way it's scored, it's like it's 11 points. 5 damage, 3 aggression, 3 control. And, like, Hydra never gets aggression because it never aggresses anything. It just sits in the middle and spins in circles. And I guess that's kind of how they lost. I don't know. But, you know, yeah, cool. That's pretty spicy. Then the championship fight, we've got an 11 seed against a 24 seed. Tantrum versus Witch Doctor. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where the title comes in. This is where I lose my sanity. And oh my god, I think I hit myself with the drumstick in a very unorthodox location. But anyway. Witch Doctor is clearly the better bot in the situation. Even though they're lower by like 15 Cs, they should have won this fight, right? They have the clearly better weapon, and they just annihilated Sawblaze in their last fight. And by the way, Sawblaze is a good bot. Like, I'm not, like, they have a mediocre weapon, but they're a very good bot overall, and they got annihilated by Witch Doctor. And on paper, Witch Doctor has better just about everything. Tantrum's weapon really isn't that good either. It just kept getting lucky because it's, again, small and fast and agile, unlike Witch Doctor, which has a very good weapon, but it's like agile, but not as agile as Tantrum, right? Witch Doctor got caught on the floor in the first 10 seconds of the match because Tantrum was lowered on the ground, right? So they kind of like hit each other, and Witch Doctor went into the air, and Tantrum's weapon hit the underside of their armor, and like part of the armor bent down for Witch Doctor, right? And it made them unable to move properly for the entire fight. And it is so infuriating to me, because Witch Doctor clearly better bought in every single aspect. Tantrum sucks, I won't be convinced otherwise. But what Tantrum just got lucky, and Witch Doctor couldn't move for the entire fight. If they could move, they would have destroyed them. Like, because also, Witch Doctor is a horizontal or vertical spinner. I don't know, one of them. But, like, Tantrum's the exact kind of bot that we want to go against, because it's pretty much, like, shaped like pretty much just like a rectangular prism. Is that the word? Just like a 3D rectangle. So it's the perfect thing for Witch Doctor to hit, and they never got a chance to hit it because it couldn't move, and Tantrum was just toying with them the whole time. They didn't even really hit them at all. Really, all they did was just circle around them. It was such a boring fight. It was a terrible fight. It was the worst outcome that could have possibly happened, and I hate it with a passion. And the only reason I'm not screaming is because my mom's in the other room, and I don't want her to ask me why I'm screaming. Missed the pause button again. That has to happen at least once every video. Twice, apparently. But yeah, I don't really seem that infuriated by this while I'm, like, in the way I'm talking, but I am infuriated by this, and it makes me want to die. That's how bad it is. Well, not literally, but, you know, you get what I'm saying. In the end, Tantrum sucks and does not deserve to win. I am now anti-Tantrum for life. Witch Doctor is now 0-2 in the finals, and they probably should be at least 1-1, if not 2-0, because they keep choking in the finals, but it's not their fault. So yeah. Tantrum, I really had nothing against them, but just because they got extremely lucky against a bot that is way better than them in the final game, no less, I'm now anti-Tantrum, maybe even more than anti-Tombstone, but that's not the point. The point is, I am now for Witch Doctor winning everything, because they've gone to the finals twice, and they've lost both times, so I'm now, Witch Doctor is my favorite team. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I hate Tantrum for like the 5th time, but the last 30 seconds of the video have been extremely repetitive. I'm going to stop talking now. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed this absolutely horrible, what's it called? Like, summary of... I just had a seizure. Summary of the BattleBots season, whatever that last season was, where I explained pretty much every tournament game and what happened and how it happened, and there you go, cool. In conclusion, BattleBots is rigged. I hope you did not enjoy this video, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I don't know where I got that from. Ow, my God! Jesus! Okay. Ow. I just poked myself in the eye with the drumstick. Alright, never mind, we're good. That didn't even hurt. I don't know why I overreacted so much, but, you know, that kind of did hurt in the moment, but that's not the point. It doesn't hurt anymore. That is the point. I'm gonna stop talking about this now. I'm so bad at outros, it's just comical. Anyway, I hope you did not enjoy this video, and I wish you luck in your future endeavors. Again, Spinny Spinny, have a nice life. See ya! Hey, what's going on, guys? This is Olivia Rodrigo here. So a couple weeks ago, it was spring break week, I guess, for my county, and my family, for the first time, went on a vacation that was actually, like, really far away. Like, we've gone on vacations since 2020, but, like, not actual, like, really far ones. Like, we've gone to the beach a couple times, like, we've done some random sleepover things here and there, but this is our first time that we've actually gone somewhere really far away, and it was spring break, and we went to Utah, so that's pretty cool. It was the first time I'd been on a plane in nearly 3 years. I think it was like summer 2019 was the last time I was on a plane. And so, yeah, I was supposed to go on a plane for summer 2020 to go to Aruba for spring break, but of course that didn't happen. And so, yeah, that's pretty cool. So, and I'm recording this like a month after it happened, so, because I've been procrastinating making videos for so long, but you know, whatever. So the town that we went to in Utah was called Moab. And it had a bunch of stuff in it. Today I'm going to talk about all the stuff and how I would rate it, you know? So, we woke up at like 4 in the morning, had a flight into Salt Lake City that lasted for like 6 hours, and then we got a car from the airport and drove to Moab, which took 4 hours from the Salt Lake City airport. So that's pretty nice. And then we were finally there, and the time zone change was like 2 hours, because it was Central Time, not Pacific Time, so it was 2 hours behind. So, yeah, that happened, I guess. Also, completely unrelated, but Salt Lake City, unironically, has an S-tier airport. Like, everything was so, like, organized and clean, and it actually looked, like, really modern. No one cares about that, but I'm just giving them a shout-out. According to my dad, it was the second best airport he'd ever been in, and he's been in a lot of them. The first was Reykjavik, Iceland, or however you pronounce it, like Reykjavik. I don't know, but that was the first, apparently. I think it's Reykjavik, actually. Never mind. My inner Norwegian self comes out when I say Reykjavik. Or, I don't know how to say it, like Reykjavik? I think that's, I don't know. Okay, enough of that. But anyway, we stayed there for 3 full days, well, actually technically 4, but one of them was a travel day. Like, okay, so we got there, And then we went to Moab on the same day, whatever. And we stayed in Moab for 3 days. And then on the 4th day, the entire day was just traveling back to Salt Lake City. We stayed over in a hotel in Salt Lake City, and then we flew out the next day. So one day, which is a travel day. So 3 full days in Moab. That's when I'm going to be going over. Day 1, Arches National Park. You know, when I went to Norway a couple years ago, I really didn't think that anything, you know, in the U.S. at least, would be a better view than the views I had in Norway. Mainly, like the fjords and wait, what was it called? Like, what was that town? Flom, Norway. Yeah, especially that one. But somehow Utah, it beat out Norway, which really surprised me. Like the thing that probably surprised me the most was the views. Like the views are like amazing. Okay, like Moab is completely like encased in just an enormous circle of rock, like a 10 square mile circle of rock. And then all the rock around, like, and by the way, this rock we're talking about is like a mile tall. And then it just plateaus, and then there's just like a big gap in the rock. And inside that gap is Moab, so that's pretty cool. Anyway, I was talking about Arches National Park. One thing that surprised me about Arches National Park is that there really aren't really that many arches there. There are amazing views, though. So that kind of made up for it. And there still were arches there. And it's basically what it is, just like a road that goes through the, you know, desert. Like the real world equivalent of a Minecraft mesa biome is what I like to describe it as, because that's really what it is. But, you know, it just goes through it, and there's a bunch of like hiking paths you can do to go see a bunch of arches. We saw a bunch in person. There were a ton that were like, phone just dinged. But like, I don't know how to describe it. Just like big arches, you know. Missed the pause button again. And most arches are like they don't like form just like it's very rarely just flat ground and just an arch sticking out of it. It's usually like an arch forms inside of a rock. Like there's like a wall of rock, and then inside of that there's an arch. I just thought it would be them sticking out from the ground, but no, there's very few of those. It's more just in the rock. And I went inside a bunch of them, and I got a bunch of pictures that I don't feel like showing you. I posted them on my Snap story though, so that was like a while ago. So you know, I don't know. But yeah, like climbing inside and around the arches was actually like it was very fun. 'Cause it was basically just like rock climbing, but like without, you know, harnesses and stuff. And I kept thinking about it, like, one day someone is going to fall off one of those arch things and die. And then people are going to stop going up there. So when I go back to arches when I'm like 60 years old, I guarantee you there will be some sort of limitation on going inside the arches, because by that point someone will have definitely died by falling off something there. I guarantee it. But yeah, Arches National Park, it's a lovely place, you know? And you know, in terms of like entertainment value, really all we did was hike. But it was really cool hikes, so there, cool. There's it for Arches National Park. I just said there's it, I don't know why. Day 2, the only non-national park day, was the zip lining day, where it was very cold because we went up like 2,000 feet in altitude, and the winds were out, like, I'm not exaggerating when I say they were like 50-mile-an-hour winds, and I was wearing short sleeves and shorts, I mean, and it was pretty cold up there, so that was painful, but, you know, the views were cool again. And by the way, all throughout this trip, there's this one range of mountains, just like miles and miles. I think it was like 23 or something miles in the distance. You could see them so clearly. And they were called the Salt Mountains, and they don't have salt on them because apparently someone who was like in the 115-degree desert saw the mountains in the distance, was like, oh, that can't possibly be snow, it must be salt. They were wrong. It was snow, but, you know, they call it Salt Mountains because it just stuck, so that's pretty cool. The mountains, by the way, beautiful. Best single view of the entire trip, those mountains, amazing. But yeah, the ziplining was pretty fun. There were, I think, like 6 total zip lines. 2 of them were a quarter mile long, and we did like zipline yoga on them, so that was pretty cool. Like we did, like imagine like the ground was this way. Like I did this, but I also did it with my other foot, you know, so that was pretty fun. So did everyone else. The instructors taught me that. It was pretty cool. Also, the zip line was like half of it, and the other half was like the RV rides to and from the zip line, where you had to go like up a whole mountain. That was almost as fun as the zip lines themselves. Like, I don't know, just it was like so bumpy. It was my first actual like ATV ride ever. I don't know, it was cool. So yeah, zip lining on top of a very, very large cliff, and I could see the, like, you remember when I said it was just like a whole like dip in the ground was the entire town of Moab? Yeah, I was on top of that rock when I was zip lining. So that was pretty cool, and I could just see like the entire town of Moab down, just encased in this huge circle of rock, you know? Okay, so, yeah, that's cool. That's all for ziplining. Day 3, you got Canyonlands National Park. Actually, I think there's 5 national parks in Utah. We only went to 2 of them, but the second national park we went to in Utah. Canyonlands is pretty much just arches, but like bigger and slightly less arches. Like I'm not like that's really just what it is. Like probably most of arches was just long flat expanses of land with like huge freaking rocks in the middle of them that are like a mile high, you know. And Canyonlands was more the same, except like the size of Canyonlands is a lot bigger than it is of arches, and you know. The main attractions at Canyonlands are the rock, because Canyonlands has like more like cool rock formations that aren't arches, you know? Like they're just standing rocks that are like shaped like this, that are like really, you know, tall, so it's kind of cool. Not kinda, it was really cool. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but every single rock that I've mentioned so far is orange. Like not Canyonlands, Moab was not encased in a mountain of gray rock. The rocks were orange, so just putting that out there. So you can imagine it's cool, just a bunch of orange rock, and then just white, gray, snowy mountains in the background. It was so picturesque, if you will. But yeah, Canyonlands is really similar to Arches, except just like different type of scenery, you know? We had a bunch of hikes and stuff. There were some arches there, but, you know, Canyonlands just a lot of more of the same, amazing views still, and overall a lovely national park just like Arches. And then after those 3 trips on 3 separate days, we went back to the airport and flew home and had a layover in the Denver airport. I don't know why I felt like mentioning that, but yeah, we did. Overall, I give... Oh, right, I was gonna mention something else. I just remember what it was. If you ever go to Moab, Utah, the food... chef's kiss, absolutely amazing. We went to... Why does my Chromebook keep shaking? There we go. Alright, we went to like 5 separate restaurants. Literally all 5 of them, amazing, okay? I don't even remember I remember one was like Uncle Jay's Pasta or something. One was like Dewey's Grill House. Then there was the one directly across the street from Uncle Jay's Pasta. That was like, the restaurants were like 20 feet away from each other, just across the street. I remember what it was called, but I remember it was that one. There was the one that we ate on the travel day, and then the 5th one I don't remember. But the travel day one was probably worse because it wasn't actually in Moab, but still, it was good. But yeah, moral of the story, food in Utah apparently is very good, which I was not aware of, even, like, apparently is very good, so yeah. And that's it for my Utah recap. I probably missed something. If I did, I'll put it in the description. That's what I say in every one of my videos. But yeah, that is my recap of my trip to Utah. It's a lovely state, really. I recommend going there, you know. But, yeah. Okay, cool. That's it. Again, my incompetence when it comes to outros. But, yeah, that's about it. I hope you did not enjoy this video. Utah is a lovely state, and, that's about it. See ya. Yo, what's going on, guys? It's Dwayne The Rock Johnson here. So, as of about 1 hour ago, I'm now done with both of the AP exams that I was gonna take this year. I took, first was AP US History, and then AP Computer Science Principles, which I took like 2 hours ago. I was taking that exam, but now I'm done, and I'm making this video. Sorry, I had to pause to like check the time, because there's a clock right there, so, you know, yeah, I was checking the time. And I guess this title is like, it's kinda clickbait, right? Because the exams, like, they didn't go perfect, you know? There was definitely some things that got wrong, and definitely some things that I did not do to my fullest, like, you know, extent or whatever. But, you know, it wasn't terrible, so it's kind of clickbait. Like, it's not fully disappointment. It's not as great as I, like, envisioned, but it wasn't bad either. And we have 2 exams to go over today. The first one is the longer one by far. You got A-Push, AP US History. A-Push is divided into 2 kind of sections. No, that's a lie. 4. Multiple choice. I don't know why I said 2. Multiple choice, short answer questions, document-based question, and long essay question. First up, you got the multiple choice questions. Now, I felt pretty decent about these. Like, I didn't feel bad about these. I didn't feel great about them either, because there were, you know, obviously some that I definitely got wrong. But there were also some that I definitely got right, which, you know, I'll take it. And from my experience, I know usually that when I feel like about this confidence, I usually get like 70% or like somewhere between like 60 or 70, which sounds bad to like anyone normal. Well, which sounds bad just in general, but like really it's not terrible when you consider, you know, College Board scoring guidelines or whatever. Missed the pause button again. So multiple choice, I feel like my results are so-so because, you know, throughout the entire course of this year they've been so-so. I stopped trying to give up. Hold up. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, my dad just came upstairs and I had to wait for him to go back downstairs for me to start recording, but he's gone now and I'm back, so yeah, we can resume. Where was I? I think I was talking about like the multiple choice section or whatever, so yeah, I feel overall decent about it. And so I feel like I'm on, you know, like if you know AP exam scoring things is between 1 to 5. Okay, hold up. Like, it's on 1 to 5, 3 is passing, like, the bigger the number is the better. 3 is passing, 4 is good, and 5 is amazing. And I feel like I was on sort of like 2, high 2, low 3 kind of pace on my multiple choice, okay? And the second section we did was the short answers, and I choked the short answers because, you know, I suck. So there are 3 questions. The first one was like, okay, so there are 3 short answer questions, and each question has 9 parts, right? You have to write like 2 or 3 sentences for each part, and they give you 40 minutes to do it. So yeah, that was cool. The first question, the first part of the first question was easy, but then the other 2 parts were a little more difficult, but not terrible. Most of the second question was pretty easy, and then the third question screwed me. Like the first 2 questions, fine, whatever, you know, good enough. But the third question, it was first of all, it was a choice between 2 questions, so it was actually 6 things, but you only had to do 3 of them. Out of those 6, I only knew the answer to 1. So I chose the one that I knew the answer to 1, and then the other 2 for the one I chose, I don't even know what I wrote, but I know it was complete, just not true. Maybe it was true. I pulled random stuff out of absolutely nowhere and just wrote that on the ground. I don't know if what I wrote was true. I don't even really know what I wrote at all. But yeah, that's the part that I choked the most on. Then we had kind of like a break, and then came the writing section. I'm gonna pause with my drumstick, or maybe not. That's fine. Yeah, the writing section, it surprised me because, like, in the first section we had like a kind of gap between the multiple choice and short answer, where the teacher like came onto the microphone and gave us time to like switch, you know. But the second section, it consisted of the DVQ and the LEQ, and they didn't do a split in the middle for to differentiate between the 2. They just gave us an hour and 35 minutes and say answer 2 essays. Like there was no like limitations on how much time we had to spend on each essay. They just gave us an hour and a half and said, write 2 essays. And I actually kind of liked that. Because, like, I know some kids who finished the DBQ in, like, 40 minutes, and then other kids who barely even got to start the LEQ because they had, like, 10 minutes to write it. Like, so it's kind of cool that there's, like, not a split. But enough of that. Now, I don't know if I mentioned this, but here's how it's graded. Multiple choice is 40%. Short answers are 20%. DBQ is 25%, and LEQ is 15%. So, the biggest writing portion is the DBQ, and it's graded on 7 points is the DBQ, and basically, like, I think it's like 4 out of 7 for a DBQ is passing, and if you get like a 5, or especially, no one gets a 7, because like, no one, okay, so yeah, the DBQ and every other writing part rubrics has 1 point that's like perfection point. No one gets that point, except for a very, very few select people, so like, no one gets 7, but if you get a 5, or especially a 6, as I was saying, then it's very hard for you to fail the exam if you get that score. And, I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like I probably got at least a 5 on my DBQ. Missed the pause button again. And it could be a 6 too, I don't know. But just when you look at the rubric, I feel like it's statistically unlikely that I got below 5. So, 7-point rubric for the DBQ. Here's how it's graded. 2 points, the easiest 2 points by far, contextualization and thesis. Contextualization is really just like, write some sentences leading up to your prompt, which is pretty much just like what happened in like the 20 to 50 years before the date that is being asked. In this case, that was 1800 to 1855, so I just talked about, you know, I don't know, I don't even know what I talked about, but I know I did it. I wrote like 10 sentences. No, yeah, I wrote about how we declared our independence, because, yeah, that was 20 to 50 years before. So, yeah, and then Great Britain was like, yeah, no, he was showing out independent nerds, and we went to the War of 1812, and Andrew Jackson obliterated them, the War of New Orleans, Battle of New Orleans, even though the War of 1812 had technically ended by that point. I'm going off an irrelevant tangent, BRB. But yeah, I got the contextualization point, like, no doubt. Thesis point, also, no doubt. Really, all you have to do, that's probably even easier than contextualization. That's like literally 1 sentence. Like, I'm not joking, that is 1 sentence for that point. You just have to write a question, you have to write a sentence that answers the prompt. Which I did, and like, you have to say like what you're doing, and like, you have to outline your few paragraphs that you're gonna write. And I did that, and there you go. Now, those are 2 points out of 7. Now, 3 out of the remaining 5 points in the DBQ rubric have to do with the documents, because it's called a document-based question, right? So 3 of those points are just, 1, did you use 3 documents? 2, did you use 6 documents? And 3, did you go into detail explaining 3 of the documents? Now, I used 6 documents. So I got both the first 2 points, so there's a 4 out of 7 right there. And then that third point is the one that I'm kind of not sure about. That's the one that's like the border between the 5 and 6. Because like I wrote extra sentences about 3 of the documents, that's true, but then I do enough explanation to like, you know, get that point. I don't know, but I hope I did. I might have. I honestly don't know. But then there's the other 2 points. One is the perfection point. One, did you provide outside details? Yes, I provided outside details. I said a bunch of stuff. Like the thing I said like 2 minutes ago in this video, like the Battle of New Orleans, I put that in there. And so out of the 4 sections, honestly, DBQ is what I feel most confident about. So if I do end up passing this exam, I think I'm going to end up passing. But if I get like a 4, I will know to thank my DBQ because that thing was very good. Next up, we got the LEQ. Now this one, like, it's like the DBQ, but with no document. Okay, I keep doing this with my hair, and this keeps happening. You see, this is good now, but now I can't see. Hold up. There's just one thing of hair. Okay. Yeah, the LEQ was like, you had a choice between 3 prompts to answer, and, originally, I was looking at all 3 of them wondering, like, how the heck am I going to answer these? Because they looked really confusing, but then I realized it was a college porn moment, and the questions actually weren't that hard. The wording was just really weird. Like, all 3 questions started with, explain the relative importance of the causes of something in the United States during this time period. And just the only thing that changed in all 3 prompts was the something. And you might be thinking, okay, well, like, yeah, and by the way, all the 3 somethings were like barely even things, like we never learned about any of them. But then when you really read the question, explain the importance of the causes. Like, we didn't know anything about these somethings, so say, but like the causes of those somethings, we could just figure them out based on the time period given. And so I kind of realized, like, I don't actually have to explain it, I just have to explain the causes. And I'm like, oh, that's easy, Great Depression, because it was like 1900 to 1970 or whatever. So yeah, I wrote about the Great Depression. But like, why does the College Board have to do this? It's really annoying. But overall, I actually do feel pretty good about my LEQ. Not quite as good as my DBQ, because my DBQ was amazing. But LEQ was good too, so that's nice. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I've always been better at essays than multiple choice, which directly contradicts just about everything about my personality. But, you know, that's besides the point. Why do I feel like that closet looks like very dark to you guys right now, but for me, I can see clearly in it. And so I feel like some like backrooms entity is just gonna like jump out of the closet, but anyway. And so overall, A-push, I feel pretty good about it. I think I did enough to pass. I definitely did not get a 5, but I think it's possible that I get a 4. I also think it's possible that I get a 2. Most likely I get a 3. But yeah, you know, hopefully I get above that. Hopefully I don't get below that. But I feel pretty confident about my things that I passed, so hoping for a 4, but I think I got a 3. I'm probably going to get a 2 now. Oh my god. Next up, computer science. The one I'm going to spend exactly no time explaining because it's a lot simpler and a lot easier. Create task 30%. We did it in class, and we turned it in class. They gave us like 12 hours of class time, which was actually like 1 month of class because each class had like 40 minutes. But we did that. I finished it in like 2 classes. The rest of the month I did absolutely nothing. So did that, and I turned it in like a month ago. So that's pretty cool. And then there was also the 70 multiple choice questions that I was doing 2 hours ago from this moment. Yeah, 70 multiple choice questions, 70% of your grade. 8 out of the 70 were like double choice, 62 were single choice. They weren't really that hard at all. You know, it's when you look at like any list of the easiest AP classes, like pretty much everyone's gonna say AP Computer Science Principles because that's a very easy class. It's like really, like a lot of the questions. No, I'm not going to say a majority, but there's a pretty big fraction of the questions on the AP exam for Computer Science Principles that I would have been able to answer correctly before I took the class. Like, and that should really say something considering that this is College Board, and they want to make questions that confuse you. But yeah, if I don't pass this exam, I will be both genuinely confused and very mad at myself. I think I got at least a 3, and I think I actually do have a pretty genuine chance of getting a 4, because I know Rashab took this last year. He also did pretty much no studying, and he got a 4. And I did no studying, and I'm hoping to get a 4. I probably also got a 3 on this, just based on how terrible my luck is, but I'm hoping for that 4. Because there's no way I'm getting a 5. Simply impossible. Like, no one ever gets 5s on AP exams, except those people on YouTube that get like 8 in 1 year. That's a true story, by the way. I watched an AP reaction video. This guy got 8 5s on 10 exams that he took in 1 school year. I'm like, okay, first of all, how do you even take 10 classes in 1 school year? Second of all, how do you get, second of all, how are they all AP? And third of all, how do you get 5s on 8 of them? How's that even possible? And then he got like a 3 on like art history, like bruh. Like, I feel like, if you get a 5 on Calc BC, I feel like you should be able to get a 5 on art history, just saying. But that's not the point, good job. I don't know where that good job came from, but you know. Anyway, I feel pretty good about both my AP exams, and I feel like the leading feeling for both of them is a 3. The second is 4. I don't think I'm gonna get a 2 on comp sci. I could on A push though. I feel like it's unlikely, but comp sci is either a 3 or a 4, most likely a 3. A push is also either a 3 or a 4, or a 2, also most likely a 3. So honestly, I'll be happy with a 3 on both of them. I'm really hoping I don't get below on any of them, and I feel like it's possible for me to get 4 on both of them, but I feel like it's not gonna happen. I'm not getting a 5 on either one of them. So yeah, there, cool. That's the recap. And so there is my thing. Yeah. The title, by the way, is complete clickbait. I'm not really disappointed at all in my performances, but you never really know until July, because apparently the scores don't come back until July, which is pretty stupid, but, you know, whatever. But that's not the point. That's all I had to say about my AP exams. I'm probably going to make a reaction video when I actually do get my scores back, just to, see what I got and stuff, and post it on YouTube or whatever. But, yeah, cool. That's about it. I hope you did not enjoy this video, and, make sure to eat plenty of, strawberries. I don't know where I got that from. That's about it. See ya.